or in the Gulf region of the Middle East, and to be talking about its ripple effects in Brazil, a truly worldwide phenomenon. Pedro Rossi, thank you for being with us. Vice President, Chief Economist at the Global Fund for a New Economy. And that is all from us here in London. Back to you now in Doha.
We're going to take a look at some other global news now. Russian strikes killed 2 people in the southeastern Ukrainian city of Dnipro. Emergency services say 10 others, including 2 children, were injured. The strike destroyed an apartment block, a shop, and several cars. And in Russia, a Ukrainian drone attack has killed 1 person in the southwestern city of Samara. Its government says industrial facilities. We're going to take a look at some other global news now. Russian strikes killed 2 people on the street. Residents in the southern Russian town of Tuapse have been warned to avoid going out of doors as a fire continues to rage at a Black Sea oil refinery. A Ukrainian drone attack hit the facility a week ago. Firefighters are still working to put out the blaze. The refinery was producing around 240,000 barrels of oil per day before operations were suspended after the attack on April the 16th. Al Jazeera's Yulia Shapovalov was at the scene in Tuapse. She says the whole area has been badly affected by the pollution caused by the fire.
What's happening in Tuapse right now can be called an environmental disaster. We've personally witnessed the so-called oil rain, which left black fuel oil on all the surfaces, and tiny particles of this fuel oil get on clothing and they can't be washed off. In several districts of Tuapse, the maximum concentration of harmful substances exceeded several times, and these toxic substances end up on people's hair, skin, lungs, on animals, as well as on fields, gardens and farms, affecting crops. And after remaining silent for several days, authorities have acknowledged the problem and issued recommendations for locals to keep windows shut, spend less time outdoors, wear masks when outside, and avoid smoking. And well, schools here in the city have just resumed their classes, but parents prefer to leave their children at home.
At least 3 people have been killed in an Israeli airstrike in central Gaza. The attack hit a car in the Al-Maghazi camp in Deir al-Bala. Several Palestinians were reported wounded as the car burst into flames. It's the 3rd attack and ceasefire violation in less than 24 hours. Israeli attacks have killed more than 780 Palestinians since the truce came into effect in October. More than 2.5 years of Israel's war in Gaza has changed the lives of Palestinian children forever. Gaza's health authorities have recorded eye injuries in more than 3,000 youngsters. Before the war, the Strip had rehabilitation and treatment centers to help blind and visually impaired children. Now, much of the healthcare system lies in ruins. Ibrahim al-Khalili visited the only rehabilitation center of its kind in Deir al-Bala in central Gaza.
12-year-old Muhammad Oda was on his way to visit his grandmother when he saw a small metal object on the ground. Passers-by say when he picked it up, it exploded. He lost both his eyes. But Muhammad says he does not need them to see his future.
I will continue my education, grow and keep learning. I hope to travel and receive treatment, and God willing, my eyes will not stop me from continuing my education.
He is among the dozens of children studying at Al-Noor Center in southern Gaza. They are finding new ways to connect with the world around them. At first, Muhammad's father Hussam says his heart ached for his son. But now, the boy is thriving.
He has lost something vital in his life. Despite that, we were determined that he should continue his education, so I enrolled him at Al-Noor Center for the Blind. There, he has been an outstanding student and a high achiever.
Doctors say the scale of eye injuries among children is unprecedented.
The
total number of eye injuries is estimated between 13,000 and 17,000, and children account for 20% of these cases. This is a staggering figure.
Behind the numbers, in classrooms like this one, Young people shape their futures with each word they type. These children are returning to school under extraordinary circumstances, facing challenges far beyond the classroom walls. Their injuries may have altered how they see the world, but teachers here are working to ensure those challenges do not bring their education to an end. Ibrahim Al-Khalili, Al Jazeera, Deir al-Balah, Gaza, Palestine.
A group of South American asylum seekers is being held in a hotel in Kinshasa in Democratic Republic of Congo. They were deported from the US. The men and the women say their hands and feet were shackled for the duration of the 27-hour flight. DRC is one of the African nations that's agreed to take in migrants and asylum seekers deported from the United States. More than 1.8 million children in Somalia are suffering from severe malnutrition. Funding shortages have forced humanitarian organizations to reduce their support, scaling back life-saving programs. Catherine Soy reports from Kismayo in southern Somalia.
This child is having difficulty breathing. These twins are malnourished and dehydrated. And another is hungry. They fled villages along the river Juba to this camp for displaced people. Several of them had to be rushed to hospital for illnesses brought on by poor nutrition.
The children we met back at the IDP camp were brought to this hospital in Kismayo. This is one of the mothers, and the child is doing well.
Deka Abdi says her baby has been vomiting and has diarrhea. She'll be discharged soon.
I don't have anything to give my children. I'm sick. I can't work. I'm overwhelmed. I'm just waiting for any help.
As we were talking to Deka, doctors were trying to save 2-month-old Mariam Rashid. She has multiple health complications, including pneumonia. Her mother came to Kismayo from a village 60 kilometers away. They hope she'll pull through.
The child have secretions from the mouth and nose, so he needs what we call suction, intermittent suction, after every 2 to 3 hours.
1 million Somali children are severely malnourished. Aid workers and the government are trying to help, but funding shortages have made it difficult for them to respond to the crisis.
And our nutrition and emergency health program has reduced. Almost 200 health facilities have closed. More than 400 schools have closed. So that means children with malnutrition, there's limited services for them, and the few functioning health facilities are overburdened.
It's a rainy season, and some areas are experiencing flash floods. Others, nothing at all. In either case, more people will likely flee to camps with limited food and resources. Catherine Soy, Kismayo, southern Somalia.
Pope Leo has ended his 11-day trip to Africa with an open-air mass in Equatorial Guinea. The pontiff's first big international trip has seen him travelling around 18,000 kilometres, with stops in 4 countries. The Pope's themes have included tackling corruption and injustice. It's been partly overshadowed by a public spat with the US President Donald Trump over the war on Iran. Tensions are rising again in India's northeastern state of Manipur, where protests have spread after 2 young children were killed in an explosion earlier this month. The deaths have revived anger over an ethnic conflict that has already killed more than 260 people and displaced tens of thousands. Asad Beg reports.
Anger is once again spilling onto the streets of Manipur state. In the capital, Imphal, members of the majority Metai community, which is mostly Hindu, have been demanding answers and justice. Security forces have fired tear gas as protesters blocked a major highway. This unrest was triggered by the killings of 2 children in an explosion in the state's Bishnupur district earlier this month.
We are protesting today and angry because we have not got the truth and justice from the government. We are suffering due to this conflict, and even innocent children have been killed. We want justice. It should be delivered.
But the grief has tapped into something deeper. tensions with the neighbouring Christian Kuki-Zu communities. Both say they're marginalised by the state, and they're separated by a buffer zone maintained by police with orders from New Delhi. Close to the fault line between communities in Bishnupur, the demonstrations have remained intense. This is the room where 5-year-old Tumthin and his infant sister Yasiana were killed. Investigators still have not determined who carried out the attack. For the family, the uncertainty has only deepened the pain.
I want justice for my grandchildren and ends to the violence in Manipur. This is the only demand that we have. I don't want to blame Manipur state government. I want to put the blame on both the state and the federal government. Because of their failure, this has happened. We lost all the dreams that our family had.
But on the other side of Manipur's ethnic divide, there is anger too. In the mainly Christian Kuki-Zu areas, the death earlier this year of a politician from India's governing party remains a symbol of how badly trust has collapsed. Vungzagin's vault was attacked by a Metai mob in 2023 and later died from those injuries.
The center forces are the neutral forces who maintain the buffer zone between us, and without them then we can be under attack from the state forces at any moment.
The conflict between the communities first exploded in May 2023 over lands, rights and representation. And with each new death, each new protest and each new demand for justice, Manipur looks less like a state moving towards peace and more like one still trapped by the wounds of an unfinished conflict. Asad Beg, Al Jazeera.
I'm going to be back in a couple of minutes with more of our extensive coverage of the ceasefire and the war between the US, Israel and Iran. I'm Rob Matheson. Stay with us on Al Jazeera.
Somalia is facing a deepening humanitarian crisis. Millions are suffering from a lack of food and have been displaced from their homes. In a series of reports, Al Jazeera examines how soaring fuel costs and rising commodity prices due to the Iran conflict are affecting an already dire situation. Somalia's deepening crisis. Special coverage on Al Jazeera.
Israeli intelligence services are often ranked among the best in the world. But sometimes things go wrong.
In the case of October 7th, the intelligence failure is much worse than in 73.
Al Jazeera World examines some of these failures and how Israel's enemies use spies to inform on their own country.
Nobody wants to talk about them openly.
Infiltration from within on Al Jazeera.
Can you really bomb a political future into existence?
I don't think that's what we're trying to do. I think the objective here is to destroy the instruments of Iranian state power.
Upfront tackles the big issues, only on Al Jazeera.
Hello, I'm Rob Matheson. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha with continuing coverage of the ceasefires in Iran and Lebanon. Coming up in the next 60 minutes, Donald Trump issues a shoot and kill warning for any Iranian vessel laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz, which he says the US now controls. But Iran's Revolutionary Guard releases images of tanker interceptions as the blockade standoff shows up no signs of easing. Lebanon mourns a journalist killed in an Israeli strike ahead of the next round of ceasefire talks in Washington. European leaders unlock a multi-billion-dollar loan to Ukraine and a new package of sanctions against Moscow. Iran and the US are ramping up pressure on the shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. President Donald Trump says he's ordered the Navy to triple its efforts to clear mines from the crucial waterway. He says the US has the strait sealed tight and that no ship can enter or leave Iran's ports until Tehran makes a peace deal. In a social media post, he said, "I have ordered the United States Navy to shoot and kill any boat, small boats though they may be, their naval ships are all 159 of them at the bottom of the sea, that is putting mines in the waters of the Strait of Hormuz." In a separate post, just minutes later, Trump added, "We have total control over the Strait of Hormuz. No ship can enter or leave without the approval of the United States Navy. It is sealed up tight until such time as Iran is able to make a deal." Earlier, U.S. forces boarded and seized a vessel in the Indian Ocean. The military says the unflagged ship, called the Majestic, is sanctioned and was transporting Iranian oil. Iran says it won't enter ceasefire talks while the U.S. maintains its blockade. And the blockades by the U.S. and Iran on the Strait have seen crossings fall to their lowest levels since the war began. Just 9 were recorded on Wednesday. That's down from a wartime peak of 26 last Saturday, when Iran briefly eased its restrictions. Iran has released footage of its forces seizing 2 tankers off its coast. Al Jazeera's Tawhid Asadi reports from Tehran.
The US says it has totally destroyed Iran's navy, but all it takes is one small boat to disrupt global trade. Iranian state television aired these pictures in the early hours of Thursday morning. Masked Iranian soldiers scaling the side of the Panama flag container ship MSC Francesca. Panama has condemned what it calls the illegal seizure of the vessel, which was on its way to Sri Lanka. It was one of the 2 ships seized by Iran. The IRGC accused the MSC Francesca and the Liberia flagged Epaminondas of operating without required permits and turning off their transponders, which shares the ship's location. They are the latest ships to be caught up in the US-Iran battle for the control of the strait.
The ceasefire is an opportunity to prepare for reconstruction, or in the words of our armed forces, an opportunity to reload. We have certainly made the best possible use of this opportunity. I want to stress this: we will not leave this battlefield until the aggressor is seriously punished and ultimately made to regret it.
Ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz must also face the United States blockade of Iranian ports. And it's that blockade Iranian officials blame for stalling peace negotiations. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian says it is the main obstacle to the resumption of talks, but the US shows no sign of backing down.
We are completely strangling their economy through this blockade. They're losing $500 million a day. The Karg Island is completely full. They can't move oil in and out. They can't even pay their own people as a result of this economic leverage that President Trump has inflicted over them.
Before the war, about 130 ships a day would enter and exit through the Strait of Hormuz, moving about 20% of the world's daily oil and gas supply. Now, few ships are getting through. Those trying face the threat of being turned around by the US or being boarded by Iranian forces. But with no other way in or out, ships and the world are left waiting for an end to the blockade standoff. Tawhid Asadi, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
We've got correspondents covering this story for us from Dubai and Tehran and the White House. That's where we're going to start in Washington, D.C., with Mike Hanna, who's standing by there. So Donald Trump now issuing shoot-to-kill orders on boats which are laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. That's going to add to the tension.
Indeed, yes. Well, President Trump clearly intent on demonstrating U.S. control of the Strait of Hormuz, which he maintains has been achieved through the use of that blockade. The Strait of Hormuz has become absolutely central to President Trump's apparent policy with regard to the war, insisting that this blockade is going to remain until Iran comes to the negotiating table. The president says that Iran is suffering massive financial harm because of this blockade, and he is attempting to demonstrate the extent of U.S. control to drive this point home to the Iranians and to bring them to the negotiating table, something that he continues to want. Meanwhile, the ceasefire remains open-ended. The White House spokesperson says that it's up to President Trump to decide when or whether the ceasefire will be ended or whether it will be extended even further pending a return to negotiation.
Mike, thanks very much indeed. That's Mike Hanna talking to us there from the White House. We're going to go to Ali Hashim, who's in Tehran. Of course, this has only been happening in the last couple of hours or so, Ali, but has there been any reaction from Iranian officials to Donald Trump's latest statements?
For the moment, there are no reaction from the Iranian officials regarding President Trump's statements. However, over the past few days, they've been asserting that they are going to retaliate to any violation, to any harm that's going to be imposed on the interests. And we've seen when an Iranian ship was taken, they decided to take another 2 ships in the sea. And given the fact that this area, the Sea of Oman, the Strait of Hormuz, are the only place where both sides, the Americans and the Iranians, are directly engaging. Now, regardless of how they are engaging, it's also the only place where they can signal to each other. Now, given the fact that everyone is eyeing the next negotiations and whether it's going to happen or not, all this escalation we're seeing, all this tension we're seeing is in a way or another related, and at the same time is a reflection of how much this ceasefire is fragile and could at any moment fall apart. And that's why we are hearing from Iranian officials, for example, today we heard from the spokesperson for the Defense Ministry that the process of manufacturing weapons, missiles and drones is continuing and hasn't stopped and was going on during the war. Also the head of the judiciary was praising the military's activities in the Strait of Hormuz, saying that it's a matter of pride. So what we are seeing is more of rhetoric, more of each side trying to impose their narrative in a way or another, trying to show that they are strong, but there's no substance for now, because the whole problem right now is not substantial. However, it's very important. It's not substantial because it's mainly on getting the Iranians to the table, and it doesn't have anything to do with the gaps, with the main issues that the Iranians and the Americans have differences on. But the fact is that despite them being unsubstantial, they are a major hurdle towards resuming the talks.
Ali, thank you very much indeed. Ali Hashim there in Tehran. Let's go to Zain Basravi, who's in Dubai. So maritime traffic and trade interests in the region badly affected by what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. Just bring us up to speed with what you understand about the situation with regard to the Gulf states.
Well, the number remains the same as it has since the war began, since before that, 20%. 20% of the world's oil and gas goes through the Strait of Hormuz. And it comes largely from these GCC countries. And ever since the war began, ever since there's been a halt on these shipments, ever since there's been attacks on oil and gas infrastructure, everything has been turned upside down. The international economy has been badly hit. GCC countries facing an existential crisis in terms of security, in terms of their economy. And as long as the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, that existential threat remains. Now, the ceasefire meant that the lull that we have seen, the halt on aerial bombardments of GCC cities, that seems to be the status quo, that seems to remain, that seems to be static. And that's been certainly something that has come as a relief to the leaders, the residents of these countries. But as long as the Strait of Hormuz remains unstable, as long as you have the US and Iran taking shots at ships, going back and forth, effectively the return of the tanker wars of the 70s and the 80s, as long as that carries on, it remains an existential problem, a crisis for the region's economy, for the region's security. Now let's just look at a couple of things that have happened in the last few days. The US military on Thursday saying that they've seized a second tanker associated with the smuggling of Iranian oil. This ratchets up a standoff seriously with the IRGC. And this comes just a day after Iran intercepted, attacked 3 vessels and seized 2 of those cargo ships. And both sides now releasing dramatic footage of those activities, military activities, naval activities being carried out in those maritime corridors. The United States showing footage of their military rappelling down on ropes, soldiers dropping onto the decks of ships from helicopters. The IRGC putting out footage showing their small ships, to small boats taking over these cargo ships. All of this continues to escalate tensions in the Strait of Hormuz and continues to take the 2 sides apart from negotiating any kind of solution. And for the GCC, for the region, that means a continuation of this conflict and a continuation of this limbo that we find ourselves in.
Zain, thank you very much indeed. Zain Basravi there in Dubai. Well, joining me in the studio is Mark Kimmett. He's a retired U.S. Army general and a former U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Political and Military Affairs. So very good to have you with us on Al Jazeera. I want to talk to you about the the military strategies that we're seeing by the Iranians and by the US in the Strait of Hormuz. We have Iran mounting these small attacks using small boats. Ostensibly, according to Donald Trump, they're also using them to lay mines in the strait as well. We also have the might of the US military, which is there on a significant scale. Is it that differential in scale that could end up prolonging this conflict, or is it something that can be contained? And are both sides actually more matched than we might anticipate?
Well, they're matched in one capability. The Americans are fighting and are equipped for a large war. The Iranians are fighting what we call an asymmetric war. Aircraft carriers are no match for speedboats. Speedboats are no match for aircraft carriers. So both at this point seem to be trying to adjust to each other's tactics. It's a fairly low-level conflict going on right now, certainly much better than either the war last June or what we saw at the beginning of March. But nonetheless, I think that's sort of the background noise behind the even further background noise, non-noise of potential negotiations and what seems to be some exchange of positions that might be that unified approach, that unified position that the President of the United States is looking for before he returns to the table. So I don't think we're going to see, absent a strategic miscalculation, I don't think we're going to see much military movement in the strait because both sides are trying the same thing, economic strangulation. The United States is trying to strangle the Iranian economy. The Iranians are trying to basically strangle the world economy. And they're both being quite successful at doing that right now.
I want to pick up on something you mentioned, strategic miscalculation, because if we look at the maps that we have of what the ships that are flowing through the Strait of Hormuz, there are an awful lot of ships there, tankers and containers there, as well as the military craft that are there on both sides. Now, we are now hearing about the action that's being taken against the mines there. How much do you think there is a risk of something tragic happening, a mistake happening, which could escalate the situation?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a mistake. I'd call it a miscalculation on the part of some young IRGC commander that wants to make a name for himself. He and his 5 speedboats head out. 4 get destroyed, but 1 gets through, seriously damages an American ship, potentially kills some sailors and airmen. That would restart the entire conflict, and candidly, a large number of Americans being killed would amplify that conflict beyond what we've seen up to this point. That's what I think everybody's worried about.
We were hearing in the last hour or so that Germany is preparing some sort of minesweeping capability in the event that there is a ceasefire. It's preparing to, it's offering its services in the Strait of Hormuz. Other countries have done this as well, but until that ceasefire happens, it does seem as though that the US Navy is carrying the responsibility for clearing whatever mines there may be in the strait and ultimately carrying out patrols and making the strait safe should it get to that point. Given the structure of the military that you've been talking about and the material that is there, are they capable of doing that? Do they have the right equipment to be able to make that happen on their own?
Yeah, during the tanker war that was referred to earlier from 1981 to 1988, we had specialized Avenger-class ships that we used for mine countermeasure. We had 11 of them. The United States only has 4 of them now, and only 1 of them is in the Gulf. So as a result, we've seen other newer techniques, newer capabilities brought online. Undersea drones are doing a tremendous job. Submarines can detect the mines as well. And we have mammals, porpoises, that can do this job as well. I don't think they've really stitched it all together just yet, but their attempt will be to open up wider and wider lanes to at least get lanes wide enough for commercial traffic to go through. Naturally, that won't be sufficient to get all of the cargo ships out because they use numerous lanes on a daily basis. But it may relieve some of the pressure and some of the danger coming from the mines.
General Kimmitt, we appreciate you being with us, sir. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Well, the UN is sounding the alarm on global food security as the Strait of Hormuz closure cuts off a third of the world's fertilizer supply. Countries that rely on shipments from the Gulf, such as Sudan, Somalia and Sri Lanka, are at greater risk. With planting season already underway, the UN says an immediate solution is needed. The Secretary-General has set up a task force aimed at securing passage for fertilizer supplies. Jorge Moreira de Silva is the Executive Director of the UN Office for Project Services. It provides infrastructure, procurement and project management services across the world. He's joining us live from Copenhagen. Sir, thank you very much indeed for being with us on Al Jazeera. The first thing that one is struck by is the scale of the problem that you're facing. How does an organisation like yours attempt to manage the logistics of trying to find alternative sources of fertilizer or trying to get the fertilizer that should be delivered through?
Thank you, Rob. It's a pleasure to be here, and indeed, as you said, is a massive effort that is needed, and that's why the Secretary General put in place a task force that includes several agencies. I'm honored to lead the task force, and the idea is to front-load efforts on fertilizers. We are not questioning at all, by contrary, the freedom of navigation. It's an undisputable principle that needs to be put in place. But at the same time, we can't wait until everything being fixed on negotiations to provide some relief that is absolutely needed through the fertilizers, particularly to countries that are high dependent from fertilizers from the region. So, as we all know, there is a nexus between fertilizers availability and affordability and agriculture productivity, and there is a nexus between agriculture productivity and food security. And the problem is the dependence from several countries or fertilizers coming from the Strait of Hormuz will likely put them in a humanitarian crisis. And the problem is that it's no longer those countries that are importing fertilizers from the Gulf, such as Sudan, Somalia, Mozambique, that are being impacted. It's also the countries that are importing and dependent on fertilizer from other regions that are being impacted because the entire fertilizer market is disrupted. Let's just give you one example on prices. The price of urea increased 65%. The price of ammonia increased 40%. So it's not just the finished fertilizers, it's also the raw materials. That's why the Secretary General has put in place this initiative where, based on our previous experience on Black Sea Grain Initiative, the UN monitor verification inspection mechanism in Yemen, and also in the mechanism in Gaza, trying to develop a mechanism that would build confidence. And that's why I've been in contact with all parties. I've been meeting with Iran, with the GCC countries, the Gulf countries, with the United States, with Israel, but also with many other countries that, even if they are not directly involved in the conflict, they are massively impacted by the risk of an enormous food insecurity. So I think that it's important that we take in consideration that diplomacy and nature, they don't have the same cycles. I know that we are all waiting for the dialogue in Islamabad. We are all waiting for a big discussion to bring peace to the region. But we can't wait for an effort in this area of fertilizers because the planting season in many countries in Africa is from now until May. So we need to create all the conditions through this mechanism, and the UN is ready. We have done these efforts in the past. In 7 days, my team of monitors will be ready to be on the ground. But if this is only possible if there is a political deal that allows us to work.
So if the farmers themselves, the individual farmers, don't get the fertilizer that they need and they don't get it for a long time, what kind of impact is that going to have on them?
Well, the impact is massive and devastating. The World Food Programme has put some preliminary projections saying that very likely we'll get, if this disruption continues, we'll have 45 million more people forced into food insecurity, which means hunger, starvation. Unfortunately, this are impacts that are wide and last. We have to learn with what happened with the pandemic. When this kind of disruption happens, it doesn't happen only in one region, it happens globally, and it's not fixed when the origin of the problem is fixed. The consequences tend to last for many years. And that's why we have to create the conditions, and I've been engaging a lot, as I mentioned, with parties, so that we can get UN being mandated, because the UN to work, we need a mandate from member states, either a Security Council mandate or a mandate from the parties in the region to allow the UN to enable this mechanism, which is basically a mechanism of registration, deconfliction, monetary verification, and reporting. So it's a way to build trust, to build confidence. And I'm convinced, Rob, that if we get a deal on the fertilizers, it can be a way also to build trust and confidence for the other components of a deal for the region.
So it's very interesting to get your thoughts on this. Jorge Moreira de Silva, Executive Director of the UN Office for Project Services. We're grateful to you for being with us on Al Jazeera. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
In Lebanon, the funeral of journalist Amal Khalil is being held in her hometown of Beirut. Khalil was targeted and killed in Israeli strikes on Wednesday while she was seeking shelter in the town of Atiri in the south. Another journalist, Zainab Faraj, was injured. Israeli forces prevented the Red Crescent from accessing the site for hours. Lebanon's Prime Minister, Nawaz Salam, has accused Israel of crimes against humanity. Zainab Faraj is in hospital receiving treatment and has described her last moments with Amal Khalil.
كانت عم تقرب تعبطني كل شوي. الأمل مكتوب بريس والدرع ما في على أساس هونيك إنه في وقف إطلاق نار على أساس هيك على أساس في جيش فوق على أساس بالوقت اللي كنا مارقين من الطيري كان في سيارات عم ترجع كمان بس ما سمعت صوت صاروخ نازل أو أي شيء أبدا.
Amal Khalil was 43. She worked for the Arab language daily newspaper Al Akhbar. She had been covering the conflict in Lebanon since 2006. Most recently, Khalil had been reporting on the Israeli demolitions of homes and other civilian infrastructure.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. उम्मीद आप खैरियत से होंगे। जी वो ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़ आ गई है जिसका तकरीबन 15-16 साल से इंतजार किया जा रहा था और वो किसका था? रिंग रोड का एक सेगमेंट जो पेंडिंग था वो था SL4। वैसे तो दो सेगमेंट इसके पेंडिंग थे, एक SL3 जो कि आज से 1.5-2 साल पहले जो मोहसिन नकवी साहब का जब टाइम आया था उन्होंने वो बनवा लिया था, जो बहरिया टाउन से गुजर के और ये राइवन रोड से स्टार्ट होता था, फिर बहरिया टाउन को क्रॉस करते हुए किनार रोड को क्रॉस करते हुए और एंड होता था मुल्तान रोड को कनेक्ट करके। अच्छा, अब वहाँ से अगला जो प्लान था मुल्तान रोड से SL3 को कनेक्ट करके और जो हम पिछले तकरीबन 15 साल से सुनते आ रहे थे कि ठोकर न्याज बेग को कनेक्ट किया जाएगा और इसकी बेस पे कुछ सोसाइटीज़ थी ठोकर न्याज बेग की सराउंडिंग में जो कि दरिया रावी के बिल्कुल साथ आती हैं, मुल्तान रोड की सोसाइटीज़ थी, तो उन्होंने बड़ी इस चीज़ की मार्केटिंग भी की थी। साइकिल जो है ये अब आके कंप्लीट हो जाएगा। अच्छा, इसको समझने के लिए ज़रूरी है कि रिंग रोड स्टार्ट कहाँ से हो रहा है। अगर टेक्निकली हम देखें वो मोटरवे का बेसिकली पार्ट है, लेकिन जब आप लाहौर इस्लामाबाद मोटरवे से लाहौर की तरफ आते हैं, शेखुपुरा क्रॉस करते हैं तो एक आपको एग्जिट मिलता है काला शाह काकू की। तो जैसे ही आप काला शाह काकू की तरफ एग्जिट लेते हैं आगे GT रोड के ऊपर इंटरचेंज आ जाता है मोटरवे का, वहीं से आगे सियालकोट मोटरवे की एंट्री भी है, तो यही सीधी कनेक्टिविटी आगे चल जाती है एयरपोर्ट की तरफ और वहाँ से फिर एग्जिट होता है एक्चुअल सियालकोट मोटरवे का। तो लेकिन दूसरा जो एग्जिट होता है वो इसकी तरफ जो एयरपोर्ट है उसकी तरफ। तो ये रिंग रोड क्रॉस करता है एयरपोर्ट को, फिर DHA फेज 8 हो, DHA फेज 6 हो, DHA फेज 5 हो, ये क्रॉस करता हुआ اور پھر یہ فیروز پور روڈ کے سراؤنڈنگ سے گزرتا ہوا یہ پھر ایل ڈی اے سٹی کو کراس کرتا ہے، پھر لیک سٹی کو کراس کرتا ہے، پائن ایوینیو کو کراس کرتے ہوئے، فضائیہ ہاؤسنگ کو کراس کرتے ہوئے، تو یہ آتا تھا رائبن روڈ کے اوپر، یہ اینڈ ہو جاتا تھا. ٹھیک ہے. اچھا وہاں سے تو جو لاسٹ سیگمنٹ بنا تھا جی بینیفیشری کون بنے گا، اس کا ہم تو ظاہر ہے ریئل اسٹیٹ کے حوالے سے ہی بات کریں گے. تو اس کا سب سے بڑا بینیفیشری مجھے نظر آ رہا ہے جہاں پہ پورا لاہور اس سے بینیفٹ اٹھائے گا، انڈسٹریز بہت زیادہ بینیفٹ اٹھائیں گی. تو جیسے کہ یہ سندر والی سائڈ کی جو انڈسٹریز ہیں، پھر فیروز پور روڈ والی سائڈ کی جو انڈسٹریز ہیں، ان کو جب کنیکٹ کرنا ہوتا تھا کراچی موٹر وے کو یا اسلام آباد موٹر وے کو، تو ان کو یہ عبدالستار ایدھی روڈ اور یہاں سے کراس کر کے جانا پڑتا تھا. لیکن اب کیا ہوگا کہ یہ جو انڈسٹریل ایریاز ہیں، بے شک وہ فیروز پور روڈ والی سائڈ پہ ہوں یا ادھر اڈا پلاٹ کی سراؤنڈنگ میں ہو، سندر کی سراؤنڈنگ میں ہو، یہ اڈا پلاٹ سے ہی کنیکٹ کریں گے رنگ روڈ کو. رنگ روڈ آگے ان کو لے جائے گا لاہور کراچی موٹر وے کی طرف. وہاں سے اب آپ بے شک ملتان چلے جائیں یا وہاں سے اسلام آباد کی طرف یا وہاں سے سیالکوٹ کی طرف، تو ایک بہت زبردست ٹریفک کا فلو بننے والا ہے. اور پورا جو مرکز بن جائے گا یہ اڈا پلاٹ، اس کی سراؤنڈنگ کی جو سوسائٹیز ہیں وہ بہت زیادہ پہلے بھی بوم پہ جا رہی ہیں، اب اور زیادہ اس میں بینیفٹ ہونے جا رہا ہے. یہ بحریہ ٹاؤن بھی بینیفٹ اس کا اٹھائے گی، بحریہ آرچرڈ، لیک سٹی، یہ ساری سوسائٹیز بہت بینیفٹ میں جا رہی ہیں کیونکہ یہاں سے اب سیدھا آپ کراچی کو ایکسیس کر سکتے ہو، اسلام آباد کو ایکسیس کر سکتے ہو. اب آپ تو پہلے جو اڈا پلاٹ کی سراؤنڈنگ میں جو بھی سوسائٹیز تھیں ان کو پہلے ٹھوکر نیاز بے جانا پڑتا تھا، یا آپ یہ کہہ لیں کہ جو فیروز پور روڈ والی سائڈ کی بھی جو سوسائٹیز تھی ان کو پہلے رنگ روڈ کے تھرو یا ملتان روڈ کو ایکسیس کرنا پڑتا تھا، وہاں سے اگین ان کو ٹھوکر نیاز بیگ جانا پڑتا تھا. پوری ٹریفک ٹھوکر نیاز بیگ پہ جاتی تھی اور اس کے بعد جو ہے نا پورا وہ ایریا بھی رشی ہوتا تھا، پولوشن فیکٹر بہت زیادہ تھا. اور پھر وہ موٹر وے کو کنیکٹ کرتی تھی اور پھر جس نے کراچی جانا ہے، اسلام آباد جانا ہے یا سیالکوٹ جانا ہے وہ وہاں سے کنیکٹیوٹی بنتی تھی. لیکن اب وہ سارا سین ختم ہو گیا. اب یہ سارے ایریاز جو ہے نا ود ان 5 منٹ کی ڈرائیو کے اوپر یہ لاہور کراچی موٹر وے کو ایکسیس کریں گے اور اس کے ساتھ وہیں سے ہی ان کی کنیکٹیوٹی اسلام آباد سیالکوٹ کی بنے گی. اور پھر جہاں جہاں جو بھی ایریاز ہیں تو جی یہ سارا ایریاز جو ہے نا اڈا پلاٹ کی سراؤنڈنگ میں ہم اس کے اینگل سے ہی چیزوں کو دیکھیں گے. تو یہ آنے والے ٹائم میں کمرشل کے حساب سے، ریزیڈینشل کے حساب سے اور ویسے بھی جو انڈسٹریل انفراسٹرکچر بھی اس سائٹ پہ کافی موجود ہے اور باقی ایجوکیشنل انسٹیٹیوٹ اس سائٹ پہ ہیں. تو میرا خیال ہے وہ ساری چیزیں پوری ہو رہی ہیں اس سائٹ پہ جو کہ
It's a different era, but then, like now, peace with Israel lacks internal consensus and carries the risk of prolonged violence. Lebanon is again a battleground. Zana Khudr, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Going to cross over to our correspondent in Washington, D.C., Manuel Rapallo. There's been a lot of speculation about what would be achieved at these talks. Is there any indication of some movement? Is there a chance of a breakthrough?
Well, we certainly don't want to downplay the importance of these talks, the historic nature of the negotiations that will be taking place, the second round of ambassador-level talks here in Washington. But we do not necessarily get the sense that there is going to be a major breakthrough out of these talks specifically, and that has more to do with the fact that some of these disputes are deeply entrenched. For example, Israel's demand of a full disarmament of Hezbollah, Lebanon's demand of a full withdrawal of Lebanese forces from of Israeli forces from Lebanese territory. What we can expect from U.S. officials today is to focus on building on that fragile 10-day ceasefire that was established earlier this month, a ceasefire that's scheduled to lapse on Sunday. There is a sense of urgency among U.S. diplomats here at the State Department, but there is also a lot of optimism here. So the focus obviously here being to find an agreement that will prevent the current situation from spiraling back into a full-scale conflict. But the focus is going to be more on small steps that can be taken in the immediate term right now, extending that ceasefire, ending border fighting and establishing the framework that would be necessary to keep this dialogue going. On a very important note here, we should note again, as part of our ongoing reporting, that Hezbollah is not a part of these talks, and this is part of the sort of additional conflicting confusion and challenge being posed in these talks moving forward, because the group has also stated that they will not abide by any of the agreements that may or may not come out of these talks going on here. So that obviously poses a challenge moving forward to any sort of enforcement of an agreement, even if it is a breakthrough that comes out of these negotiations here in D.C.
That's bringing us up to speed from Washington, D.C. That's Manuel Rapallo. Thank you very much. You're watching Al Jazeera. Reminder of our top stories this hour. Donald Trump's escalated U.S. threats in the Strait of Hormuz as Pakistani mediators wait for Iran to propose a peace plan. On social media, he says he's ordered the Navy to shoot at any Iranian boats suspected of laying mines in the strait. The U.S. military says it's raided a sanctioned, stateless ship in the Indian Ocean that was moving oil from Iran. Iran's also been taking over vessels, and it seized 2 cargo ships in the Strait of Hormuz on Wednesday, accusing them of operating without authorization. And the funeral of Lebanese journalist Amal Khalil has been held a day after she was killed in an Israeli strike on southern Lebanon. President Joseph Aoun has condemned the attack as Lebanese and Israeli envoys prepare for a second round of direct talks in Washington, D.C. The European Union has formally approved a $105 billion loan to Ukraine and new sanctions against Russia. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is set to mark the breakthrough with EU leaders at a summit in Cyprus. Hungary and Slovakia dropped their long-standing objections to the loan after a dispute over the pipeline that brings them Russian oil via Ukraine came to an end. Zelensky said the funds will bolster the army and support domestic weapons production.
We are very thankful the great progress today, 90 billion support package and sanctions package, which is also a great signal. And we will work to make sure the funds are delivered as soon as possible. For us, it's important, and this will strengthen, of course, first of all, our army, Ukrainian forces, and allow us to boost production by air defense and work more to protect our energy system for the winter. And together we will solve many issues of protecting lives. And of course, we will keep working to push Russia to real diplomacy to end this war again.
Well, leaders at the informal EU summit in Cyprus are going to be focusing on rising energy costs. They're expected to discuss support measures, efforts to diversify supplies and potential steps to reduce consumption if the war in the Middle East drags on. Rory Challens has more from Nicosia in Cyprus. So is the agreement of the loan for Ukraine being welcomed by the leaders gathered there?
Absolutely. It is done. It was unanimous, and President Zelensky himself was here in Cyprus to mark the moment. It has been months in the making, this loan. It was back in December at the European Council that the loan was agreed, but there has been a long period of blocking and obstruction before getting to the finishing line. 90 billion euros, that's about $105 billion. Now, this is an interest-free loan. It only has to be repaid once Russia pays Ukraine reparations, if and when that ever happens, after the war is finished. And it will go towards Ukraine's most urgent needs through 2026 and into 2027. And that includes both military needs and budgetary needs as well. The way that this breaks down is that about a third of the loan is going towards Ukraine's wider budget. 2/3 of it is going to the military. And Ursula von der Leyen said that one of the first packages of this loan would be drones. As she put it, Ukrainian drones for Ukraine. Now, the blockage had, of course, been mainly Hungary, and following Viktor Orban's defeat in recent elections, and now that oil is flowing again through the Druzhba pipeline through Ukraine to Hungary, that obstruction has fallen away. All 27 member states voted for this loan. It's a huge relief, not just for Ukraine, but also for the European Union. It has been a very frustrating few months for them to try and get this deal over the line. And as Kaja Kallas put it after it was agreed, This is tough for Russia's war economy, which she says is under growing strain, while Ukraine, she said, is getting a major boost.
Rory, what else can we expect from this summit? I was mentioning before that they're going to be talking about rising energy costs and support measures, efforts to diversify supplies. That's a big subject to cover in what is a comparatively short summit.
Yeah, and what's important to say about this summit is it is an informal gathering, so don't expect any concrete resolutions to come out of the end of it. But what we will get is a political setting of the agenda for the path forwards. But there are big issues that they are having to deal with. Of course, there's the war in the Middle East, there are soaring energy costs, and there are the EU's own finances to deal with as well. On the geopolitical to-do list, they have what they're calling de-escalation in the Middle East because of the war there. They're talking about how to safeguard navigation through the Straits of Hormuz, and they're talking about their own budgets going forward, the EU budget for the next few years. On Friday, EU leaders are going to be sitting down with guests who are coming from Egypt, from Jordan, from Syria, from the Gulf Arab countries as well, and you can guess what's going to be on the to-do list there. The discussion list, of course, is going to be the war in Iran. But another thing that they're having to add into the mix in this packed agenda is the EU's own mutual defence clause, part of the EU's agreement, but it's a bit fuzzy. What does that actually mean in practice? Some of the countries in the EU are wanting that to be nailed down, to be made firmer as the risk in the world and the threats facing the EU escalate.
Rory, thank you very much indeed. Rory Challenge there, talking to us from Nicosia in Cyprus. Gabor Schering is an assistant professor of comparative politics at Georgetown University in Qatar. He's also a former member of the National Assembly of Hungary. He's joining us live from Doha. Very good to have you with us on Al Jazeera. This package that has been released was pretty much being blocked by Viktor Orban when he was in power in Hungary. Now Orban has gone. Do you see that Hungary itself is going to be changing its stance towards future loans towards Ukraine?
Yes, good evening, everyone. This is clearly already an early sign of the political change that is coming with the incoming new government in Hungary. Viktor Orban is still technically the prime minister, but he kind of lost room to maneuver. And instead of waiting for Peter Magyar to kind of take care of the mess that he's leaving behind with regard to EU-Ukraine relations, he agreed to this multi-dimensional package unlocking financing to Ukraine. In return, Ukraine agreed to kind of recover flows through the Druzhba pipeline. So this is indeed already a sign of the political changes in Hungary, and I expect the new incoming Peter Magyar government to continue this pro-EU and cautiously also pro-Ukraine line.
Just shortly after the announcement was made, there was a statement that came out, excuse me, from President Zelensky of Ukraine and the leader of, and Ursula von der Leyen, the leader of the EU, calling on third countries to assist in bridging the remaining gaps in Ukraine's finances. How tricky is that going to be now that this $105 billion loan has been handed to Ukraine? How difficult is it going to be to persuade other countries to try to plug those gaps?
Yeah, I mean, this is a critical question. This financing is huge. It's partially financing immediate macroeconomic needs, including payment of salaries. So this is really something that Ukraine clearly needed. Another bigger part of it goes to financing defense needs, which partially also means buying of European weapons and supplies. But there's clearly a remaining part that Ukraine needs to keep its finances afloat, and there is a discussion that Western countries, G7 countries, will contribute to that. So I think this will change, and with the kind of the vetoer of in chief in Europe, Viktor Orban, out of the picture, I also expect the EU being able to act more quickly with regard to eventual further financial mechanisms. Now, we have to also keep in mind that Peter Magyar has inherited Viktor Orbán's kind of withdrawal from this 90 billion fund, and he will not join it. So that's also part of the reality.
How do you think Hungary will stand when it comes to, for example, the sanctions on Russia? We know that the European Union's formally issued new sanctions against Russia. If I'm just reading that they appear to be geared predominantly towards maritime and energy restrictions, obviously trying to limit Russia's ability to export oil. Do you think that those are more likely to be able to progress more quickly and more smoothly now that the government of Hungary has changed?
Yes, exactly. It was more or less part of the same package, financing to Ukraine, Druzhba pipeline flows to Hungary and Slovakia, and also the 20th sanctions package on Russian fossil exports, maritime fossil exports was part of the same package. Now a bunch of new vessels have been added, new destinations have been added, financial banks have been added to the list. So this is again a clear signal of changing winds in Europe with Viktor Orbán out of the picture. But in the long run, I think Europe needs to also up its game in terms of not switching from one dependency on Russia to another, mostly American LNG. And I think the real long-term solution would be here an intensified green transition, where Spain and some of the Nordic countries, Sweden, Finland, prove really that this is doable. Right now, what we're seeing is kind of a diversification of fossil dependency away from Russia towards Western suppliers. But this is not a clear long-term solution.
We appreciate you giving us the benefit of your expertise in this. Geber Schering, Assistant Professor of Comparative Politics at Georgetown University, Qatar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Russian strikes killed 2 people in the southeastern Ukrainian city of Dnipro. Emergency services say 10 others, including 2 children, were injured. The strike destroyed an apartment block, a shop, and several cars. And in Russia, a Ukrainian drone attack has killed 1 person in the southwestern city of Samara. Its governor says industrial facilities were targeted. Drone debris fell on an apartment building and on the street. And residents in the southern Russian town of Tuapse have been warned to avoid going outdoors as a fire continues to rage at a Black Sea oil refinery. A Ukrainian drone attack hit the facility a week ago. Firefighters are still working to put out the blaze. The refinery was producing around 240,000 barrels of oil per day before operations were suspended after the attack on April 16th. Al Jazeera's Yulia Shapovalova is at the scene in Tuapse. She says the whole area has been badly affected by the pollution caused by the fire.
What's happening in Tuapse right now can be called an environmental disaster. We've personally witnessed the so-called oil rain, which left black fuel oil on all the surfaces, and tiny particles of this fuel oil get on clothing and they can't be washed off. In several districts of Tuapse, the maximum concentration of harmful substances exceeded several times, and these toxic substances end up on people's hair, skin, lungs, on animals, as well as on fields, gardens and farms, affecting crops. And after remaining silent for several days, authorities have acknowledged the problem and issued recommendations for locals to keep windows shut, spend less time outdoors, wear masks when outside, and avoid smoking. And well, schools here in the city have just resumed their classes, but parents prefer to leave their children at home.
At least 3 people have been killed in an Israeli airstrike in central Gaza. The attack hit a car in the Al-Maghazi camp in Deir al-Bala. Several Palestinians were reported wounded as the car burst into flames. It's the 3rd attack and ceasefire violation in less than 24 hours. Israeli attacks have killed more than 780 Palestinians since the truce came into effect in October. More than 2.5 years of Israel's war in Gaza has changed the lives of Palestinian children forever. Gaza's health authorities have recorded eye injuries in more than 3,000 youngsters. Before the war, the strip had rehabilitation and treatment centres to help blind and visually impaired children. and now much of the healthcare system lies in ruins. Ibrahim Al-Khalili visited the only rehabilitation centre of its kind in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza.
12-year-old Muhammad Ouda was on his way to visit his grandmother when he saw a small metal object on the ground. Passers-by say when he picked it up, it exploded. He lost both his eyes. But Muhammad says he does not need them to see his future.
I will continue my education, grow and keep learning. I hope to travel and receive treatment, and God willing, my eyes will not stop me from continuing my education.
He is among the dozens of children studying at Al-Noor Center in southern Gaza. They are finding new ways to connect with the world around them. At first, Muhammad's father Hussam says his heart ached for his son. But now, the boy is thriving.
He has lost something vital in his life. Despite that, we were determined that he should continue his education, so I enrolled him at Al-Noor Center for the Blind. There, he has been an outstanding student and a high achiever.
Doctors say the scale of eye injuries among children is unprecedented.
The total number of eye injuries is estimated between 13,000 and 17,000, and children account for 20% of these cases. This is a staggering figure.
Behind the numbers, in classrooms like this one, young people shape their futures with each word they type.
These children are returning to school under extraordinary circumstances, facing challenges far beyond the classroom walls. Their injuries may have altered how they see the world, but teachers here are working to ensure those challenges do not bring their education to an end. Ibrahim Al-Khalili, Al Jazeera, Deir al-Balah, Gaza, Palestine.
A group of South American asylum seekers deported from the U.S. is being held in a hotel in Kinshasa in Democratic Republic of Congo. They say their hands and feet have been shackled for the duration of the 27-hour flight. DRC is one of the African nations that has agreed to take in migrants and asylum seekers deported from the United States.
It's clear that this country is one of the poorest in the world, and quite frankly, I was sent here, and all I'm hoping for right now is that the Colombian authorities, the foreign ministry, or the consulates will help me obtain a travel document so that I can go home.
I don't want to go to the Congo. I'm scared. It's a country I don't know. I don't speak the language. I've got so much on my mind, and I'm really anxious at the same time.
More than 1.8 million children in Somalia are suffering from severe malnutrition. Funding shortages have forced humanitarian organizations to reduce their support, scaling back life-saving programs. People leaving their homes because of prolonged droughts are especially at risk. Catherine Soy reports from Kismayo in southern Somalia.
This child is having difficulty breathing. These twins are malnourished and dehydrated. And another is hungry. They fled villages along the river Juba to this camp for displaced people. Several of them had to be rushed to hospital for illnesses brought on by poor nutrition.
The children we met back at the IDP camp were brought to this hospital in Kismayo. This is one of the mothers, and the child is doing well.
Deka Abdi says her baby has been vomiting and has diarrhea. She'll be discharged soon.
I don't have anything to give my children. I'm sick. I can't work. I'm overwhelmed. I'm just waiting for any help.
As we were talking to Deka, doctors were trying to save 2-month-old Mariam Rashid. She has multiple health complications, including pneumonia. Her mother came to Kismayo from a village 60 kilometers away. They hope she'll pull through.
The child have secretions from the mouth and nose, so he needs what we call suction, intermittent suction, after every 2 to 3 hours.
1 million Somali children are severely malnourished. Aid workers and the government are trying to help, but funding shortages have made it difficult for them to respond to the crisis.
And our nutrition and emergency health program has reduced. Almost 200 health facilities have closed. More than 400 schools have closed. So that means children with malnutrition, there's limited services for them, and the few functioning health facilities are overburdened.
It's a rainy season, and some areas are experiencing flash floods, others nothing at all. In either case, more people will likely flee to camps with limited food and resources. Catherine Soy, Kismayo, Southern Somalia.
Tensions are rising again in India's northeastern state of Manipur, where protests have spread after 2 young children were killed in an explosion earlier this month. A shutdown is in force in parts of the state, roads have been blocked, and fresh clashes have broken out with security forces. The deaths have revived anger over an ethnic conflict that has already killed more than 260 people and displaced tens of thousands more. Asad Beg reports.
Anger is once again spilling onto the streets of Manipur state. In the capital, Imphal, members of the majority Metai community, which is mostly Hindu, have been demanding answers and justice. Security forces have fired tear gas as protesters blocked a major highway. This unrest was triggered by the killings of 2 children in an explosion in the state's Bishnupur district earlier this month.
We are protesting today and angry because we have not got the truth and justice from the government. We are suffering due to this conflict. Even innocent children have been killed. We want justice. It should be delivered.
But the grief has tapped into something deeper, tensions with the neighbouring Christian Kuki-Zu communities. Both say they're marginalised by the state, and they're separated by a buffer zone maintained by police with orders from New Delhi. Close to the front line between communities in Bishnupur, the demonstrations have remained intense. This is the room where 5-year-old Tumthin and his infant sister Yasiana were killed. Investigators still have not determined who carried out the attack. For the family, the uncertainty has only deepened the pain.
I want justice for my grandchildren and ends to the violence in Manipur. This is the only demand that we have. I don't want to blame Manipur state government. I want to put the blame on both the state and the federal government. Because of their failure, this has happened. We lost all the dreams that our family had.
But on the other side of Manipur's ethnic divide, there is anger too. In the mainly Christian Kuki-Zu areas, the death earlier this year of a politician from India's governing party remains a symbol of how badly trust has collapsed. Vungzagin's vault was attacked by a Metai mob in 2023 and later died from those injuries.
The center forces are the neutral forces who maintain the buffer zone between us, and without them then we can be under attack from the state forces at any moment.
The conflict between the communities first exploded in May 2023 over lands, rights and representation. And with each new death, each new protest and each new demand for justice, Manipur looks less like a state moving towards peace and more like one still trapped by the wounds of an unfinished conflict. Asad Beg, Al Jazeera.
And there have been confrontations between supporters of rival parties in the Indian state of West Bengal. It's holding some of the country's most politically charged elections in years. In a controversial move, millions of names have been removed from the electoral rolls. Authorities say they were duplicate entries or deceased voters, but critics say the move disproportionately targets Muslims and other marginalized communities. California's race for governor is turning unusually volatile. The state's primary system is raising the possibility that 2 Republicans could advance to the general election in one of America's most reliably democratic states. John Hendren reports from Orange County in California.
Order from Becerra to Yee, and in that...
In a crowded field of candidates for California governor, the winner so far is chaos. The state's so-called jungle primary sends the top 2 vote-getters to the November general election regardless of party. With a sprawling array of Democrats splitting the liberal vote, some polls show the 2 candidates polling best are Republicans, setting up a real possibility that 2 grand old party rivals could face off in one of the nation's most democratic leading states.
First of all, no matter what state it is,
I hate to see a one-party situation here. I don't like that at all.
The Democratic field has narrowed. Former Congressman Eric Swalwell, once the top polling Democrat, suspended his campaign on April 12th following an avalanche of sexual misconduct claims, allegations he has denied. Former state controller Betty Yee dropped out of the race on April 20th. That still leaves Democratic leaders scrambling to narrow a field that includes billionaire Tom Steyer, spending millions campaigning for a wealth tax on fellow billionaires. San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan, spending millions from Silicon Valley tech backers on pitches like this Super Bowl ad.
The safest big city in America.
Former State Attorney General Javier Becerra, surging with former Swalwell voters and highlighting his record of suing Donald Trump 122 times. Former Congresswoman Katie Porter, facing fire for her sometimes abrasive management style. Here in Orange County, the epicenter of Republican California, there's new hope that the Golden State could elect its first Republican governor since Arnold Schwarzenegger in 2006. All because Democrats could not rein in their candidates. Republican Sheriff Chad Bianco, vying for an endorsement from President Trump, recently launched a probe into claims of election fraud. But Trump might have done Democrats a favor by endorsing rival Republican Steve Hilton, a Fox News contributor and former advisor to British Prime Minister David Cameron. The endorsement pushed Hilton to the top of the polls.
We are going to make our state Cal-affordable.
To avoid a runoff between two Republicans, Democratic leaders are pressing their parties also-rans to drop out of the race and make way for a breakout Democrat to run in November, in a race in which the top vote-getter in some polls is currently undecided. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Huntington Beach, California.
Tens of thousands of Samsung electronics workers have rallied in South Korea to demand higher pay. They're angry about gap in bonuses between Samsung employees and workers for rival tech from SK Hynix. Demonstration came hours after SK Hynix reported record quarterly revenues boosted by sales of semiconductors used in artificial intelligence. Protesters are threatening an 18-day strike if their demands aren't met. More than 1,800 people in northern Japan have been ordered to leave their homes because of wildfires. The flames have engulfed two sites in a town in Iwate Prefecture. No deaths or injuries have been reported, but several buildings have been damaged. The military has been deployed to bring the fires under control. Last year, the area saw Japan's biggest forest fires in decades, burning almost 3,000 hectares of land. Pope Leo's wrapped up his 11-day trip to Africa with an open-air mass in Equatorial Guinea. The Pontiff's first big international trip seen him traveling around 18,000 kilometers, with stops in 4 countries. Leo's been outspoken in tackling corruption and injustice during the trip. It's been partly overshadowed by a public spat with US President Donald Trump over the war on Iran. Sarah's going to be here in a couple of minutes with more of our coverage of the ceasefire and the war between the US, Israel and Iran. I'm Rob Matheson. Stay with us on Al Jazeera.
Somalia is facing a deepening humanitarian crisis. Millions are suffering from a lack of food and have been displaced from their homes. A series of reports, Al Jazeera examines how soaring fuel costs and rising commodity prices due to the Iran conflict are affecting an already dire situation. Somalia's deepening crisis. Special coverage on Al Jazeera.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Diplomacy yet again was used as a ruse for war.
Critical debate.
Who betrayed the table? Who attacked the negotiations for the second time? For the third time during the talks we should be attacked? Who is talking about a greater country for itself? Israel, not Iran.
Iran has been a huge supporter of terrorism over the years. I really have to take exception to the idea that Iran is innocent in this.
Inside story on Al Jazeera.
We saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza. The same lazy, flattened reporting that we saw in Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
यहाँ लेफ्ट साइड बार में सेटिंग्स में जाएं नीचे सेटिंग्स में ठीक है थोड़ा स्क्रॉल करें
ये नीचे ये कस्टम हेड कट है, ठीक है। इसके अंदर इस फील्ड के अंदर आप लास्ट में जाएंगे तो हमने उस वो लगाया होगा टॉक टू हटा के वो वाला पेस्ट करेंगे वेबसाइट पे आ जाएगा।
अच्छा, यहाँ से टॉक टू उठा के जहाँ से ये स्टार्ट होगा वहाँ से उठा के
इसको बेशक अपने पास नोटपैड में सेव कर लीजिएगा, दोबारा लगाना हो तो हम यही दोबारा लगा।
But Iran's Revolutionary Guard releases images of tanker interceptions as the blockade standoff shows no sign of easing.
इसको मैं चाह रहा हूँ कि हैंडलिंग पहले पे थोड़ी अस्यूम के लिए या तो फिर टोटल सेटल कर दे।
Lebanon mourns a journalist killed in an Israeli strike ahead of the next round of ceasefire talks in Washington. Also ahead, European leaders unlock a multi-billion-dollar loan to Ukraine and a new package of sanctions against Moscow.
इसमें भी आपने दो बनाए हुए।
एक विषय खत्म करते हैं, एक पे चेंज करते हैं। वो एक एडिटर अकाउंट सिर्फ टेस्टिंग के लिए रखा हुआ था कि वो सेट कर सकें, बाकी इसको आप बेशक चेंज कर दें।
Iran and the US are ramping up pressure on shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. US President Donald Trump says he's ordered the Navy to triple its efforts in clearing mines from the crucial waterway. And he says the US has the strait sealed tight and that no ship can enter or leave Iran's ports until Tehran makes a peace deal. In a social media post, he said, "I've ordered the United States Navy to shoot and kill any boat, small boats though they may be. The naval ships are all 159 of them at the bottom of the sea and is putting mines in the waters of the Strait of Hormuz." And then in a separate post, just minutes later, Trump added, "We have total control over the Strait of Hormuz. No ship can enter or leave without the approval of the United States Navy. It is, in his words, sealed up tight until such time as Iran is able to make a deal." Now, earlier, US forces boarded and seized a vessel in the Indian Ocean. The military says the unflagged ship, called the Majestic, is sanctioned and was transporting Iranian oil. Iran says it won't enter ceasefire talks while the US maintains its blockade. Well, the blockade by the US and Iran on the Strait have seen ship crossings fall to their lowest levels since the war started. Just 9 were recorded on Wednesday, and that's down from a wartime peak of 26 last Saturday, when Iran briefly eased its restrictions. Now, Iran has released footage of its forces seizing 2 tankers off its coast. Tawheed Asadi has all the details in this report from Tehran.
The US says it has totally destroyed Iran's navy, but all it takes is one small boat to disrupt global trade. Iranian state television aired these pictures in the early hours of Thursday morning. Masked Iranian soldiers scaling the sides of the Panama flag container ship MSC Francesca. Panama has condemned what it calls the illegal seizure of the vessel, which was on its way to Sri Lanka. It was one of the 2 ships seized by Iran. The IRGC accused the MSC Francesca and the Liberia flagged Epaminondas of operating without required permits and turning off their transponders, which shares the ship's location. They are the latest ships to be caught up in the US-Iran battle for the control of the strait.
The ceasefire is an opportunity to prepare for reconstruction, or in the words of our armed forces, an opportunity to reload. We have certainly made the best possible use of this opportunity. I want to stress this. We will not leave this battlefield until the aggressor is seriously punished and ultimately made to regret it.
Ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz must also face the United States blockade of Iranian ports. And it's that blockade Iranian officials blame for stalling peace negotiations. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian says it is the main obstacle to the resumption of talks, but the US shows no sign of backing down.
We are completely strangling their economy through this blockade. They're losing $500 million a day. The Karg Island is completely full. They can't move oil in and out. They can't even pay their own people as a result of this economic leverage that President Trump has inflicted over them.
Before the war, about 130 ships a day would enter and exit through the Strait of Hormuz, moving about 20% of the world's daily oil and gas supply. Now, few ships are getting through. Those trying face the threat of being turned around by the US or being boarded by Iranian forces. But with no other way in or out, ships and the world are left waiting for an end to the blockade standoff. Tawheed Asadi, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
All right, well, we have correspondents covering this story for us in Tehran and Washington, D.C., and that's where Mike Hanna is live for us at the White House. Mike, Trump sending another message there that the U.S. is in charge of the Strait, not Iran.
Indeed, yes. It's a demonstration, it would appear, by President Trump that the U.S. blockade is working and is efficient. He's convinced that the blockade will cause such economic harm to Iran that they will eventually come to the negotiating table as he wants to happen. But he's ordered the Navy to clamp down on any attempts to lay mines within the Strait of Hormuz, giving what are termed shoot-to-kill orders should any of the fast boats be spotted attempting to lay mines. So he's essentially laying claim to the Strait of Hormuz and also attempting to demonstrate that the U.S. has complete control of the strait, something that the Iranians contest deeply.
All right, thanks very much, Mike Hanna there. Let's now go to Ali Hashim, live for us from the Iranian capital, Tehran. Ali, Iran has pretty much been adamant that it won't negotiate with the U.S. until the U.S. removes its blockade of the strait. And now the U.S., as we see, is doubling down. So how is that going down with the Iranians?
Well, Sarah, the situation continues this way. Iranians are closing the strait. Americans are imposing a blockade on Iranian ports. And eventually, the seas, the strait and the Sea of Oman are currently the only space where Iran and America are engaging and interacting. So regardless of the negative interaction over there, well, it's the only way or the only place where they are signaling to each other regarding all the situation. You know, this is a very volatile, very sensitive ceasefire, and at the same time, everyone is anticipating the next step, whether they are going to continue the path of the ceasefire by sitting on a table and negotiating a deal. So, given the fact all these tensions are rising day after day, the ceasefire is shaky, and no one knows how much would it hold, given the fact that Iran already took a ship, two ships. The Americans already confiscated also ships. So in this situation, this tit for tat is just creating more and more pressure on both countries, especially that the closure of the strait and the closure of the Sea of Oman will have more and more dire consequences on global economy. And if it's not felt right now the way it is, it would be felt next week or the week after. It depends who is going to blink first.
OK, all right. We'll have to see who is going to blink first. Thanks very much, Ali Hashim there, live for us in the Iranian capital. Now, Zain Bastravi, our correspondent, is in Dubai, and he explains how the situation is being viewed in Gulf countries.
20% of the world's oil and gas goes through the Strait of Hormuz, and it comes largely from these GCC countries. And ever since the war began, ever since there's been a halt on these shipments, ever since there's been attacks on oil and gas infrastructure, everything has been turned upside down. The international economy has been badly hit. GCC countries facing an existential crisis in terms of security, in terms of their economy. And as long as the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, that existential threat remains. Now, the ceasefire meant that the lull that we have seen, the halt on aerial bombardments of GCC cities, that seems to be the status quo, that seems to remain, that seems to be static. And that's been certainly something that has come as a relief to the leaders, the residents of these countries. But as long as the Strait of Hormuz remains unstable, as long as you have the US and Iran taking shots at ships, going back and forth, effectively the return of the tanker wars of the 70s and the 80s, as long as that carries on, it remains as an existential problem, a crisis for the region's economy, for the region's security. Now let's just look at a couple of things that have happened in the last few days. The US military on Thursday saying that they've seized a second tanker associated with the smuggling of Iranian oil. This ratchets up a standoff seriously with the IRGC, and this comes just a day after Iran intercepted, attacked 3 vessels and seized 2 of those cargo ships. And both sides now releasing dramatic footage of those activities, military activities, naval activities being carried out in those maritime in those maritime corridors. The United States showing footage of their military rappelling down on ropes, soldiers dropping onto the decks of ships from helicopters. The IRGC putting out footage showing their small ships to small boats taking over these cargo ships. All of this continues to escalate tensions in the Strait of Hormuz and continues to take the two sides apart from negotiating any kind of solution. And for the GCC, for the region, that means a continuation of this conflict and a continuation of this limbo that we find ourselves in.
All right, for our continued coverage, joining me here in the studio is Mark Kimmitt, a retired US Army general and the former US Assistant Secretary of State for Political Military Affairs. Good to have you with us again, General. Nearly 24 hours ago, we heard from the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt downplaying the Iranian seizures of those ships. And in fact, she referred to Donald Trump, saying that he didn't think it was a violation of the ceasefire. Now we've got this issue from Trump, a shoot-to-kill threat there towards the Iranians for, he says, laying mines. Did he underestimate what Caroline Leavitt called an Iranian bunch of speedy boat pirates? Her words, not mine.
Well, it is certainly that this Mosquito fleet of small speedboats that the Iranians have is a fairly potent fleet. There are hundreds of them. They all are equipped with anti-ship missiles in them. And I think that the appreciation that the U.S. Navy has is they can handle that for the most part on an attack of 2 or 3 at any one time. If there was a large attack of, say, 50 or 60 simultaneously, I think that would be a much more difficult proposition. It's important to remember that the American history, when the USS Cole was blown up in Yemen, killed so many American sailors, that was done by a similar boat than these speedboats, like these speedboats that the Iranians are using.
Now, Iran has never openly admitted that it's mined the Strait of Hormuz, so we are going by what Donald Trump is saying here. How have ships been able to pass through the strait during this war, if that's the case? And why is he intent on removing these mines? Is that sort of a tactic to be able to continue blockading the strait?
Well,
in fact, how do you go about demining it is another question.
Well, 2 things. Number one, the mines are being laid by the Iranians, not by the United States. The second, the tactics for demining a body of water are historical within the U.S. Navy. In fact, for all navies, Straits Malacca, the Japanese Sea, different over history, these countermeasures, mine countermeasure programs. The idea is to go in the strait in a certain area and then work your way out with your mine countermeasures. In the old days, this was done with wooden-hulled ships as recently as 20 years ago that wouldn't attract magnetic mines. Now, we still have those ships. The Europeans have far more, but we're actually using not only underwater drones, but submarines, and hard to believe, but we're using porpoises and sea lions as well that can detect these. And then once you detect them, then you can use standard practice to blow up those mines.
The submarines that you're talking about, from my understanding, the Iranians have also what they call torpedo submarines. We're yet to see those in action. Mm-hmm. Could that be a next level when Iran talks about it having other cards to play?
Well, I think the other cards to play are these speedboats that the Iranians really haven't deployed in force up to this point. I think that a submarine threat would be somewhat improbable given the way the U.S. military is able to detect submarines in such a narrow strait of water. That makes it tough for submarines to operate without being detected.
General, the Pentagon has come out and announced that it's fired the Navy Secretary John Phelan. He's been a significant donor to President Donald Trump. He doesn't come from a military or Navy background. reportedly because of clashes with the US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who also fired another military general just a few weeks ago. There's been a lot of firings. Do you think those people are qualified for the job? And what does that look like when this is happening in the middle of a very complex war?
Well, let's talk about Secretary Phelan. First of all, the civilian secretary of a service is not a warfighter. They're more concerned about manning, training, procuring new equipment. The warfighters are at Central Command, Southern Command, Indo-Pacific Command, and that has a completely separate chain of command. So it's almost as if you have the operational warfighters and then the support secretariats, to include, in this case, Phelan. So that is not unprecedented. It is quite unusual, but it is certainly not going to affect anybody that's out there fighting the war.
But all those changes during this war?
If you had fired the Army Secretary when I was in Iraq, I wouldn't even know who that person was. Because, again, they weren't focusing on the war, they were focusing on buying stuff.
But publicly, though, for those that maybe don't know the ins and outs,
yeah,
it perhaps doesn't look very good, does it?
That's a very good point. In the court of public opinion, not only the firing of the military, both in uniform and out of uniform, but the other cabinet officials, that is raising some eyebrows throughout Washington, D.C., particularly since the earlier firings were primarily females. But to me, I'm more concerned about the battlefield than the court of public opinion.
All right, thank you very much, Mark Kimmett, a retired US Army general and former US Assistant Secretary of State for Political and Military Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, in Lebanon, the funeral of journalist Amal Khalil is being held in her hometown of Baysariya. Khalil was targeted and killed in Israeli strikes on Wednesday while seeking shelter in the town of Atiri in the south. Another journalist, Zainab Faraj, was injured. Israeli forces prevented the Red Crescent from assessing the site for hours, and Lebanon's Prime Minister Nawaf Salameh has accused Israel of crimes against humanity. Zainab Faraj is in hospital receiving treatment and has described her last moments with Amal Khalil.
كانت عم تقرب تعبطني كل شوي. إلا أمل قلت مكتوب بريس والدرع ما في على أساس هونيك إنه في وقف إطلاق نار على أساس هيك على أساس في جيش فوق على أساس بالوقت اللي كنا مارقين من الطيرة كان في سيارات عم ترجع كمان بس ما سمعت صوت صاروخ نازل أو أي شيء أبدا.
Well, Amal Khalil was 43 and worked for the Arabic language daily newspaper El Akhbar. She had been covering conflict in Lebanon since 2006. Most recently, Khalil had been reporting on the Israeli demolitions of homes and other civilian infrastructure in towns and villages in the south. She had also campaigned against the killings of journalists. She took part in a sit-in last month in Sidon after an Israeli airstrike killed 3 reporters in a targeted attack. Heidi Pett is in southern Lebanon, where Amal Khalil was laid to rest.
What we know is that the 2 journalists were working in South Lebanon to document Israel's destruction of the area during ostensibly a ceasefire. The car traveling ahead of them was targeted. Amal Khalil and her colleague Zainab Faraj then fled into a nearby building seeking shelter. They made contact with rescue workers who weren't able to reach them because they didn't have permission. They advised them to try and make their way towards them, but when the 2 women made their way towards the car, Amal was injured by a grenade dropped by an Israeli drone. The 2 were then pinned down on location for more than an hour, unable to move due to continued Israeli strikes and with rescue workers unable to reach them. When the Lebanese Red Cross did finally get to the location, they were able to extract Zainab, heavily injured, as well as the 2 civilians in the car who were killed in the initial attack. But their ambulance then came under fire. It was targeted with a stun grenade and also direct bullets which hit the ambulance. So they had to flee the location. They took Zainab to hospital and were unable to return for several hours. Once they were eventually able to return to the location, then they managed to find Amal Khalil underneath the rubble. Now, the president of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun, has condemned this attack. He has described it as deliberate and consistent targeting of journalists by Israel in order to conceal the truth of its aggressive attacks here in Lebanon. The Committee to Protect Journalists has also said it is outraged by this latest attack. It had documented 7 journalists killed here in Lebanon so far in this war. Amal Khalil, laid to rest here this afternoon, is now the 8th. Heidi Pett, South Lebanon, Al Jazeera.
Lebanese and Israeli envoys are due to meet in Washington, D.C. for a second round of direct talks. Beirut says the meeting will focus on extending the fragile ceasefire in Lebanon and a date for higher-level negotiations. All right, let's cross over to our correspondent in Washington, D.C., Manuel Rapallo. Manuel, the Lebanese Health Ministry is saying that Israel has killed several people today, 3 of them, and as we saw there, a journalist killed on Wednesday. So given all of that is happening on the ground despite a ceasefire, are these talks likely to lead to anything that are happening on another continent entirely?
Considering all these recent developments, it does go to show how fragile this ceasefire really is. And we certainly don't want to downplay the importance and significance of this visit by these special envoys from Israel and from Lebanon, or the historic nature of the talks taking place. But we also don't necessarily get the impression that we're going to see any major breakthrough come out of these talks per se. And this has more to do with the more sort of entrenched disputes at hand here. For example, Israel's demand of a full disarmament of Hezbollah, Lebanon's demand of a full withdrawal from Israeli forces from Lebanese territory. What we are expecting to see from U.S. officials is more of a doubling down and a building on that the agreement that was reached earlier this month for that 10-day ceasefire, an extension of that ceasefire. And there is a lot of urgency, certainly a lot of urgency from U.S. diplomats here at the State Department. But over the course of the last few days, we've also gotten a sense that there's a lot of optimism that common ground will be reached. So the focus right now is more on practical steps that can be taken. One of those steps, obviously the major focus here is on reaching an agreement that will prevent the current situation from spiraling back into an open conflict. But extending that ceasefire, Lebanon is asking for a 1-month extension of that ceasefire, an end or a reduction to cross-border attacks, and establishing more than anything else the framework that would be necessary to keep the dialogue going. Now, there is another element here that's very important. It's the fact that Hezbollah is not part of these talks, and certainly that aspect alone adds another challenge here, because any potential agreement, even if there were to be a major diplomatic breakthrough that came out of these talks, enforcing that breakthrough, enforcing that agreement between Israel and Lebanon without Hezbollah's participation in these talks would, without a doubt, pose a challenge.
All right, thanks very much. Manuel Rapallo there for us in Washington, D.C. At least 3 people have been killed in an Israeli airstrike in central Gaza. The attack hit a car in Al-Maghazi camp in Deir al-Balah. Several Palestinians were reportedly wounded as the car burst into flames. It's the 3rd attack and ceasefire violation in less than 24 hours. Israeli attacks have killed more than 780 Palestinians since the truce came into effect in October. The European Union has formally approved a $105 billion loan to Ukraine and new sanctions against Russia. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is set to mark the breakthrough with EU leaders at a summit in Cyprus. Hungary and Slovakia dropped their long-standing objections to the loan after a dispute over the pipeline that brings them Russian oil via Ukraine came to an end. Zelensky said the funds will bolster the army and support domestic weapons production.
We are very thankful the great progress today, 90 billion support package and sanctions package, which is also a great signal. And we will work to make sure the funds are delivered as soon as possible. For us, it's important, and this will strengthen, of course, to swell our army, Ukrainian forces, and allow us to boost production by air defense and work more to protect our energy system for the winter. And together we will solve many issues of protecting lives. And of course, we will keep working to push Russia to real diplomacy to end this war again.
Leaders at the informal EU summit in Cyprus will be focusing on rising energy costs. They're expected to discuss support measures, efforts to diversify supplies, and potential steps to reduce consumption if the war in the Middle East drags on. Rory Challens has more from Nicosia in Cyprus.
It is done. It was unanimous, and President Zelensky himself was here in Cyprus to mark the moment. It has been months in the making, this loan. It was back in December at the European Council that the loan was agreed, but there has been a long period of blocking and obstruction before getting to the finishing line. 90 billion euros, that's about $105 billion. Now, this is an interest-free loan. It only has to be repaid once Russia pays Ukraine reparations, if and when that ever happens, after the war is finished. And it will go towards Ukraine's most urgent needs through 2026 and into 2027. And that includes both military needs and budgetary needs as well. The way that this breaks down is that about a third of the loan is going towards Ukraine's wider budget. 2/3 of it is going to the military. And Ursula von der Leyen said that one of the first packages of this loan would be drones. As she put it, Ukrainian drones for Ukraine.
A Russian strike has killed 2 people in the southeastern Ukrainian city of Dnipro. Emergency services say 10 others, including 2 children, were injured. The strike destroyed an apartment block, a shop, and several cars. Residents in the southern Russian town of Tuapse have been warned to avoid going outdoors as the fire continues to rage at a Black Sea oil refinery. A Ukrainian drone attack hit the facility a week ago. Firefighters are still working to put out the blaze. The refinery was producing around 240,000 barrels of oil a day before operations were suspended after the attack on April 16. Well, Yulia Shapovalova is at the scene, and that's where the whole area has been badly affected by the pollution caused by the fire.
What's happening in Tuapse right now can be called an environmental disaster. We've personally witnessed the so-called oil rain, which left black fuel oil on all the surfaces, and tiny particles of this fuel oil get on clothing and they can't be washed off. In several districts of Tuapse, the maximum concentration of harmful substances exceeded several times, and these toxic substances end up on people's hair, skin, lungs, on animals, as well as on fields, gardens and farms, affecting crops. And after remaining silent for several days, authorities have acknowledged the problem and issued recommendations for locals to keep windows shut, spend less time outdoors, wear masks when outside, and avoid smoking. And well, schools here in the city have just resumed their classes, but parents prefer to leave their children at home.
Warner Brothers shareholders have approved a merger with Paramount valued at $81 billion. Skydance-owned Paramount is looking to buy all of Warner, which includes HBO Max and CNN. The sale still requires review by US regulators. Critics, though, of the deal say it would further consolidate the media market among a small number of owners. Pope Leo has wrapped up his 11-day trip to Africa with an open-air mass in Equatorial Guinea. The pontiff's first big international trip has seen him travelling around 18,000 kilometres with stops in 4 countries. Leo has been outspoken on tackling corruption and injustice during the trip, and it's been partly overshadowed by a public spat with US President Donald Trump over the war on Iran. All right, our coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran does continue here after Inside Story. Do stay with us.
The end to a long-running standoff. Ukraine reopens a pipeline enabling the delivery of Russian crude to some EU countries. In return, it gets a multi-billion-dollar loan while Moscow rakes in oil revenue. How will this complex deal play out on the battlefield? This is Inside Story. Hello again, I'm James Bays. A lone drama tied to geopolitics. Kyiv is getting a much-delayed lifeline from Brussels as it fights Moscow's invasion with nearly empty coffers. That's after Ukraine repaired a pipeline carrying Russian crude to Hungary and Slovakia. The oil revenues are substantial and will bolster Moscow's war chest. And Ukraine's only had to repay the funds if Russia pays reparations. So is this complex EU deal going to intensify the conflict? And considering the mistrust between the parties, will the agreement even last? We'll put those questions to our panel of guests in a moment, but first, Imogen Kimber unpacks this multi-layered saga.
Ukraine is waiting for a $105 billion loan from the European Union. But in return, it had to fix a Soviet-era pipeline. Called Družba, or Friendship, it delivers oil from Russia through Belarus and Ukraine to Hungary and Slovakia, as well as other countries in Europe. A suspected Russian drone strike on western Ukraine in January damaged part of the pipeline. Moscow and its trade partners say the repairs were stalled deliberately.
Deliveries have been halted since the beginning of the Kyiv regime's blackmail. Everything depends on the Kyiv regime.
So, Hungary and Slovakia blocked an EU loan which Ukraine desperately needs after 4 years of war. But the leadership in Hungary changed this month, and the Prime Minister-elect said he'd drop the veto on the loan as long as the oil started flowing again, which it has. Slovakia, however, has not budged.
The government did not agree to this loan and we are not participating in it. Similar to Hungary and the Czech Republic, it is a war loan. 2/3 of the $105 billion will be used to purchase weapons for Ukraine.
And on the day the pipeline was restored, the Prime Minister questioned the reliability of the deal.
There would be a huge deepening of mistrust between the European Union and Ukraine if, after all this, Ukraine were to interrupt oil supplies again in a few days. But we must also take into account such a scenario, because this is a war, and during a war, all sorts of things happen.
Up to 1.4 million barrels of Russian oil flow through the pipeline every day. At current prices, that amounts to billions of dollars a month. At the same time, the EU is increasing sanctions on Russia, which were also being vetoed by Hungary.
We must continue to support Ukraine in its struggle for freedom against Russia. After a blockade that lasted far too long, we have finally succeeded in pushing through the 20th sanctions package in Brussels, which sends Russia a clear signal that it must not continue this war.
The restrictions affect the energy sector. So Russia will benefit from the increase in revenue from the Družba pipeline, but lose because of the EU sanctions. While Ukraine will benefit from the EU loan, but lose if Russia uses its oil money to buy more weapons. Imogen Kimber, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
A story with very many strands. Let's try and untangle them all with our guests who are joining us today on Inside Story. And joining us from Munich, Marina Miron, a researcher in defence studies at King's College London. Maximilian Hess is in London. He's the founder of political risk firm Enmetena Advisory and the author of Economic War, Ukraine and the Global Conflict Between Russia and the West. And in Brussels, Peter Klepper, a European policy analyst and editor-in-chief at brusselsreport.eu. Thank you for joining us. Let me start with you, Marina. This has gone on for months. It was supposed to be quite simple, a big loan to Ukraine. It became a saga, did it not? Do you think European leaders, they are not currently in Brussels, they're having one of their away summits in Cyprus, which is the current president. Do you think there'll be a real sigh of relief now?
Well, it is possible that something will move essentially because of the entire global situation. But as you said correctly, it has been a turmoil for European leaders, specifically because the European Union doesn't really have the money. When we're talking about the 90 billion euro loan, it's not that the money is ready and can be given to Ukraine. So firstly, there was a disagreement about what financing mechanism to use. How do you get that money to Ukraine? And the second thing, of course, is getting all EU members on board. And we know that Hungary, back then under Viktor Orban, and Slovakia were against this, so they were essentially blocking this loan, with Hungary taking the lead. And now the situation has also changed because of the a change of leadership in Hungary, with Peter Magyar now not opposing the loan. So there is a possibility that this could essentially go through and also demonstrate the resolve that the European Union has been trying to demonstrate throughout this war, but many times very unconvincingly.
Maximilian, I'd like to talk about some of the divisions in the EU a little later, but let's first look at the need for this loan. I mean, Ukraine is a country that's been at war because of the Russian invasion now for more than 4 years. How desperate is its economic situation? In fact, would Ukraine go bankrupt if it didn't get this loan soon?
So it would probably not be immediate, but Ukraine faced a major fiscal cliff in June and has real budgetary needs that are dependent on external financing. This is not the first such package that we have seen for Ukraine. Brussels and the European Union have really taken the lead in funding Kyiv ever since the change of administration in the White House last year. The first major package like this was another euro 50 billion loan agreed last year, secured over some of those Russian frozen assets. And then here the initial plan was to potentially seize or otherwise instrumentalize additional Russian frozen assets, of which there are some 220 billion euros sat in the country of Belgium at an institution called Euroclear. That was ultimately not agreed last December. And instead, what is being done now is the European Union will borrow this money on the capital markets. It will itself repay that, but the potential for Ukrainian repayment will be contingent on future reparations claims against Russia. The World Bank already estimates that the damage incurred to the Ukrainian economy and the recovery cost alone from Russia's full-scale invasion is more than $350 billion. That's a number that will continue to rise as Russia shows no sign of halting its aggression. So Kyiv needed this money. It got this money. Europe will have to come back to this question for how to address it going forward. This funding should last most of Ukraine's current forecast budget through the end of 2027, but that very large pile of Russian funds will either be under question again in the future or ultimately be instrumentalized in potentially repaying some of these loans under the reparations that are due to Kyiv.
Yeah, Peter, as Maximilian says there, this, what we've got now, and what has been agreed now certainly was not the original plan, and Europe made a very big deal of that original plan. The President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, backed by the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, very much pushing this idea they could do this by seizing the Russian money. What went wrong with that plan? Because it went wrong where you are in Brussels, the host nation of the European institutions, Belgium, was where it went wrong.
Well, indeed. Well, to sum up where it went wrong, they looked at the detail. Now, Germany actually changed its position. Somehow, Friedrich Merz suddenly supported seizing the Russian assets, not realizing the consequences of this because in the first place, in Russia, there's still lots of European assets. It's not so evident for companies to sell these assets because a large part of that would be seized by the Russian state. So if Europe were to not just freeze but seize Russian central bank assets, there would be Russian retaliation. And then, of course, secondly, there's lots of non-Western powers that hold assets, not just in Belgium at Euroclear, but all throughout the West. So this would send a terrible precedent signal. So wisely, European leaders decided not to start this risky experiment, and instead, indeed, they took out a jointly financed loan.
Well, let's talk about exactly what they have decided upon, and let's look at exactly what is the detail under the current plan. The EU plans to raise the funds by issuing bonds to global investors backed by its shared budget. That means investors will lend money to the bloc, which it will repay with interest. Hungary, Slovakia and the Czech Republic are exempt and won't take part in the joint borrowing. The money will be lent to Ukraine without interest over this year and next. Ukraine is expected to receive just over $52 billion each year, covering about 2/3 of its financial needs. It only needs to repay the loan if Russia pays war reparations, compensation. The EU plans to recover the money using frozen Russian assets. Maximilian, that is how it's supposed to work. Do you see problems with that?
Well, I don't see fundamental problems with it, and I would disagree with the idea that there are significant risks to the European Union and to macro fiscal stability from potentially seizing these Russian funds in the future. But that is, of course, the question. It wasn't that they didn't agree to do so last December. It was that they kicked the can down the road, saying we'll return to this question in the future. Now, various legal mechanisms have been put forward, various arguments, whether this be done under something called third-party reparations for Russia's aggression. I think there are a number of other mechanisms that can be used to have done so. We didn't see any significant moves away from the US dollar after the sanctions came in 2022 against Russia. The euro has remained a strong and stable currency. Russian businesses, that is, businesses owned by European companies in Russia, have increasingly been expropriated. There are a number of Russian arbitration courts that have handed down nonsensical judgments against European companies as well. So this kind of lawfare, legal warfare over funds and who owes what, over sanctions and Russia's energy weaponization dating back to the war's beginning, is something that is very much ongoing in the background. And there are dozens and many other moving parts that equally are affecting those sort of seizures of assets. That being said, it is true that a number of European companies still have assets in Russia that they haven't marked down to zero on their books, even if that's realistically probably what they're worth, because we've seen the Kremlin's rapacious appetite for seizing these assets regardless. Now, when and where do we get to this question of how to the Russian funds sitting in Belgium be addressed? That probably now can wait until 2027 unless Ukraine's financing needs again increase. But the idea in particular that Russian threats that they would be able to seek some kind of judgment against Belgium or put them on the hook for repayment are nonsensical. And we see this because there has been a $50 billion judgment against Russia for its expropriation of an oil company handed down by a Dutch court 12 years ago, part of the same legal framework that governs that between Belgium and Russia. And of course, the Kremlin has paid a grand total of 0 cents to those investors.
Marina, I'd like to drill down into some of the divisions among the EU nations. We've already discussed Belgium and the fact it turned down, or was the country that blocked the original version of this deal. The deal that's now been done was agreed months ago, and then Hungary, having agreed, changed its mind. That's where we bring in the pipeline. Explain the Druzhba pipeline and its relevance to this.
Well, it's a very good question because it is all related, and we've just been looking only at the economic side of this. Now, the Druzhba pipeline has allegedly been damaged by a Russian drone in western Ukraine, and so the Russian oil couldn't be transported to Hungary.
You said, Marina, you said allegedly. There is doubt about that? How clear is the picture on that?
Both sides are reporting something different. Where the truth is, I don't know. I have not inspected the damage on the pipeline. So depending on which source you look at, it will say something different. The Ukrainian side says it was the Russian side. The Russians are saying it was the Ukrainian side doing this on purpose in order to undermine the Russian economy. And it's part of a broader strategy of what Ukraine is pursuing with long-range strikes. So let's leave it in the air. The pipeline, what we know for sure is that the pipeline was damaged. We don't know who it was at this stage with absolute certainty. What I'm trying to get at is it was a critical element, the discussion about the operation of the pipeline, and the European Union has been pushing Ukraine to repair Druzhba in order to get Hungary back then under Viktor Orban on board to approve this 90 billion loan. And so that has been going on since January, and there has been some discontent within the European Union with the Ukrainian side because of the reparation not taking place, because the inspectors wouldn't be allowed to examine the damage and so on. So it was quite an ongoing story, which was essentially affecting Ukraine's economy or its budget deficit. And the Russian side is arguing that Ukraine was doing this on purpose in order to wait out who wins the elections in Hungary, only to then repair what the Russian side claims to be not such a significant damage to the pipeline, that it was all a strategic plot. So that is a Russian position. But essentially, what is happening here, Ukraine, of course, doesn't want Russia selling its oil to any European Union member, especially if Russia can use it as leverage. And we have here Hungary, we had Slovakia, and now the Czech Republic is also on board here. And so this bloc is being seen as problematic because of potential future loans to be agreed to be given to Ukraine. These countries are not actively participating. So what has been explained before, that EU bonds, but they will be guaranteed by member states, by EU member states. Now, Hungary, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia are exempt. So we're seeing that the dynamics within the EU itself are very disturbed, because some European members are more pro-Ukraine and are trying to invest more into support of Ukraine. Others not so much. And the idea was, okay, if these three countries are not going to support Ukraine, at least they shouldn't be standing in the way. And so it was a quid pro quo here with the Druzhba pipeline.
OK. Peter, I mean, I want to drill down more on whether some of these divisions in the EU are going to continue. Now we don't have a Viktor Orban. But first, may I ask this question? Was the pipeline the real reason, or was it because Hungary had this election that's just taken place? Was it because this was a very useful issue for Viktor Orban, who was fighting for his political life, to bring up in an election, to make the Ukraine issue all be about energy for Hungary?
Well, both can be true at the same time. And I think it's pretty evident that Orban did use this in his election campaign. But of course, it was not just Hungary under Orban, it was also Slovakia under Fico that has been complicating things. It's also clear that Hungary is very dependent for its energy needs on Russia. So I think that in the future, also the new leadership in Hungary will continue to be a complicating factor for, certain sanction policies. And, more to the heart of it, I think if you objectively look at this and you're asking yourself the question now, have the sanctions been helping the Ukrainians? Frankly, I think the jury is still out on that. It is very questionable. The proponents says, yeah, not really yet, but wait for it. At some point, they will have an effect. Okay, maybe. On the other hand, if you ask yourself the questions, did the arms support for Ukraine help the Ukrainians? I mean, everybody agrees, yes. So if you're looking to be failing for 95% of the cases.
OK. Maximilian, in terms of looking at this, if you're looking at this from afar and you don't follow every twist and turn of this, there'll be people looking at this who have heard the rhetoric from the top of the EU, from people like Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, and might be surprised to learn that EU countries still get energy resources, still get oil and gas from Russia more than 4 years into this war.
Well, certainly. And speaking at it from that very high level, I think there's 2 points that are important to remember. Firstly, is that more than 90% of European-Russian energy relations have ended since Russia launched its full-scale invasion. Much of that Russia's own doing, turning off a lot of the pipelines to bring economic pain to Europe in 2022. There are still phases to be brought in with cancellations of Russian natural gas deliveries to Europe. LNG is the form in which it still comes, rather than via pipelines. Those are due to come in 2027. The 3 countries here, Hungary, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia, have themselves sought exemptions to keep buying Russian oil and in some cases gas as well. But that trade has really ended quite significantly. Vladimir Putin chose his war over the economic well-being of his own people, and certainly over the Europeans, for whom he sought to use this as a key pressure point, right? Now, as to whether sanctions have been effective or not, I think the real question is are sanctions effective at deterring an aggressor like Vladimir Putin, particularly one who is not responsive to his own population's economic well-being? Their average incomes on a PPP basis have never gone back to what they were in 2013 when he invaded Ukraine for the first time. Or are sanctions effective as a tool of war by other means in limiting the damage and the extent of Russia's aggression, both against Ukraine and against other European Union and European countries who Putin has threatened or actively targeted their infrastructure in recent years? And their sanctions are a tremendous success in limiting the Russian war machine. So these are a part of that larger package. This is part of the ultimate punishment in terms of how much Russia's cost that it will bear. But really, the debate from a very high level comes down to the question of, does one think that the economic opportunity that Russia offers, even during wartime, is greater than the threat that the Kremlin poses? And this is, of course, the trade-off and balance made by countries when they consider their foreign relations with any hostile aggressor, whether it be the U.S. and Iran, or whether it be the questions around economic and political security related to China. I think it's pretty clear that under Putin, the Kremlin has shown a willingness to attack its neighbors and to engage in economically and militarily disruptive activity across the world, whether that be in Europe or in Africa or even in Latin America. So, that threat really has to be taken seriously. Tools of international law and sanctions regimes, these are certainly not perfect, but they're the best that exist. And while, yes, it's been a very painful process for Brussels, if it could have been easy, we probably never would have been here in the first place.
Marina, let's talk about the impact of all of this on the battlefield in Ukraine. But to do that, I have to bring in the other war, the Iran war, because Putin, because of the oil price, his economy has had a huge jolt in the arm in recent weeks. What impact do you think this will all have on the battlefield?
Just briefly, to reply to what Maximilian was saying about the sanctions and about Russia's ability to attack across the world, I think the EU perception of what Russia wants or how Russia functions is somewhat skewed, thinking that Russia wants to attack militarily and the sanctions are a tool to curtail Russia's ability to use its military against, say, the Baltic states. Essentially, what Russia is using and what is central to Russian military thought and strategic thought more broadly is psychological and information warfare, which cannot be fought with economic sanctions. And in some ways, it reinforces Russia's narrative and gets other countries like China, India, all the BRICS, essentially Latin America, on board.
Okay, Marina, but we're running a little short of time. With regard to the impact of the Iran war, Putin clearly has a bigger war chest. How quickly could that feed into developments on the battlefield, do you think?
I don't think it will be very quick because not all of this money, only part of the money will be essentially used for the defense industry. And you also need, same thing with Ukraine, you also need to turn money into capabilities. And Russia also has its economic problems. It has its inflation problems. The central bank is being criticized for tackling the economic situation in Russia in the wrong way. And so there are a lot of divisions. That being said, of course, it's a huge moral boost, and we have to assess it against other factors such as Ukrainian long-range strikes and how much impact do they have? Does it get to some sort of a balance when it comes to what Russia is earning? And of course, we have the monetary dimension here, but we also have the workforce shortage that Russia is facing that you cannot easily fix with money. Then you also have the geopolitical situation in the Middle East. Of course, in the short term, Russian economy will be benefiting from this, but I don't think we will necessarily see a direct impact from this on the battlefield, at least not one that one could measure scientifically.
OK, Peter, you take the temperature there in Brussels. How worried are people that Putin might be getting an unexpected, because of the war in Iran, lifeline at this point?
Well, it's a fact that income for the Russian treasury has been on the increase, also because of the increase of the gold price over the last year, by the way. The divisions in the EU are natural. Spain and Poland look at this very differently because of their history, obviously, and their geography. I think you get mixed signals. Last week, the senior Swedish military source was warning against for a future Russian incursion in the Baltic regions. On the other hand, we have I think it was General Petraeus in the United States who sort of made the point that Ukraine has actually been relatively successful recently on the battlefield. So I mean, this war is largely in a stalemate. It's not increasing. It's not exactly clear what's going to happen. In the First World War, one of the two sides suddenly collapsed. Will this happen again? I don't think anybody knows, frankly. I think, in a way, the decision to send more money to Ukraine to buy weapons is a good decision because this has been successful so far. So that's what we know. I have my doubts about the sanctions, and this is basically, in sum, what's going on.
Peter Klepper, Marina Miron and Maximilian Hess, thank you very much for joining us today on Inside Story. If you missed any of our discussion, you can see it again anytime you want on our website, aljazeera.com. As ever, we'd like to canvass your views. Leave us a comment on our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story, or on X, look for @AJ Inside Story. For now, that's it from me, James Bays, and the team here. But stay tuned. Al Jazeera's global coverage continues in just a moment.
The delicate dance that Islamabad is playing right now as it tries to bring the United States and Iran face to face is only intensifying.
What we are seeing here is a shift in the war from open conflict to controlled confrontation.
The siege in itself is an act of war. Now, seizure of an Iranian ship, of course, is an escalation within that act of war.
The foreign minister of Iran exaggerated wildly in a social media post. Our president does that all the time.
Nothing is official until you hear it from us here at the White House, but we feel good about the prospects of a deal.
This is a masterclass on colonization.
It's very interesting to look at the relationship between French ideology and the reality of often economic exploitation.
Take a look inside the colonial playbook.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. A lot of different French actors are denigrating Islam and trying to pinpoint Islam as a source of the backwardness of the local population.
Al Jazeera Untangles. Lesson 2, French Empire, Civilizing Mission.
Hello everybody, it's 1800 hours GMT. I'm Rashad Salamat and you're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the ceasefires in Iran and Lebanon. Here's a look at the latest developments. Iranian media say air defenses have been heard engaging hostile targets over the capital Tehran. Donald Trump issues a shoot and kill warning for any Iranian vessel laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz, which he says the US now controls. But Iran's Revolutionary Guard releases images of tanker interceptions as the blockade standoff shows no sign of easing. Lebanon mourns a journalist killed in an Israeli strike ahead of the next round of ceasefire talks in Washington.
And is the extension of the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran a real window for diplomacy or a stalemate in disguise? That's later this hour on This Is America.
We begin with breaking news coming out of Iran. Media there have reported that air defense systems have been engaging, quote, hostile targets over Tehran. There's been no official confirmation of any attacks on the city. And indeed, Ali Hashim is live for us from the Iranian capital. Now, Ali, Iran has been adamant it won't negotiate with the US until it removes its blockade of the strait. But this could be an anomaly. What more do you know about what's happening over the skies of Tehran?
Well, indeed, just a few minutes ago, just behind me, we were seeing the air defenses engaging. Now, we don't know what are the circumstances and whether there were hostile drones or these were activated just as part of a cautious manner. This is something we were not aware of till the moment, but what we understood is that air defenses were activated in different areas around the capital, towards the west, the east, and the south behind us. For now, there are no reports. We've seen no explosions. We've seen no or heard no explosions. So for the moment, there's no result. There's nothing to report on with respect to a result on the ground. However, it's significant that Iran's air defenses or Tehran's air defenses were activated. Yesterday, there were reports, similar reports, but they were denied. Today, I can say I personally saw them with my eyes.
Ali Hashim, thank you very much indeed, live for us there in Tehran. Well, joining us in the studio now is Mark Kimmett. He's a retired U.S. Army general and former U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Political Military Affairs. General, what do you make of these reports?
Well, we've seen this in the past. This could very well be exercises being conducted by the Iranian military. They could be an actual attack going on. As I understand, the Israeli media has denied any ongoing active engagements. I don't think they would be acknowledging them if it was really happening. It could be the Americans doing a preemptive attack, expecting that the ceasefire will not hold. So rather than wait for it to stop, they will stop it on their own. So I think we just don't have enough information at this point to draw a conclusive result.
Right. So, I mean, the thing is here, we've also got in the background the doubling down of what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz. And we'll come to that because we've got a little bit more to discuss with regards to what's going on with President Donald Trump there at the moment, saying that he's ordered the Navy to triple its efforts to clear mines in the Strait of Hormuz, saying the U.S. has the strait sealed tight and that no ship can enter or leave Iran's ports until Tehran makes a peace deal. Now, in social media, he said, I have ordered the United States Navy to shoot and kill any boats, small boats, though they may be. Their naval ships are all 159 of them at the bottom of the sea. That is putting mines in the waters of the Strait of Hormuz. In a separate post just minutes later, Trump added, we have total control of the strait. No ship can enter or leave without the approval of the United States Navy. It is sealed up tight until such time as Iran is able to make a deal. Well, earlier, U.S. forces boarded and seized a vessel in the Indian Ocean. The military says the unflagged ship, called the Majestic, is sanctioned and was transporting Iranian oil. Iran says it won't enter ceasefire talks while the U.S. maintains its blockade. Now, these blockades by the US and Iran on the Strait have seen crossings fall to their lowest levels since the war began. Just 9 were recorded on Wednesday, down from a wartime peak of 26 last Saturday when Iran briefly eased its restrictions. Well, Iran has released footage of its forces seizing 2 tankers off its coast. Al Jazeera's Tawhid Asadi reports from Tehran.
The US says it has totally destroyed Iran's navy, but all it takes is one small boat to disrupt global trade. Iranian state television aired these pictures in the early hours of Thursday morning. Masked Iranian soldiers scaling the side of the Panama flag container ship MSC Francesca. Panama has condemned what it calls the illegal seizure of the vessel, which was on its way to Sri Lanka. It was one of the 2 ships seized by Iran. The IRGC accused the MSC Francesca and the Liberia flagged Epaminondas of operating without required permits and turning off their transponders, which shares the ship's location. They are the latest ships to be caught up in the US-Iran battle for the control of the strait.
The ceasefire is an opportunity to prepare for reconstruction, or in the words of our armed forces, an opportunity to reload. We have certainly made the best possible use of this opportunity. I want to stress this. We will not leave this battlefield until the aggressor is seriously punished and ultimately made to regret it.
Ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz must also face the United States blockade of Iranian ports. And it's that blockade Iranian officials blame for stalling peace negotiations. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian says it is the main obstacle to the resumption of talks, but the US shows no sign of backing down.
We are completely strangling their economy through this blockade. They're losing $500 million a day. The Karg Island is completely full. They can't move oil in and out. They can't even pay their own people as a result of this economic leverage that President Trump has inflicted over them.
Before the war, about 130 ships a day would enter and exit through the Strait of Hormuz, moving about 20% of the world's daily oil and gas supply. Now, few ships are getting through. Those trying face the threat of being turned around by the US or being boarded by Iranian forces. But with no other way in or out, ships and the world are left waiting for an end to the blockade standoff. Tawhid Asadi, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
Well, indeed, let's get back to General Mark Kimmett, retired US Army General and former US Assistant Secretary of State. General, so this kind of cat and mouse game going on in the Strait of Hormuz, where it seems that each side is trying to outdo the other in terms of this blockade. What do you make of it?
Well, I think we need to understand that there's a dual blockade going on. The Iranians are blocking it, the United States is blocking it, and during this interregnum that is going on between the consideration of further talks, it's just typical for the military to be probing, and that's really what's going on more than anything else. It's not serious military activity in the case of Iran because they don't have a regular navy to do it, so they're fighting asymmetrically with these speedboats.
As they have been right from the start, really.
They really hadn't deployed their speedboat fleet in this number up until now, and this may be the weapon that Halabaf referred to the other night that they hadn't used yet. I expect we're going to see more of this. But I think that this is just an opportunity to show their country and their audiences that they're still doing something, although I think the consequences of this tit for tat, as you describe it, are going to be relatively minor unless there's a serious miscalculation which results in a significant damage of a large ship, or a series of attacks that end up killing Americans.
I mean, we've got this blockade. It seems that talks are at an impasse, if you will. So what's going on in the back channels?
Well, there are some talks about different offers being sent through the Pakistanis, some fairly interesting offers. There's the 10-10 offer, where instead of a 20-year enrichment freeze or a total suspension or a 5-year, there now is this consideration of this 10-10, which says for 10 years you pause your enrichment except up to the 3.67 level, but you've got to take your enriched uranium that you currently have and pass it off
60%, yeah.
the 60%, or as some would suspect, even higher than that, and give it to Russia. So, and then 10 years after that, you can return to where you were. And again, I think that both sides want to open up the strait again. Both sides realize that it's come down to an economic war. So I think they're trying desperately to get something across the Pakistanis to the other side that will move this along. So it's not, as you say, just at an impasse.
So, I mean, the hope is that, you know, some of the cleverer minds prevail here, as it were. But the biggest problem that Tehran has as Washington is the contradictory statements coming from Donald Trump. For instance, saying we're going to destroy civilization, and then a few hours later saying that, well, let's have a ceasefire. We're saying that he's not going to have a ceasefire a few hours before as well. I mean, is he the biggest sort of, I suppose, obstacle here in terms of negotiations because of that level of mistrust?
Well, let's be clear. The Iranians are coming out with different messages as well. Foreign Minister says one thing, IRGC says another thing. The Speaker of Parliament, Ghalibaf, says one thing, and the IRGC doesn't just contradict him, they repudiate him. So there is a little bit of lack of message discipline on both sides. And that's why I think it's important that we can only hope that in the background, the technical people are really getting this done, and Pakistan is providing a great service in the process.
General, when we look at what's happening, that's not the only set of talks we're hoping for. We've got these talks we're hoping for later in Washington between Israel and the Lebanese government. Are these talks a bit of a red herring, ultimately, given that Hezbollah is not at that table?
Well, there's certainly not a red herring for Israel, who is looking for any opportunity to stop the fighting, as is Beirut. The problem is, as you say, without Hezbollah at the table, they effectively have a veto on whether these talks work or not. Look, since 1701, what was that, 1997, the demand from the United Nations and others has been that Hezbollah puts down their arms and demobilize. For obvious reasons, the Israelis are not ready to accept anything but total demobilization. And candidly, the government in Beirut, I think, is more afraid of civil war than it is of war with Israel, which is why they have either been unwilling or incapable, but most would say unwilling, to demobilize and disarm Hezbollah. So, as you say, until Hezbollah buys into these talks and is an active participant, perhaps not face-to-face, but is calling the shots from the sidelines, until they're involved, you're right, this is a facade.
OK, so militarily, how difficult is it to disarm Hezbollah, given what happened in previous years?
Well, it's the conundrum that comes with any what we call DDR programs. Disarm, demobilize, reintegrate into society. I don't see Hezbollah anxious to do that anytime soon. We've seen through the last few decades that you can destroy almost all of Hezbollah's capabilities, and they will come back. And leadership, and they will come back. The Israelis have a term for it. They call it just mowing the grass. You know, they'll mow the grass, and the grass will come back. So the view is, until this is done, and until sovereignty is imposed and accepted within Iran, within Lebanon, although that saying in Iran is probably apropos, until both Iran and Hezbollah agree to disarm, I think this war will just continue to go on.
General, thank you so much. General Mark Kimmitt, there, former U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Political Military Affairs. Now, the United Nations is sounding the alarm on global food security as the Strait of Hormuz closure cuts off a third of the world's fertilizer supply. Countries that rely on shipments from the Gulf, such as Sudan, Somalia and Sri Lanka, are at a greater risk. With the planting season already underway, the UN says an immediate solution is needed. The Secretary-General has set up a task force aimed at securing passage for fertilizer supplies. EU officials are in Cyprus, meanwhile, for a summit on surging energy costs and potential shortages of aviation fuel caused by the war in Iran. The leaders are expected to be working to bring down costs, stabilise supply chains and prevent disruption to air travel. Some European carriers are already cutting routes. Now, Julien Mathonier is an energy markets economist at Energy Intelligence, and he joins us now live from London. Julien, What do you really make of what's happening here? How bad is the situation globally in terms of oil, in terms of fertilizer, in terms of helium, and the whole gamut of things that one didn't realize came from the Gulf region in such meaningful ways?
Hi, Richard. It's a very good question. In theory, oil shocks are manageable thanks to, well-established macroeconomic tools. So, central banks model them, governments prepare for them, and consumers absorb them. The problem is this crisis also affects petrochemicals, fertilizers, as you mentioned, and by extension, the global food chain. So you see, if your fertilizer supply and the resilience of your food chain depends on a single country controlling a toll in the Strait of Hormuz or any kind of sensitive disruption, then, it's Operation Warp Speed to avoid a, sorry for the comparison, but a Mad Max-like situation where your imports could be regularly ransomed, ransacked, or simply disappear. So, markets and investors, I would say, could start to react a bit quicker and even very quickly if the problem becomes existential. And maybe now we're moving or we're shifting in a sort of severity that will prompt more reaction for those investors. As soon as the political and commercial calculation shifts from high risk to intolerable dependence, then, the usual constraint of your capital and regulatory deadlines dissolve. So the world needs to find a solution for, those fertilizers. Like food is at risk now. And if it's food, it's the global economy. It's not just an oil crisis anymore.
Yeah, and I want to just move to oil prices themselves. Now, oil markets are volatile here, but they're not irrational. I want to get a sense of what you think they are pricing in.
Well, you are right. They're not irrational. And so far, they've been maybe a little bit optimistic about the timeline of a resolution. They've been sticking to this, buoyant or sort of optimistic narrative that some form of resolution would be found. If you think about it, this market does not need a grand diplomatic resolution. What these markets need is just a few cargoes of crude oil trickling through the Strait of Hormuz. How many? Maybe a couple of free cargoes. A very large crude carriers can carry up to 2 million barrels of oil. You've got 3 of them safely making their passage through the strait, and it's 6 million more barrels per day on the market. That's a very different situation from where we're now. So, it wouldn't take much to make the situation right now much, much, much better. And perhaps, the price you see now is sort of, sitting on the fence. 100 is the fence. Below, the markets get a bit more optimistic. Above, the market gets more pessimistic about the resolution.
Judah, I'm going to come back to that in a second. But, even if the strait reopens here, oil production may take months, if not years, to actually get to pre-war levels due to perhaps just damaged facilities, indeed blockages in the supply chain, and, etc.
You're absolutely right. I mean, for Gulf producers, every day the strait remains closed or constrained is a day of lost export income that can never be fully recovered. And, unlike a factory, that can run over time. If you want to catch up, oil and gas wells cannot simply pump harder later to compensate for the lost flow. And as you mentioned, the cost of rebuilding is probably very much underweight in most macro discussion right now. Like strikes on, Iran's South Pars gas field, retaliatory strikes on Qatar's Ras Laffan gas field. They represent damage to infrastructure that took decades and hundreds of billions of dollars to build. So, restarting is not simply a matter of reopening a valve. It involves safety inspection, engineering assessments, potential replacement of maybe broken spare parts with long lead times, a requalification of export contracts. So you're right, it's going to take time and it's a problem. We're going to see a lag. Even if things go right, we're going to see a lag in the third quarter. So it's going to take some time, at least until the fourth quarter, best estimate as of today.
Julian, thank you so much for joining us. Julian Mathenier from Energy Intelligence there.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Now, in Lebanon, the funeral of journalist Amal Khalil has been held in her hometown of Bassaria. Khalil was targeted and killed in Israeli strikes on Wednesday while seeking shelter in the town of Atiri in the south. Another journalist, Zainab Faraj, was injured. Israeli forces prevented the Red Cross from accessing the site for hours. Lebanon's Prime Minister Nawaf Salam has accused Israel of crimes against humanity. Now, Zainab Faraj is at the moment in hospital receiving treatment and has described her last moments with Amal Khalil.
كانت عم تقرب تعبطني كل شوي إلا أمل
سيد عباس حميدي قسم الطوارئ سيد عباس حميدي قسم الطوارئ
مكتوب بريس والدرع ما في على أساس
Crimes against humanity. Now, Zainab Faraj is at the moment in hospital receiving treatment and has described her last moments with Amal Khalil.
كانت عم تقرب تعبطني كل شوي كثير كان في سيارة ما بتقطع كمان بس ما سمعت صوت صاروخ نازل وما في أي شيء على أساس
Crimes against humanity. Now, Zainab Faraj is at the moment in hospital receiving treatment and has described the area from the Litani River. The so-called Yellow Line also extends into the Mediterranean waters that are rich in energy resources despite a maritime border agreement in place.
The Israeli military has published a map of a local frontline area in the southern Lebanon. The army says that anyone approaching or attempting to cross that boundary is at risk of being
also extends into the Mediterranean
on the
waters that are
map,
rich in
the
energy
area
resources
also
despite a
stretches
maritime
north
border
of the
agreement in place.
Mediterranean Sea. It encompasses the Karnak gas field, located the Israeli military of Lebanon map, and of a local frontline area in southern Lebanon. The army says that anyone approaching or attempting to cross that. Now that agreement is at risk of being down, but if you look on the map, the area also stretches in the Mediterranean Sea. Israel encompasses the Karnak gas field adjacent, located the Israeli military of Lebanon gas field of a local frontline area after exploration of Lebanon. The army says that anyone approaching or attempting to cross that. Now that agreement is at risk of being down, but if you look on the M60, the area also stretches in the Mediterranean in the field of Israel encompasses the Karnak gas field adjacent, located the Israeli military of Lebanon gas field of a local frontline area after exploration of Lebanon. The army says that anyone approaching or attempting to cross that. Now that agreement is at risk of being down, but if you look on the M60, the area also stretches in the Mediterranean in the field of Israel encompasses the Karnak gas field adjacent, located the Israeli military of Lebanon gas field of a local frontline area after exploration of Lebanon. The army says that anyone approaching or attempting to cross that. Now that agreement is at risk of being down, but if you look on the M60, the area also stretches in the Mediterranean in the field of Israel encompasses the Karnak gas field adjacent, located the Israeli military of Lebanon gas field of a local frontline area after exploration of Lebanon. The army says that anyone approaching or attempting to cross that. Now that agreement is at risk of being down, but if you look on the M60, the area also stretches in the Mediterranean in the field of Israel encompasses the Karnak gas field adjacent, located the Israeli military of Lebanon gas field of a local frontline area after exploration of Lebanon. The army says that anyone approaching or attempting to cross that. Now that agreement is at risk of being down, but if you look on the M60, the area also stretches in the Mediterranean in the field of Israel encompasses the Karnak gas field adjacent, located
Peace treaty was signed in 1983, designed to end the state of war and establish bilateral relations. It was negotiated while Lebanon was occupied by both the Israeli and Syrian armies in the middle of a civil war. The treaty only deepened divisions, with the opposition backed by Syria triggering what became known as the February 1984 uprising, which resulted in the collapse of the government's authority in Beirut. The agreement was cancelled. The balance of power shifted towards Syria, paving the way for increased Iranian influence. Decades later, the same men who led the uprising, Druze politician Walid Jumblat and Speaker of Parliament Nabi Berri, now the most senior Shia Muslim state official, are against the government's decision to hold direct peace negotiations with Israel. They want a permanent end to hostilities and the international border restored. Once again, Lebanon is not speaking in a unified voice.
هذه المفاوضات ليست ضعفاً.
President Joseph Aoun says direct talks are the only way to end the conflict and reach a permanent agreement to preserve the unity of the land. The Lebanese and Israeli ambassadors met in Washington earlier this month, but formal negotiations are yet to begin. Hezbollah says it's a surrender and says Lebanon would have better leverage if it was part of the regional diplomacy involving Iran. The group and the U.S.-backed leadership that outlawed Hezbollah's military wing in March are on a collision course. But so far, the army chief has not implemented that order. During the 1984 uprising, the army collapsed as a national institution and fragmented along sectarian lines. It's a different era, but then, like now, peace with Israel lacks internal consensus and carries the risk of prolonged violence. Lebanon is again a battleground. Zana Khuder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Well, we've got correspondents covering the story for us in Washington and the occupied West Bank, where we start with Noor Odeh, who's following responses from Israel. She's near Ramallah. Noor, what's going on here exactly? I mean, do we have a situation where Israel is looking at perhaps extending this ceasefire more than anything, or are these actually genuine peace talks from their point of view?
They don't view these as really peace talks. This is a situation that Israel was pushed into, almost kicking and screaming, Rashad. Remember, it was the U.S. president who announced the ceasefire with Lebanon, between Lebanon and Israel. It was also the U.S. president who basically reprimanded Israel by a Truth Social post telling them that they can no longer bomb Lebanon. And then it was the U.S. president who also pushed the Israeli prime minister into announcing that he accepts the Lebanese overtures for direct talks. So Israel is going into this not exactly with a lot of appetite for talks, for concessions, because the objectives of the offensive with Hezbollah in Lebanon had been oversold by the Israeli government. They were talking about occupying up to 20% of Lebanon, forcefully disarming Hezbollah. And now the talk has shifted to a different kind of dynamic, basically pushing the beleaguered Lebanese government into using force to disarm Hezbollah, because in the words of many ex-generals and some officials, a civil war potentially in Lebanon would be less costly to the country than Israel resuming bombardment. That's the kind of atmosphere that you have in Israel. That's what we sense from the statements of Israeli ministers and Israeli officials, and even public opinions that do not support the ceasefire with Lebanon.
Noor Odeh there, live for us near Ramallah. Well, let's get over to our correspondent in Washington, Manuel Rapallo. Manuel, what kind of influence is America exerting over this dialogue?
Before we talk about U.S. influence here, I do want to give you a quick update, because we're at the State Department today where those ambassador-level talks were scheduled to take place between representatives of Israel and Lebanon. We've just received confirmation here in the last few moments from a U.S. official that those talks will now be held instead at the White House, and that President Trump himself will be meeting and having a greeting with both of those representatives from Israel and Lebanon. Now, in terms of U.S. influence, the United States certainly is the sort of diplomatic engine driving these talks that are taking place today here in Washington, but it doesn't mean that that there is no limit to U.S. influence here. The U.S. will be working toward guiding these talks toward an outcome that is favorable to the United States. And by that, I mean that the United States will be using its diplomatic ties with Lebanon to make sure that the Lebanese remain at the negotiating table. They're going to be using their leverage when it comes to Israel to sort of, for lack of a better term here, to gently nudge Israel to not escalate in this situation. But again, this is not to say that there is no limit to the U.S. ability to exert its influence in the situation. And we say that specifically because there is a bit of a wild card, the fact that Hezbollah is not going to be a part of these negotiations. And Hezbollah has said already in the past that any sort of framework, any sort of agreement that might come out of these talks, of these negotiations, Hezbollah will not abide by these agreements. And that certainly poses a challenge to both the United States, to Israel, and to Lebanon over enforcing any sort of framework that comes out of these negotiations.
Manuel, thank you very much indeed. Manuel Rapallo there, live for us in Washington, D.C. You're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top stories. Iranian media have reported that air defense systems have been engaging, quote, hostile targets over Tehran. There's been no official confirmation of any attacks on the city. Donald Trump has escalated U.S. threats in the Strait of Hormuz as Pakistani mediators wait for Iran to propose a peace plan. On social media, he says he's ordered the Navy to shoot at any Iranian boats suspected of laying mines in the strait. The U.S. military says it's raided a sanctioned stateless ship in the Indian Ocean that was moving oil from Iran. Iran has also been taking over vessels, seizing 2 cargo ships in the Strait of Hormuz on Wednesday, accusing them of operating without authorization. I'll hand it over now to Al Jazeera's team in Washington, D.C. for our regular segment from the U.S. Capitol. This is America, bringing you deeper insight into the debates shaping America and also the world.
Hello, this is America, and this is the United States Institute of Peace. Or actually, correction, it is the Donald J. Trump U.S. Institute of Peace, because the president had it renamed last year. Remember, he calls himself the peacemaker-in-chief. But just how close is the U.S. to peace with Iran? How much longer will this ceasefire last? And is it all part of some cunning plan, or quite simply a sign of a president who has run out of options? I'll have more later, but let's get started with my colleague, Cyril Vanier, in our Washington studio.
Phil Lavelle, thank you very much. After bombs, threats, and emergency diplomacy, President Trump appears to be trying something new with Iran: patience. No deadlines, at least for now, and no threats of civilizational erasure. Donald Trump seems to be betting that his naval blockade of Iranian ports will weaken the Iranian establishment over time. Now, we'll be speaking to Mike Hanna at the White House in just a moment for more on that. When the U.S. president extended his own deadline to resume the U.S. military campaign against Iran, that was on Tuesday, it wasn't a total surprise. He's done that before. But this time, he didn't postpone by a day or two, as he's done. He left it open-ended, and that feels new. White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt calling it an act of generosity, but also making it clear that this is part of Trump's pressure campaign.
President Trump announced an extension of the ceasefire. He's maintaining and generously offering a bit of flexibility to a regime who has been completely tarnished because of Operation Epic Fury. And the president wants a unified response. And so as we await that response, there's a ceasefire with the military and kinetic strikes.
And that ceasefire extension is raising questions. Is it a new window of diplomatic opportunity, or are we just normalizing a prolonged period of instability? Al Jazeera's Rosalind Jordan reports.
After nearly 8 weeks of war, the U.S. is now observing an indefinite ceasefire with Iran. What can U.S. President Donald Trump do now to end the war? Some 50,000 U.S. troops deployed to the region are on standby, while Donald Trump is waiting for Tehran officials to offer what he's calling a unified proposal for peace. But it may be the Iranians who are trying to run out the proverbial clock.
Who knows with anyone, but who knows with Iran in particular?
Despite Trump's bluster, the U.S. is winning the war. A majority of Americans is not convinced and wants him to end it.
How many people did you kill today?
And reports suggest that he may be giving Iranian leaders a pretext to refuse all negotiations, so long as the U.S. naval blockade continues. Plus, Tehran continues to impose global economic carnage of its own by controlling maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, a strategic card of pressure that could force Washington to release billions of dollars in sanctioned oil revenue in exchange for Tehran's abandoning its nuclear weapons ambitions, one of the original reasons why the U.S. said it launched the war. Tracking the changing ceasefire timeline has been anything but simple. April 17th. Trump announces Iran has agreed to everything, including removal of its enriched uranium, and that talks continue. Iranian officials soon deny Trump's claims. April 19th, Trump says if Iran does not sign this deal, the whole country is getting blown up. April 20th, Trump is adamant. He may not extend the ceasefire if there's no deal with Iran. April 21st, Trump says the same team led by Vice President J.D. Vance is about to land in Pakistan for talks, but it turns out Vance never leaves Washington. Soon after, Iranians announce they won't be going to Islamabad. And then Trump says at Pakistan's request, he's extending the ceasefire indefinitely, but won't give the Iranians what they really want, an end to the blockade. President Masoud Pezeshkian calls Trump's actions the main obstacles to genuine negotiations. And that criticism is at the heart of why the ceasefire may drag on, a lack of trust in the other party's ability to negotiate in good faith. But without talks, both countries run the risk of not getting what they really want, an end to the war. Rosalind Jordan, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Now, Al Jazeera's Mike Hanna is live at the White House. Mike, over 7 weeks, we bounced from one Trump deadline to another. Is there any timeline anymore for this conflict?
Well, it doesn't appear so. The president in recent days hasn't been speaking about a timeline for the conflict itself. He's been speaking about this extension of the ceasefire and a timeline for that, in which the answer is there is no timeline. That's according to the White House press spokesperson, who made very clear that this is no deadline that President Trump is setting. It's basically open-ended. And he, says this press secretary, will decide when or whether that ceasefire will no longer be extended. So everything is in his hands. It does appear very much that President Trump is playing a wait-and-see game. He claims that the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is a very effective tactic at getting the Iranians back to the negotiating tables because of the massive financial loss that they are incurring. This does appear to be the only strategy that he's got at present, and that is to wait this one out. What he does not want to happen is for everything to descend into chaos again, because that is going to be politically damaging. The alternative, have an elastic time frame for the ceasefire to continue.
Yeah, Mike Hanna at the White House, thank you very much. Donald Trump has repeatedly made threats that he would end Iranian civilization or bomb the country back to the Stone Age before going on to delay with extended ceasefires. Republicans are framing this as an act of mercy, giving Iran a final chance to surrender their highly enriched uranium. Here's Trump ally Senator Lindsey Graham posting, "Like everyone, I hope we can end the reign of terror of the Iranian regime through diplomacy." But he also added, quote, "Time will tell." Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. told a House hearing that Trump's threat on social media that a whole civilization will die tonight was the president sending a message of compassion and love to the Iranian people. Democrats see Trump's move as nothing more than a stalling tactic to hide the fact that the president doesn't have a plan. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer posting, "Trump is desperately searching for any sort of exit ramp from his ridiculous bluster." And House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries told CNN there needs to be a permanent end to Trump's reckless war of choice. So is this a tactical move by Donald Trump? Richard Gaisford looked at how the president has approached these situations in the past for clues.
He calls it the art of the deal, and there's no doubt that Donald Trump gets results when everyone involved has an incentive to sign up. The Abraham Accords, agreed in 2020, began the process of normalizing relations between some Gulf states and Israel, an historic moment for the Middle East. But persuading a hostile adversary to shift position has proved a much tougher task. Despite warm words and unprecedented meetings, Trump failed to bring North Korean leader Kim Jong-un into the fold.
Stepping across that line was a great honor. A lot of progress has been made.
With the threat to its near neighbours still all too apparent. And despite much optimism, Trump's been unable to persuade Vladimir Putin to agree terms that could bring Russia's war in Ukraine to an end.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
A previous Republican president faced the seemingly impossible task of ending the Cold War with the Soviets and reducing the number of nuclear warheads. Like Trump, Ronald Reagan used military might and economic pressure as a lever, but Reagan also had a consistent
अगर इस 72 फ्लैट के किसी भी बंदे को कुछ हुआ, जहां तक हम जा सकेंगे फिर जाएंगे.
Distrustful opponents, that much harder. Richard Gosford, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Joining us now, Kenneth Katzman, former senior analyst on Iran at the U.S. Congressional Research Service and former U.S. ambassador to Bahrain, is also with us, Ambassador Adam Areli. Kenneth Katzman, Donald Trump is trying to suffocate Iran's economy. That's where we are right now with the U.S. naval blockade. Can that work? Can that deliver what the U.S. president wants?
Thank you for having me. It can work, but it's going to take time. Remember, Iran is not exporting any new oil, but they have 160 to 170 million barrels of oil afloat all over the world, waiting to be delivered. That went through the Strait of Hormuz before the U.S. blockade.
That oil will be sold and that revenue will come in.
Correct, because it's already out of the Strait of Hormuz. So unless, and we've seen this in the past couple of days, Mr. Trump has now said the U.S. military, it's not all CENTCOM, it's all over the world, he has directed the U.S. military to start seizing those tankers that were exported through the Strait a long time ago. And we've already seized one off Sri Lanka, and there are others that may be seized too, to try to shut down all of Iran's revenue from oil.
Tankers are you talking about?
It could be hundreds. It could be many tankers. Yeah.
Okay, that's some perspective, because if one tanker has been seized, we're talking about one of maybe hundreds. Ambassador Areli, do you believe in this strategy?
Not, do I believe in it? I mean, yes, if all things being equal, but all things aren't equal, right? I mean, there's a famous saying in planning, military planning, that the enemy gets it hurt, right? So you could be in the White House and say, this and this and this, and this will happen, and that will happen, and that will happen. Okay, fine. I mean, it makes sense, except that, the enemy has a vote. And like, the Iranians have prepared for this. They have their own thing. They've got alternative means of storing oil, selling oil, even if they ran out of oil. They have ways to survive a very This isn't just about moving soldiers and ships and planes around on a map. There's politics involved here in the United States, and Trump is nothing if not attuned to the political winds. And for that reason, I think that you've got this Iran strategy on the one hand that runs up against an electoral strategy on another hand, and therefore the question is, which one is going to give?
So time's a really important factor here. Kenneth Katzman said it could work, but it will take a while. How long are we talking? I ask you this because Donald Trump himself has posted on his social media, Iran is losing, or rather is not making $500 million a day in oil sales that it normally would without the blockade. And I'm seeing calculations online, people engaging in math of how many days Iran can go without those $500 million a day. As part of the Congressional Research Service on this and an Iran specialist, did you ever, or did anybody in the federal government ever engage in that kind of math and say Iran can last X number of days?
Well, it didn't go quite that way. I mean, we looked at Iran's assets abroad. They've usually had about $100 billion in various banks abroad, central bank accounts held aboard Japan, South Korea, and those are the assets Iran wants unfrozen.
The new CAPTCHA scam that is exploding in 2026. And what is so diabolical about this scam is that CAPTCHA is meant to protect us. It's meant to prove that you're a real person. It's the thing where you click, I'm not a robot. I'm going to show you the screen grabs in just a second. But the scammers and hackers have now infiltrated this, and they are draining accounts. Let's show you what we're talking about. So this is one of the screenshots. You've seen this pop up before. I'm not a robot. You click the little thing to say that I'm not a robot. Fantastic. We've all seen that. Here's another version of it where they give you a bunch of letters or a bunch of numbers. In this case, we just made it CAPTCHA. Then mine always screws up and it makes me do a... See, this one that I'm going to show you right now, this is a scam. When it says these verification steps, press and hold the Windows key plus R, and then the second step is in the verification window, press Control V, then the third one is press Enter on your keyboard to finish. If you see this pop up, this is the CAPTCHA scam. This is not real, and the minute you follow these instructions, they can install malware and spyware on your device.
But
your
not
phone, your laptop.
In the sense that, you know, obviously you got to pay your soldiers, right? On the other hand, Iran has sources of revenue other than oil. Number one. Number two, Iran and the IRGC have revolutionary fervor, which means they can survive, they can tolerate pain for a lot longer than I think most American decision makers and planners calculate. And so there's an incalculable here that, or something that we just don't know, which is, you know, how long can they go with under siege conditions? I think they can go a lot longer, especially than most people imagine, especially when it comes to kneeling to the Americans. I mean, there's a level of pride and survival.
हम देख ना सके तो क़यामत वाले दिन मेरी आपकी मुलाकात होगी मैं आपको कहूँगा क्यों?
Right? They've got to survive. For us, it's a war of choice. We can walk away tomorrow and America will be revived. So that, I think, that puts things in different perspective in terms of how much pressure they can withstand.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम मेरे पास कल जो है दो फाउंडर है कंसल्टेंसी के लिए उनका जो प्रॉब्लम था ना वो आप समझ लें कि जो लोग बिजनेसेस कर रहे हैं ना पाकिस्तान में 99 लोगों का सेम प्रॉब्लम है उनका प्रॉब्लम ये था कि उन दोनों ने बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया था अपने एक और पार्टनर के साथ जो कि वर्किंग पार्टनर नहीं था सिर्फ और सिर्फ फाइनेंशियल पार्टनर था उसने एक जो है वो अमाउंट दिया था वो भी साथ से दिया था एक कैपिटल अमाउंट दिया फिर उसके बाद हर महीने देता गया ठीक है और स्टार्टिंग में तो जाहिर है बिजनेस कुछ कमा ही नहीं रहा था तो उस टाइम पे कोई मसला ही नहीं होता लेकिन अब बिजनेस जो है वो 3 साल गुजर गए बिजनेस बहुत अच्छा लगा ग्रो होने शुरू हो गया तो अब इनका ये प्रॉब्लम था कि जो दो पार्टनर थे वो बोल रहे थे कि हम ना सैलरी विड्रॉ नहीं कर रहे थे पिछले 3 साल से जो भी प्रॉफिट होता था वो जो हमारी इक्विटी परसेंटेज डिसाइड हुई थी आपस में उसके हिसाब से हम लोग डिवाइड कर लेते थे लेकिन अब मसला ये है कि अब जाहिर है बिजनेस ग्रो हो रहा है हमारी एफर्ट्स बहुत ज्यादा लग रही है टीम को संभालना पड़ता है सारी चीजें करनी पड़ती हैं तो हम ये बोल रहे हैं कि वो बिजनेस ग्रो हो गया तो हम भी कोई ना कोई सैलरी विड्रॉ करें तो जो हमारा फाइनेंशियल पार्टनर है जो कि वर्किंग पार्टनर भी नहीं है बिल्कुल ही पैसे वैसे एक टाइम उसने पैसे दिए थे वो ये बोल रहा है नहीं आप जो है वो सैलरी विड्रॉ नहीं कर सकते आपने जो है वो क्या करना है आपने हमें जो है वो जिस तरह हम पहले चलते आ रहे हैं वैसे ही चलें अच्छा अब ये जो मसला है ना ये बड़ा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड भी है कॉम्प्लेक्स भी है कि स्टार्टिंग में क्या करना चाहिए और पाकिस्तान में मैं 99% पार्टीशन में इसी तरह के मसले देख रहा हूँ तो आज की इस वीडियो का एंड तक जरूर देखिएगा क्योंकि
right now the Iranians appear in control and the United States does not have the momentum.
So to the Guardian US, and it notes the president's tone.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Nas.com today, अगर तेरे को ये cover बेचना है, you take a picture of this cover and upload it on Nas.com. They will make the creatives. They will set up the store like Shopify, and they will freaking run your ads, all automated using AI. So Nas.com is actually a great example. If you have a single product that you want to sell, look at this. Start selling from a single photo. एक photo लो, upload करो. यही सब कुछ करेगा It will sell, it will build your store, it will create ads, it will run ads for you.
So creators target कर रहा है जिन creators को कुछ करना है वो अकेले creators ही हैं.
Solopreneur, this is one kind of
product निकाल product उनको लेके आना है बाहर से physical product. मतलब अगर तेरा बस यही है product तो इसका फोटो लेके तू डाल दे यही देख ads बना लेगा वीडियोस बना लेगा ad चला लेगा ऑप्टिमाइज भी कर लेगा स्टोर बना लेगा पेमेंट गेटवे सेट भी कर लेगा सब कुछ कर लेगा ये crazy. Nas.com today अगर तेरे को ये कवर बेचना है you
take a picture of this cover and upload it on nas.com. They will make the creatives, they will set up the store like Shopify, and they will freaking run your ad.
This meant there would be no escalation. Stocks have had space to surge. Question is, for how long? And that is what's being entertained by the right-leaning Fox News. Now, Sean Hannity, is one of its biggest names. He's also one of the president's biggest cheerleaders. He says even though there is no definitive end date here, he's got it on good authority that it's only going to be a matter of days. Take a listen.
According to the White House, a beaten, a battered, now near close to bankrupt Iran and government there will have no more than 3 to 5 days to present what would be a unified response to the president's peace proposal. Let me make this very simple. If anyone in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard or any other faction of Iran's, remaining government is watching, or you hear about this, I know you like Fox News, your unified response, it better look like this.
Who knows? Maybe the Iranians are watching Fox News. You know, hosts like Sean Hannity are listened to by the president, so it could give them some good insight into what Donald Trump is thinking in a situation where nobody knows what is going on in the mind of one man. Be it cunning, be it chaos for the networks and the news sites, it is all just speculation, but it's giving them lots to talk about and lots to fill the airwaves with.
Okay, so there's everything in the U.S. media, we just heard it, ranging from the U.S. president has no plan to actually he's playing 3D chess and, you know, people will catch up with him, but he's way ahead of everybody. Ambassador Areli, perhaps more relevant to the outcome of all of this is how Iranians are interpreting the president's words and actions. What do you think? You've been an ambassador in the
Well,
region.
again, when you say Iranians, I think it's important to be a little bit more specific.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got the Iranian in the street, you know, the everyday Joe or Jane, and then you have the leadership, and even within the leadership, there are different factions. So I think when we say Iranians, let's narrow it down to the leadership.
I mean leadership.
Okay, the leadership. It's interesting. Trump said, you know, we're going to extend the ceasefire until they get their act together and come back with a unified position. Well, they may not do that, right? And there have always been these tensions between those who want to negotiate and maybe make compromises and those who are hardliners and, you know, are going to stick to their guns. Right now, it would appear that it's that latter group that is driving the bus, so to speak. But either way, let's be clear. The Iranians have been studying us very carefully for some time. And when I say studying us, looking at what we did in Iraq, looking at what we did in Afghanistan, looking at what we did in the last time we hit them in June. And, you know, what our decision-making process is, what our pain tolerance is, what our, you know, patience level is, and what our off-ramps are.
That goes both ways, by the way. I mean, obviously, the U.S. federal government is full of people who have been studying Iran. Kenneth Katzman is one of them.
I disagree. Yes, they're full of Americans studying
30 years
Iran.
spent studying Iran in the Congressional Research Service, right?
Yeah, fortunately or unfortunately, yeah.
But the point is, most of those people, I've worked with them in the U.S. government. Most of them don't speak Persian, haven't lived in Iran. And let's remember, it's one thing to study Iran, where you don't have access to a lot of information because it's a closed society, for goodness sake. Or study the United States, where everything we do is out in the open.
Kenneth Katzman, it's interesting, this idea that Iranians have been scrutinizing the U.S. and therefore they may have good insights into how to handle the U.S. I mean, couldn't the reverse be said? People like yourself, and there are others within the U.S. federal government, have been spending a whole lifetime career studying Iran and doing the same thing, trying to game out what could happen.
Yeah, and I think we all said it was going to go down pretty much as it has, which is that if all you're doing is bombing, you're not really going to get anywhere with the regime. Remember, they went through the Iran-Iraq war where they had rationing. They were exporting no oil. Okay, these guys know pain. The only way you're going to shift their calculations, and I've said this on this show many times and other shows on this network many times, is with some sort of a ground operation. And that doesn't mean an occupation. What that means is a ground operation that convinces them their time could actually run out and they may actually lose power out of this. That's the only way you're going to change their calculation.
And to another point that you made and Ken made, It's one thing to have people in the United States studying Iran and knowing Iran and being able to say, if you do this, they're going to do this. There are people like that, and Ken's one of them. However, does the person in the Oval Office listen? You know, anybody could have told Trump and Hegseth, if you do this, then what's going to happen is what we're seeing happen. Well, they didn't want to listen. They thought, okay, we got the answer to this. I can play 3D chess.
Netanyahu, the
and
Israelis
you see where they are.
Collapse, yeah.
There is.
Netanyahu said if you just kill Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, the whole system collapses, and that was obviously not correct.
There is analysis, there is expertise that filters up into that room, right? That is delivered to the president. By the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, by possibly the vice president, the secretary of state, the secretary of defense. You're both saying no?
You talk about, you had a section on the press here, right? On the U.S. press. You didn't include this article in the New York Times that talked about the decision-making leading up to this, which was that Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, was very careful not to
give his opinion.
Not even to give
military
his opinion,
assessments.
Not to challenge Trump. And to only give assessments that were neutral. Well, if you're a commander of the forces, you have to be able to say, you know what, this is probably not going to work. But he's more concerned about his job than he is the military campaign.
Kenneth Katzman, go ahead, real quick, last word.
There is a way out of it. Like I said, there are ways out of this. Either Mr. Trump is going to have to accept an agreement that falls short of unconditional surrender, which he again reiterated yesterday, demand for unconditional. He either has to accept less than that, or he's going to have to go to kinetic escalation, including ground operations, in my view.
Kenneth Katzman, former senior analyst on Iran at the U.S. Congressional Research Service, and Ambassador Adam Areli, former U.S. ambassador to Bahrain. Thank you very much to both of you for joining us on the program. All right. President Trump's evolving strategy is also being scrutinized by the American public. Watch this with Alex Beard.
First, there was the blockade to a blockade, and now the extension to an extension. That being seen by some over here as a total diplomatic failure, being spun into something generous. Trump once again accused of negotiating with himself, not just at home, but in Tehran.
If Iran doesn't come to negotiate, we're going to bomb them.
2,000 years later.
So where are the Iranians?
This was pushed by Iranian state media, openly mocking Trump. But the White House says take that at face value.
What they say publicly is much different than what they concede to the United States and our negotiating team privately.
Trump supporters see that extension as part of a grand strategy. The president taking his time to get the best for America while Iran lives in fear. Others telling Americans to trust the plan, saying this time is crucial to prepare the military for any possible escalation, and that Iran is being economically throttled. Trust Trump, stand firm, free Iran. But in the other camp, there are fears the ceasefire is doomed.
Sources telling me that the ceasefire extension in Iran announced by the president, that will be short-lived unless a deal is reached quickly.
For conservative podcaster Daniel Davis, Iran now has the upper hand as the US bleeds cash to maintain its blockade. A strategic stalemate from both sides with no clear endgame.
And that's it from us in the Washington studio. Back to Al Jazeera's Phil Lavelle.
Yes, Cyril, on our next edition, we're going to be looking at the issue of Iran's highly enriched uranium. Remember, that is one of America's red lines. Should the US seize it? And if it chooses to do so, what does that even look like? How is that going to work? That is Friday, 18:30 GMT. If you're here in the United States, it's 2:30 p.m. on the East Coast. And we will see you then. Bye for now.
Somalia is facing a deepening humanitarian crisis. Millions are suffering from a lack of food and have been displaced from their homes. In a series of reports, Al Jazeera examines how soaring fuel costs and rising commodity prices due to the Iran conflict are affecting an already dire situation. Somalia's deepening crisis. Special coverage on Al Jazeera.
Israeli intelligence services are often ranked among the best in the world. But sometimes things go wrong.
In the case of October 7th, the intelligence failure is much worse than in 73.
Al Jazeera World examines some of these failures and how Israel's enemies use spies to inform on their own country.
Nobody wants to talk about them openly.
Infiltration from within on Al Jazeera.
This is a man who feels vindicated by the voters. He plans to change America, but it's not clear if all his plans will survive legal challenges. The last country facing US tariffs is China, but for the moment, what was described by one US financial newspaper as the dumbest trade war in history appears to be on hold.
Hi there, I'm Sara Khairat. It's great to have you with us. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha with continuing coverage of the ceasefires in Iran and Lebanon. Coming up, Donald Trump issues a shoot and kill warning for any Iranian vessel laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz, which he says the US now controls. But Iran's Revolutionary Guard releasing images of tanker interceptions as the blockade standoff shows no sign of easing. Air defences are reportedly activated over Iran's capital, but it's unclear why. And Lebanon mourns 8 journalists killed in an Israeli strike ahead of the next round of ceasefire talks at the White House. Iran and the US are ramping up pressure on shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. President Donald Trump says he's ordered the Navy to triple its efforts to clear mines from the strait. Now he says the US has the strait sealed tight and that no ship can enter or leave Iran's ports until Tehran makes a peace deal. In a social media post, he said, "I have ordered the United States Navy to shoot and kill any boat, small boats though they may be. Their naval ships are all 159 of them at the bottom of the sea." That is putting mines in the waters of the Strait of Hormuz. In a separate post just minutes later, Trump added, "We have total control over the Strait of Hormuz. No ship can enter or leave without the approval of the United States Navy. It is sealed up tight until such time as Iran is able to make a deal." Well, earlier, US forces boarded and seized a vessel in the Indian Ocean. The military says the unflagged ship, called the Majestic, is sanctioned and was transporting Iranian oil. Iran says it won't enter ceasefire talks while the US maintains its blockade. And Iran has released this footage of its forces seizing 2 tankers off its coast. Al Jazeera's Tawheed Asadi reports for us from Tehran.
The US says it has totally destroyed Iran's navy, but all it takes is one small boat to disrupt global trade. Iranian state television aired these pictures in the early hours of Thursday morning. Masked Iranian soldiers scaling the side of the Panama flag container ship MSC Francesca. Panama has condemned what it calls the illegal seizure of the vessel, which was on its way to Sri Lanka. It was one of the 2 ships seized by Iran. The IRGC accused the MSC Francesca and the Liberia flagged Epaminondas of operating without required permits and turning off their transponders, which shares the ship's location. They are the latest ships to be caught up in the US-Iran battle for the control of the strait.
The ceasefire is an opportunity to prepare for reconstruction, or in the words of our armed forces, an opportunity to reload. We have certainly made the best possible use of this opportunity. I want to stress this. We will not leave this battlefield until the aggressor is seriously punished and ultimately made to regret it.
Ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz must also face the United States blockade of Iranian ports. And it's that blockade Iranian officials blame for stalling peace negotiations. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian says it is the main obstacle to the resumption of talks, but the US shows no sign of backing down.
We are completely strangling their economy through this blockade. They're losing $500 million a day. The Karg Island is completely full. They can't move oil in and out. They can't even pay their own people as a result of this economic leverage that President Trump has inflicted over them.
Before the war, about 130 ships a day would enter and exit through the Strait of Hormuz, moving about 20% of the world's daily oil and gas supply. Now, few ships are getting through. Those trying face the threat of being turned around by the US or being boarded by Iranian forces. But with no other way in or out, ships and the world are left waiting for an end to the blockade standoff. Toida Sadi, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
Air defense fire has been seen over the Iranian capital in the last hour. Iranian media have reported that they've been engaging, quote, hostile targets over Tehran, but there has been no official confirmation of any attacks on the city. Let's now go to Tehran, where Ali Hashim is live for us. Ali, what did people actually witness?
Well, actually, we witnessed the air defenses being activated just behind me near the tower there. And other people said that they've seen the air defenses activated towards the east, others towards the west. However, there's no result yet. I mean, we've seen no explosion, we've heard no bangs. So it could be just a maneuver, it could be just some of a suspicion towards some maybe internal drones. But, you know, since the end of this war, the number of drones that are circling around Iran actually are too much. I mean, the number couldn't be given. I mean, this is what we've been hearing, that there have been several drones circling around the country. So it could be that there's a suspicion from the defensives. So, yeah, this is the whole story. Now, on another note, the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi tweeted saying the failure of Israel's terrorist killings is reflected in how Iran's state institutions continue to act with unity, purpose, and discipline. The battlefield and diplomacy are fully coordinated fronts in the same war. Iranians are all united. This is a tweet that comes just after reports coming in Western media and Israeli media about differences within the establishment here in Iran. Even there were some rumors coming about the resignation of the Speaker of the House, Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf, from the negotiation team, which was actually denied by a senior source in the team. So the Iranians are right now reacting because it seems that they are also keen to have the narrative war on their side.
Yeah, well, that would be surprising because Ghalibaf has been key to the negotiations. But Iran has also been adamant, Ali, that it won't negotiate with the US until the US removes its blockade of the strait. But now the US is doubling down with Trump threatening Navy ships or Navy boats with shoot and kill policy. So how's that going down with the Iranians?
Well, it's clear that this is another war. It's a parallel war that's going on. And by the way, it's the only space where the Iranians and the Americans are directly engaging, even though they're engaging with hostilities in a negative way. But it's a space where they are signaling to each other. And the more there's tension, the more there's escalation. We know that this is also related to the blockade that is that is existing. I mean, there is a kind of a situation where the Iranians and the Americans are in a situation where they know that they want to go to talks, but they cannot go to talks. The Americans are not going to lift the blockade. This is what President is saying, President Trump. And the Iranians are not going to the talks while the blockade is there. So it's a dilemma, and this dilemma doesn't seem to be, at least in the near future, doesn't seem to be solvable.
All right, thank you very much for that update. Ali Hashim, our correspondent, live for us in Iran's capital. Now, the US president is due to meet Lebanese and Israeli envoys at a second round of direct talks in Washington, D.C. Beirut says the meeting will focus on extending the fragile ceasefire in Lebanon and a potential date for higher-level negotiations. In a moment, we'll be speaking to Noor Auda, who's live for us in occupied West Bank. But first, let's go to Mike Hanna, who's at the White House, because, Mike, Donald Trump, it seems, is going to be greeting both representatives there. Is he likely to also take part in those talks? And also, what are we expecting from those talks?
Well, there hasn't been any guidance on what role exactly the president will play, apart from the fact that it's been announced that he will greet the ambassadors upon arrival. Now, this meeting was due to take place at the State Department, and it's only a few hours before it was due to begin that all of a sudden we learned that it had been switched to the White House. There's no clear reason why, apart from the fact, obviously, that President Trump wants to be in some way involved. Now, this is a carry-on from talks that were held at the State Department last week, leading within days to that ceasefire in Lebanon. And that was something that President Trump claimed credit for. President Trump obviously trying to put his stamp on the process now of talks, very rare talks between Israel and Lebanon, and hence it's being held at the White House beginning in just under an hour.
All right, thanks. We'll be checking in later. Mike Hanna there at the White House. Well, just ahead of the talks, the funeral of a journalist killed in Israeli strikes on Wednesday was held in her hometown in Lebanon. Amal Khalil was targeted and killed while seeking shelter in the town of Atiri in the south. Another journalist, Zainab Faraj, was injured. Israeli forces prevented the Red Crescent from accessing the site for hours. And Lebanon's Prime Minister Nawaf Salameh has accused Israel of crimes against humanity. Well, Zainab Faraj is in hospital receiving treatment, and she's described her last moments with Amal Khalil.
كانت عم تقرب تعبطني كل شوي. الأمل
سيد عباس حميدي قسم الطوارئ. سيد عباس حميدي قسم الطوارئ. مكتوب بريس والدرع.
ما في على أساس هونيك إنه في وقف إطلاق نار على أساس هيك على أساس في جيش فوق على أساس بالوقت اللي كنا مارقين من الطيري كان في سيارات عم ترجع كمان بس ما سمعت صوت صاروخ نازل أو أي شيء أبدا.
All right, well, let's cross over to Noor Auda, as we were saying, in occupied West Bank. Noor, so we just heard there from Zainab Faraj, expecting that it's a ceasefire. They didn't expect to be targeted in that way. And that ceasefire is expiring in a few days, yet those Israeli strikes are still happening.
That's right, Sarah. And as far as Israel's concerned, from its perspective, the ceasefire holds because in the Israeli military and even political doctrine, Israel enforces the ceasefires it enters into by carrying out strikes, by carrying out attacks against the adversary, whether it's Hezbollah in Lebanon or Hamas in Gaza. So as far as Israel is concerned, the ceasefire is going quite well so long as Hezbollah does not attack Israel. And even the retaliation that we saw from Hezbollah within the occupied Lebanese territory was considered a violation of that agreement by Israel. And it doesn't seem like this understanding, this Israeli understanding, is really being challenged internationally, save, of course, for the Lebanese government, whom we've heard from time and again, saying that Israel must end its occupation and withdraw to the internationally recognized borders.
So, Noor, Israel may have stopped, completely, may not have stopped completely these attacks, rather. What are they actually doing there right now as this ceasefire is still in place? And also, given that they are occupying southern Lebanon, despite there being a UN resolution 1701.
Yeah, I mean, right now Israel is talking about 1701 plus. It doesn't really seem to be constrained by this UN Security Council resolution, much like other Security Council resolutions that Israel does not really implement. But in Lebanon in particular, and with US backing, what Israel wants is for the Lebanese government to disarm Hezbollah even if it has to use force, even at the cost of Lebanese civil war. And some of the arguments we've heard are quite stark from former generals and even some officials that it would be less costly for Lebanon to get into this internal strife than to be at the receiving end of Israeli military assault. In the meantime, and while all of that is happening, and while the U.S. is overseeing a process of meetings and possible talks between Israel and Lebanon, where Lebanon doesn't have a lot of leverage, the Israeli army is systematically demolishing Lebanese villages in that area that it occupies. There are 20 villages, according to reporting, that the Israeli army intends to completely erase. And those are mostly Shiite villages, because in the mind of the Israeli Minister of Defense, and we've heard him say that repeatedly, Shiite villages equal Hezbollah infrastructure, an equivalence that we've seen in Lebanon as an echo of what we saw also in Gaza. Sarah?
All right, thank you very much. Noura Alda there, breaking it down to us, what's happening in southern Lebanon. Thank you for speaking to us from near Ramallah. Now, EU officials are in Cyprus for a summit on surging energy costs and potential shortages of aviation fuel caused by the war in Iran. The leaders are expected to be working to bring down costs, stabilise supply chains and prevent disruption to air travel. Some European carriers are already cutting routes. Well, let's head to our London studio with Jonah Hull for more on the widespread global economic repercussions of this war in the Middle East.
Well, thank you and welcome to Al Jazeera's London studio. Concern over Iran's seizing ships in the Strait of Hormuz has driven oil prices up again, reaching $105 a barrel earlier. Business activity in the Eurozone contracted for the first time in 16 months in April. A major UK supermarket chain is urging the government to step in and help the food sector with soaring energy costs. And there are new warnings that jet fuel shortages could lead to a summer of travel disruption across Europe. Well, let's get more on all of that from Dominic Kane, who joins us from Berlin. And Dominic, in EU terms, we're talking about a blow to business activity, presumably because of rising costs. Also, yet more warnings of jet fuel shortages. How are countries responding?
Yeah, those warnings about jet fuel shortages are really causing concern, not just in the aviation industry, but for governments across the EU and indeed the EU as an institution. Why? Because the level of travel by jet aviation in March, well, by the time you get to the summer season of August, is 40% higher, the demand for aviation fuel, that is. And so when countries hear that some suggestions, perhaps 5 to 6 weeks supply is still available, and then the companies don't know what's going to happen, it causes shockwaves. So, for example, we know that certain airlines inside the EU have started to slash the amount of flights they make available. Their schedules for the summer, they're starting to pare them down. Certainly the Lufthansa Group is axing one of its branches, although it says that the axing of tens of thousands of flights is actually not something specifically jet fuel crisis related, but it is something that is playing on the minds of countries. So, in the first instance, some countries are trying to acquire jet fuel from the United States, from Nigeria, to try to, as it were, build up some sort of reserve. And then at the EU level, you have this package called Accelerate EU, where the institution is saying that countries should pool reserves if they have to, and that might be a way out of this crisis. And of course, this is something that will definitely be on the minds of EU ministers, heads of government, heads of state in their informal summit taking place in Cyprus.
Dominic Kane in Berlin there for us. Thank you. Well, with both Iran and the US saying they're seizing vessels in the Strait of Hormuz and elsewhere, it's only adding to the jitters, further driving up oil prices. Both countries are currently blockading the vital waterway, stopping oil and gas flowing through it. Well, let's talk about this. Pedro Rossi joins me in the studio here. He's Vice President and Chief Economist of the Global Fund for a New Economy and an advisor to the Brazilian president. Good to have you with us, Pedro. So the strait blocked now by both sides. This is essentially war by another means. It's economic war, isn't it? It's a question of who blinks first. In economic terms, who is being hit hardest? Is it Iran? Is it the US? Which side needs to blink first?
I think the U.S. has more to lose because the economic consequences of this decision is more inflation and less GDP. And this is a challenge for Trump internally because of the midterms election and his popularity, and externally because of the international pressure. And in the case of Iran, they are under economic pressure already, right? And somehow they are resilient to it.
So the two protagonists are being hit economically. Let's take a look, stay with me, at beneficiaries to this war. One major beneficiary of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is the Norwegian energy sector. In March, the value of its crude oil exports jumped 68%. Now, against that, consider this, the country's sovereign wealth fund, the largest of its kind in the world that invests revenue from oil and gas in global assets. It's reported a first quarter loss of $68.4 billion, citing challenging market conditions. Well, the fund also said that in April alone so far, revenue driven by the high oil price has already offset those losses entirely. That's extraordinary, isn't it? The whole world suffering economically, oil producers and the companies that produce oil, it's a bonanza.
That's why inflation is a distributive problem. There is someone winning, someone losing, right? In this case, oil companies, oil producers are getting with the good side of the war, while consumers are getting with the cost.
Well, let's look at new data coming through on global economies. The toll from higher production costs are starting to take effect on European economies because of the war. Business activity in the Eurozone has contracted for the first time in 16 months, as we were saying. The composite purchasing managers index fell from 50.7 in March to 48.6 in April, after an improvement in the manufacturing sector was offset by a sharp contraction in the services sector. Well, unexpectedly, the UK has reported higher output levels, presumably preliminary rather. Figures show the composite PMI rose from 50.3 last month to 52.0 in April. Well, despite those positive numbers, a quarterly survey by the Confederation of British Industry measuring business sentiment found optimism is deteriorating fast, dropping from -19 in January to -65 in April. Pedro, unless you are an oil producer or an oil producing company, there is very little optimism around. And presumably, you tell me, we're talking about months ahead, the end of the year, even further?
You are an oil producer or a shareholder, right? Because those are also gaining.
Well, they're doing well too.
They are doing well. And also governments that kind of have state-owned companies. So there's fiscal surplus coming from the oil pigs.
Well, but you'd know that from Brazil, of course.
We know that from Brazil. And it's a very interesting case where we have a state-owned company with private shareholders. And there is a dispute around if we control the prices, so the whole society benefit, or you have more surplus for the government and more dividends for the shareholders.
Well, the question was, and let's go back to it, all of this economic gloom around, how far down the line are we looking now? Is this a thing that lasts for months, to the end of the year, potentially even further?
I would say it's a structural thing, because it's not just the ships circulating, it's about production. In the Middle East, it's also about refining those, transforming oil into different fuels. So refineries are using their stock, their buffers, and at some point we will have a problem. So if the war lasts long, we will have a problem there. We will also have a problem with fertilizers, which take longs, right? There's a short-term impact on inflation because of fuel, because of everything that is transport, commodities and services, but also an impact on food that takes more time.
Well, in a sense, you can mitigate inflation. You can't mitigate food that isn't there when harvest time comes. Look, another sector, of course, particularly hard-hit production sector is food, is farming, and therefore consumers as a result. Here in the UK, the major supermarket chain Sainsbury's is calling for government help to cope with high energy costs and to keep a lid on grocery inflation. Its CEO says the whole food sector needs support with soaring bills. Milena Veselinovic went to an urban farm in London to find out how the war in the Middle East is impacting its business.
This is agriculture, but not as you know it. We're inside a vertical farm in the middle of urban London. They grow all sorts of herbs and leafy greens here, which they then deliver to restaurants and grocers across the British capital. And each crop gets exactly the right mix of light, water, nutrients and humidity that they need to thrive. But that requires a lot of electricity. And with the war in Iran pushing prices up, it's something that's weighing heavily on this firm's mind.
We can use renewable energy, which is great, but unfortunately renewable energy costs in the UK are linked to the price of gas. So we have a lot of horticultural LEDs here in this room, and obviously running those lights does use more energy than if you were growing outside. I personally feel that it is really important for the UK to have a greater level of food security, and by that I mean growing more food domestically. We import a lot. By us growing more fresh produce within the UK, we are allowing the UK to become slightly more immune to geopolitical issues.
Plants are grown here year-round. This vertical farm, which by the way is inside a shopping centre, can produce 20 to 30 tonnes of herbs and leafy greens annually using this method. And while the UK government does offer some help with bills for energy-intensive sectors, farming is not included in that scheme. Growers, though, say that they are central to the UK food security and that they should be considered. Milena Veselinovic, Al Jazeera, London.
So higher energy costs, as we've been discussing, feed into higher production costs. That feeds into higher prices. We've also got the fertiliser issue to consider. It all means the consumer suffers. And that was a UK-focused report, of course, but this is not a UK problem. This is a global problem.
This is a global problem, and we have to think on a positive agenda to come out with policy solution for the short term, which is the cost of living crisis that we have, and the long term. And this is a positive, maybe a positive outcome from the war, that you can accelerate the energy transition. So you can rely on other energy sources other than oil, right? And this is urgent for us and for the planet.
That's another potentially positive spin from all of this, the transition to cleaner energies. This is not the first economic crisis by a long shot in recent years. We saw it in 2022, something similar during at the start of the Ukraine war. We saw it with COVID. Have global economies learnt any lessons? Are there any similarities here?
I think there is. The 22 crisis was a shock, also a geopolitical shock in the supply of oil because of the sanctions to Russia, because of the war itself. And now we are seeing a similar thing. The COVID was a demand crisis, right? There was a contraction in the demand and not in the supply. And now we are seeing a supply shock where the demand is adjusting, but the demand adjust means GDP fall, right? Lower growth to the world economy. And we have to find a way out. We hope that this war can end tomorrow, but we have to find a positive policy way towards solution, remediating the effects, the economic effects of this crisis.
And what about the discrepancy between the effects in the global south, the global north? I ask, of course, because your home country is Brazil, a big oil producer. You were telling me earlier about an interesting debate happening there.
So the interesting thing is, like, Brazil is an example of how you can control the oil prices, right? And the fuel prices, because we produce and we refine. So we have the capacity to control. Of course, there are interests around, so the shareholders want more profits, more dividends to be distributed, while the population wants that the gas prices, the oil prices, the fuel prices that get high. So it's a political problem that relates to and speaks to this distributive phenomenon that has to do with the inflation.
It's extraordinary to be talking about a war in the Gulf region of the Middle East and to be talking about its ripple effects in Brazil, a truly worldwide phenomenon. Pedro Rossi, thank you for being with us. Vice President, Chief Economist at the Global Fund for a New Economy. And that is all from us here in London. Back to you now in Doha.
All right, and thanks to Joan and all of the London team. Now let's bring you some other world news. Residents in the southern Russian town of Tuapse have been warned to avoid going outdoors as a fire continues to rage at a Black Sea oil refinery. A Ukrainian drone attack hit the facility a week ago. Firefighters are still working to put out the blaze. The refinery was producing around 240,000 barrels of oil a day before operations were suspended after the attack on April 16. Yulia Shapovalova is at the scene with this update.
What's happening in Tuapse right now can be called an environmental disaster. We've personally witnessed the so-called oil rain, which left black fuel oil on all the surfaces, and tiny particles of this fuel oil get on clothing and they can't be washed off. In several districts of Tuapse, the maximum concentration of harmful substances exceeded several times, and these toxic substances end up on people's hair, skin, lungs, on animals, as well as on fields, gardens and farms, affecting crops. And after remaining silent for several days, authorities have acknowledged the problem and issued recommendations for locals to keep windows shut, spend less time outdoors, wear masks when outside and avoid smoking. And well, schools here in the city have just resumed their classes, but parents prefer to leave their children at home.
Tensions again in India's northeastern state of Manipur, where protests have grown after 2 young children were killed in an explosion earlier this month. A shutdown is enforced in parts of the state. Roads have been blocked and fresh clashes have broken out with security forces. The deaths have revived anger over an ethnic conflict that has already killed more than 260 people and displaced tens of thousands. Asad Beg reports.
Anger is once again spilling onto the streets of Manipur state. In the capital, Imphal, members of the majority Meitei community, which is mostly Hindu, have been demanding answers and justice. Security forces have fired tear gas as protesters blocked a major highway. This unrest was triggered by the killings of 2 children in an explosion in the state's Bishnupur district earlier this month.
We are protesting today and angry because we have not got the truth and justice from the government. We are suffering due to this conflict, and even innocent children have been killed. We want justice. It should be delivered.
But the grief has tapped into something deeper: tensions with the neighboring Christian Kuki-Zu communities. Both say they're marginalized by the state, and they're separated by a buffer zone maintained by police with orders from New Delhi. Close to the fault line between communities in Bishnupur, the demonstrations have remained intense. This is the room where 5-year-old Tumthin and his infant sister Yasiana were killed. Investigators still have not determined who carried out the attack. For the family, the uncertainty has only deepened the pain.
I want justice for my grandchildren and ends to the violence in Manipur. This is the only demands that we have. I don't want to blame Manipur state government. I want to put the blame on both the state and the federal government. Because of their failure, this has happened. We lost all the dreams that our family had.
But on the other side of Manipur's ethnic divide, there is anger too. In the mainly Christian Kuki-Zu areas, the death earlier this year of a politician from India's governing party remains a symbol of how badly trust has collapsed. Vungzagin's vault was attacked by a Meitei mob in 2023 and later died from those injuries.
The center forces are the neutral forces who maintain the buffer zone between us, and without them then we can be under attack from the state forces at any moment.
The conflict between the communities first exploded in May 2023 over lands, rights and representation. And with each new death, each new protest and each new demand for justice, Manipur looks less like a state moving towards peace and more like one still trapped by the wounds of an unfinished conflict. Asad Beg, Al Jazeera.
And there have been confrontations between supporters of rival parties in the Indian state of West Bengal. It's holding some of the country's most politically charged elections in years. And in a controversial move, millions of names have been removed from the electoral rolls. Authorities say they were duplicate entries or deceased voters, but critics say the move disproportionately targets Muslims and other marginalised communities. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's BJP hopes to do well in West Bengal and the southern state of Tamil Nadu. Both are held by the opposition. Warner Brothers shareholders have approved a merger with Paramount valued at $81 billion. Skydance-owned Paramount is looking to buy all of Warner, which includes HBO Max and CNN. The sale still requires review by US regulators. Critics, though, of the deal say it would further consolidate the media market amongst a small number of owners. Pope Leo has wrapped up his 11-day trip to Africa with an open-air mass in Equatorial Guinea. The pontiff's first big international trip has seen him travelling around 18,000 kilometres with stops in 4 countries. Leo has been outspoken on tackling corruption and injustice, and it's been partly overshadowed by a public spat with US President Donald Trump over the war on Iran. All right, our coverage here continues with the war between the US, Israel and Iran. That's after Al Jazeera World. Stay with us.
In every story, truth is priority. Facts emerge in fragments. Events change in an instant. Every image is reviewed. Every detail examined. Because accuracy is everything. Beyond the headlines, providing context, insight, and meaning. Seeking balance in every narrative we cover. Al Jazeera, from the front lines to the newsroom, to you.
They're not only violating protesters, but they don't want people to cover it.
A critical look at the global news media on Al Jazeera.
I can say generally that every spy is making you a damage, because the fact that the spy is in the surroundings of officers, people who are close to state secrets, it's harming.
Shin Bet was penetrated. There was the research in biological research institute was penetrated. I know that there have been some cases in which were not published, and therefore I cannot talk about it. It's a question of censorship and gag orders, and as a law-abiding Israeli citizen, I don't break the law.
I can tell you for sure that not 100% of the spies were revealed or found by the Israeli agencies.
Israel has never made any secret of using espionage against its enemies and friends for many decades, not least in Lebanon, Iran, and in Gaza. It often boasts that its intelligence agencies like Mossad and Shin Bet are the most effective in the world. It uses agents, high-tech surveillance, and sophisticated planned operations like the pager attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon in September 2024. Espionage is a global game played by the world's most influential powers in war and peacetime.
One of the strengths of the ISA is the connections, the cooperation that we have with the American and the British intelligence. This is very important. There is a way of cooperation, you know, we share with them, they share with us. The counterintelligence, this counter-espionage system is working very successfully because of, you know, the long experience that we are doing it for so many years. There are so many cases.
But sometimes Israel's high-tech intelligence operations have faltered. Despite their reputation, mistakes are made and failures occur, like the 1973 Arab-Israeli War and the 7th of October 2023. This film examines some of these failures and counter-espionage by Israel's enemies using spies to inform on their own country.
Well, I'm hearing very much lately all the stories of that we have a case of treason. That's not true. What happened in the 7th of October was a colossal failure of intelligence, of operational, and of technical faults.
In this case of 7th of October, we didn't have intelligence, any concrete intelligence about what they are going to do tomorrow. And even on the night, early morning of 7th of October, when there were some signals that something maybe is developing in the inside Gaza among the Hamas, the decision was to see it as an exercise. And they were preparing for it for at least 2 years, and we didn't know about it. We didn't have a clue. So in the case of October 7th, the intelligence failure is much worse than in 73.
The security breach that allowed the Hamas-led attack on southern Israel to take place in October 2023 caused some analysts to think about other intelligence failures. Had Israel previously been compromised by foreign intelligence agencies but covered it up? We hear from a former director of the internal security agency Shin Bet and a journalist specializing in intelligence and strategic affairs.
The Soviet Union, the KGB, the GRU managed to almost to penetrate every aspect of the Israeli society. Many of them were recruited through the immigration waves, always immigrations and waves and refugees and movement of people are a good hunting ground to recruit spies.
Most potential spies are lured into this murky world for two main reasons: ideology and money. In the former Soviet Union and the old Eastern Bloc countries, intelligence agencies, particularly the KGB, found Jewish immigration to Israel in the 1950s fertile ground for recruitment. They exploited the immigrants' experience of communism and their need for money to recruit hundreds of spies and deploy them in key Israeli institutions.
Actually, the Soviets had a few success stories of recruiting Israeli agents. And the first one, which I would like to mention, is Professor Kurt Zitte, who was a professor in the Technion, the Israeli Technology Institute in Haifa. He actually was running by the Czech intelligence, but the Soviets were very much involved in it because Kurt Zitte, who was a senior scientist, had an access kind of engagement with the Israeli nuclear program that started to be developed at that time.
كان على علاقة تواصل ومراقبة للجنة الطاقة الإسرائيلية، وهي أهم اللجان اللي هي بتقوم على عمل مفاعل ديمونة. استمر في عمله، كان يسافر لمؤتمرات دولية كثيرة بسبب عمله طبعا، وهذا كان يأخذ غطاء في لقائه بمشغليه التشيك من جهاز المخابرات التشيكي.
Professor Kurt Sita was one of the world's leading experts in cosmic rays, and Czech intelligence managed to recruit him. When he arrived in Israel in 1954, Sita got a job at the Israel Institute of Technology, Technion, which enabled him to pass on crucial military information. The Israeli authorities closely monitored Sita's meetings with his handler at the Czech embassy and arrested him in 1960. Sita confessed to espionage and was sentenced to 5 years in prison.
الطريف في الأمر حاجتين، إنه رقم واحد العلماء الإسرائيليين تدخلوا وقدموا عدة عرائض لرئيس الجمهورية ورئيس الوزراء للإفراج عنه باعتباره عالم، ولكن الجزء الآخر الأهم أن الموساد والشين بيت فيما بعد اكتشفوا أن CIA تعلم أنه كان مجند لحساب استيبا التشيكي ولم تبلغ الموساد.
Israel never revealed how much damage Sita caused, but soon after, another case came to light. Senior Army Lieutenant Colonel Israel Be'er worked with Israeli Prime Minister and Defense Minister David Ben-Gurion. He was arrested in early 1961. Be'er had been seen delivering a briefcase full of files to his handler at the Soviet embassy. The Israeli investigation said he'd provided the embassy with Defense Ministry intelligence.
Israel Be'er is a very interesting case because he immigrated to Israel in the early 40s, and he wrote a few books about military and strategy here in Israel, and somehow he became an advisor to the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Defense of Israel at that time, of David Ben-Gurion. He was talking to every military gathering in Israel, and he was speaking with a lot of confidence, and everybody thought that he is prestigious, and people in the military would share with him, would ask for his advice.
Be'er confessed that he spied for ideological reasons. He strongly believed that the Soviet Union would become the world's most influential superpower and that Israel should be its ally. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison, but the damage he caused remained classified.
Israel Be'er was one of the most powerful, and I would say most of the harmful spies that Israel had. Damage is considered to be something that Israel is not ready to say it openly, that Israel is leaving it in a secret. If Israel Be'er was a part of a secret consultants at the Prime Minister office, and there they were talking about tactics. This kind of information is a very big benefit to the other side.
Around the same time as the Be'er case, another spy was recruited purely for money. In the summer of 1948, Polish immigrant Lucian Levy arrived in the newly established state of Israel. He quickly got a job at Shin Bet. His Polish handlers showered him with large sums of money, enabling him to live a lavish lifestyle in Tel Aviv. He was always photographing his Shin Bet colleagues and knew about most of their operations.
Polish Jew by the name of Lucian Levy, who worked for the operation department of the Shin Bet, which one of its main roles was actually to sneak into Eastern European embassies in Tel Aviv and to bug them. So he was like the Kayat who was ordered to guard the milk.
هو تعلم وعرف كل المعلومات الخاصة ب عند الشين بيت فيما يتعلق بهذه السفارات، بما فيه السفارة البولندية والسفارة السوفيتية بالطبع. والشين بيت كان بيقوم بعمليات مراقبة الدبلوماسيين الأجانب، وأنا كنت أحد ضحاياهم في هذا الموضوع.
Levy passed on intelligence to his Polish handlers, who in turn shared it with Moscow. He continued spying for 9 years until 1957. But another immigrant who'd worked with Polish intelligence arrived in Israel and implicated Levy under interrogation. His trial lasted for 3 years, but his story remained confidential.
So he also caused a lot of damage because he knew about all the plans, the operations of the Shin Bet, the Israeli security services, against the Russian and the Bulgarian and the Romanian and the Polish and the Czech embassies in Tel Aviv. He warned them in advance, tomorrow or in 2 days' time, there is an operation against you. So it gave them an opportunity to fool the Israelis.
الحقيقة أن هذا تسبب في ضرر كبير للشين بيت، واضطر أيضا، وده الأهم، أنه يغير كل أساليب عمله وكل الأسماء الحركية التي لم يعلم الجاسوس البولندي شخصياتها الحقيقية. هذا تكلف كثيرا. ظل ذلك يؤثر على عمل الشين بيت، وظل يؤثر في أنهم دائما متشككين لا يكون لديهم أحد جاسوس من الداخل.
But counter-espionage against Israel wasn't limited to the Soviets and the Poles. In 1954, Israel recruited a network of Jewish agents to plant explosives in American and British facilities in Egypt. Operation Susanna, also known as the Lavon Affair, aimed to sabotage Western relationships with the Egyptian authorities. Egyptian intelligence discovered the network and prosecuted all except its leader, Avri Elad. Israel accused Elad of treason after suspecting he'd been recruited by the Egyptians as a double agent. The case shook Israel and ultimately forced Israeli Defense Minister Pinhas Lavon to resign.
The case of Avri Elad, or as we called in Israel, the third man, that's a serious case. He was a traitor who betrayed an entire network of Egyptian Jews who work for the Israeli intelligence. Two of them were hanged, others were sentenced to many, many years in jail.
Egypt also looked for opportunities to recruit Israeli spies. In 1963, an Israeli, Sami Baruch, walked into the Egyptian embassy in Switzerland. He'd lost a lot of money in a failed textile business in Israel, and he offered his services to Egyptian intelligence. They gave Baruch a passport and sent him to Cairo for training, and then on to spy in Israel. They gave him money to hire Eastern European workers for his factory, and they became his spy network. But Baruch was spotted in Switzerland getting off an Egyptian Airlines plane, and the Israelis became suspicious. He sent some reports to Egypt, but he was arrested and sentenced to 18 years in prison.
يعني سامي باروخ على سبيل المثال هو الذي ذهب إلى المصريين وليس المصريون الذين جندوه، وحاول الحصول كما هو معروف بسيرته على قروض أو ديون من صهره أو من مصارف أخرى، لم يتمكن من تحقيق ذلك الأمر، فعنده نوع من الدافع المالي وربما دافع الغضب انه ما حدا ساعده، فذهب الى الاستخبارات المصريه، والاستخبارات المصريه في اي حال بظن قامت بواجبها، دربته جيدا وقالت له ماذا عليه ان يفعل، لكن يبدو انه هو مش رجل استخبارات، هو رجل اعمال بالاساس، وحتى لو دربته مش بالضروره ان يتقن وظيفته الجديده، فكشف.
As part of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, there were counter-espionage attempts by Palestinian groups. Some based in Syria tried to build connections with the Israeli socialist movement as a ploy to infiltrate the political heart of Israel. They made contact with members of an Arab-Jewish network in Israel called the Red Front. This was a left-wing Marxist, anti-Zionist organization that included Jews and Palestinians. Best known were the Israeli Ehud Adiv and the Palestinian Daoud Turki. In 1972, Adiv went to Syria and met Palestinian armed groups. But Shin Bet had the Red Front under close surveillance. They planted listening devices in their meeting places and arrested all of them.
It was one of the first cases of betrayal of young people who were considered to be the best of this society. Udi was not the only one. Udi and Danny went to Syria and talked to the PLO representative there. They were thinking of having some common struggle, like in South Africa.
برأي أودي أديف ومعه طبعا داود تركي من حيفا هن الزنبرك أو الدينامو تبع هذه المجموعة التي لم تكبر كثيرا. علينا أن ننتقل إلى العمل المسلح لإسقاط الصهيونية بإسرائيل وإقامة نظام اشتراكي عربي موحد. ومن أجل هذه العقيدة ذهبوا إلى قبرص واليونان وتركيا وبيروت ودمشق وتدربوا على السلاح، لكن فعليا لم يرتكبوا أي جريمة.
So first they were charged with having contact with the enemy. Then came also the charge of the spying against Udi Adiv. The espionage that was related to him was based on the fact that while he met the activists in Syria, he wanted to show that he is really loyal to the idea, and he spoke about his experience as a paratrooper. And therefore he's being mentioned nowadays as the spy, the Israeli spy.
فكرة التجسس لا تنطبق عليهم على الإطلاق. هذه المحكمة الإسرائيلية أرادت ذلك، والاستخبارات الإسرائيلية أرادت أن يعني تحطم معنوياتهم وسمعتهم إنه هذول جواسيس للسوريين.
Therefore, the punishments were so hard in order to deter other people from joining this idea.
Ehud Adiv saw himself as a revolutionary, fighting to achieve universal justice. But he was tried for espionage in an Israeli court and sentenced to 17 years in prison. Another activist, Sylvia Klingberg, married him in prison in 1975, hoping to use Israeli public opinion to bring about his release. Sylvia's father was Marcus Klingberg, a founder of the Israeli Institute for Biological Research.
L'un des amis de ma mère, Udi Adiv, il se fait arrêter pour fait d'espionnage au profit des Syriens, je crois. Et en signe de solidarité avec lui, ma mère se marie avec lui dans la prison. Et mon grand-père l'accompagne au moment du mariage. Ce qui paraît complètement fou à l'époque, parce que il sait d'abord qu'il exerce une fonction exposée.
However, Marcus Klingberg was arrested in 1983. Shin Bet had long been suspicious about him, and they set a trap, saying they wanted him to travel to Asia. But when he left the house on the day of his trip, he was taken for interrogation. Under Shin Bet questioning, Klingberg confessed to spying for the Soviet Union decades earlier. His case remained secret until 1985, when a British journalist went to Tel Aviv planning to interview Klingberg for an investigative report on chemical weapons.
So I arrived in Israel and I checked in with the Israeli Defense Forces because he worked in this Chemical and Biological Weapons Institute. And they said, Marcus Klingberg, you want to see Marcus Klingberg? No, he disappeared.
Mon grand-père est arrêté en 1983. À l'époque, j'ai 3 ans. On lui a fait croire qu'il avait un voyage à Singapour. une voiture l'attend en bas de chez lui à Tel Aviv et en fait, au lieu de l'emmener à l'aéroport, la voiture l'entraîne dans un lieu d'interrogatoire. Et au bout de 1 ou 2 jours, donc assez rapidement en réalité, il finit par avouer qu'il a espionné au profit de l'Union soviétique. Il avoue au moment où ceux qui procèdent à l'interrogatoire lui disent qu'ils connaissent l'adresse de sa fille et de son petit-fils. Tout s'est fait à huis clos. Et donc mon grand-père reçoit à l'époque la peine maximale, c'est-à-dire la peine de 20 ans. Pendant une dizaine d'années, il y est sous un faux nom. Et je me souviens que lorsqu'on entrait à la prison, il fallait donner un faux nom. Il n'était plus Marcus Klingberg, il était Avraham Greenberg.
Marcus Klingberg's daughter, Sylvia, when she had seen this piece that I had written in The Observer, was determined to try and get her father out of jail.
Coming up in part 2, Marcus Klingberg's daughter lobbies heavily for her father's release.
The Iranian regime can never have nuclear weapons, and they need to stop sponsoring terrorism.
The United States started this war, and the Zionist regime started it.
The Straits of Hormuz will be open.
The strait is currently open and is closed only to those who are at war with Iran.
Attack Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Qatar and Kuwait and Bahrain. That is the range of these weapons.
We attack American facilities, American forces.
Get the full picture on Al Jazeera.
When the war is going to be over.
As soon as we achieve our objectives.
Can you really bomb a political future into existence?
I don't think that's what we're trying to do. I think the objective here is to destroy the instruments of Iranian state power.
Let me ask you this directly. Is Israel effectively leading U.S. foreign policy?
They want to do a Gaza-like effort on the main power centers in Iran to kill thousands of people, not just the core.
Upfront tackles the big issues, only on Al Jazeera.
Hi there, I'm Sarah Khairat. It's great to have you with us. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha with continuing coverage of the ceasefires in Iran and Lebanon. Funerals in southern Lebanon and talks in Washington, D.C. Israeli and Lebanese diplomats resume meetings to save the ceasefire. Donald Trump issues a shoot-and-kill warning for any Iranian vessel laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz, which he says the U.S. now controls. But Iran's Revolutionary Guard releases images of tanker interceptions as the blockade standoff shows no sign of easing. Air defences are reportedly activated over Iran's capital, but it's unclear why. US President Donald Trump is due to host Lebanese and Israeli envoys at the White House for a second round of talks. The two sides will discuss the possibility of extending the fragile ceasefire in Lebanon a day after Israeli strikes killed at least 5 people, including a journalist. The truce agreed last week is set to expire on Sunday, and it's seen a reduction in violence, but attacks continue in southern Lebanon, where Israeli troops have seized a self-declared buffer zone. All right, well, we have correspondents covering the story for us in occupied West Bank and Washington, D.C. That's where we'll start with our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher. Alan, so Donald Trump will be greeting both representatives. Is he likely to be taking part in the actual talks, and what are we expecting from those talks?
Well, those talks were due to take place at the State Department. They have been moved. It's just over a week that the ambassadors met for the first time. And, of course, it was on Friday where Donald Trump told us on social media that Israel would no longer be bombing Lebanon, that he forbade it. That was in his social media post. Clearly, by moving the talks here to the White House, Donald Trump seems that he can exert a degree of pressure to get them to a peace deal. He's already claimed it as another war that he has solved. But of course, there's a long-term antipathy between the Lebanese and the Israelis, and a lot of areas still to be covered to get any sort of agreement. Donald Trump's presence may help, but the possibility of a final deal being signed today, very remote.
All right, Alan, we'll have to interrupt you there. Let's listen to the US President Donald Trump speaking right now ahead of meeting those ambassadors.
Or now an older person, but a person without legs or without arms or with a face that got blown to pieces. Most likely it was from Iran. It was Soleimani, who I killed. Soleimani loved the roadside bomb. He was an evil genius. He was a brilliant general. Probably we wouldn't be as far advanced had I not taken him out. That was the beginning of it all. And then I ended the Obama horror show. The nuclear transaction that he made was horror. It gave him a road to the, you call it, I mean, what the deal that he did, the Iran nuclear deal, was so bad. It gave him a road to a nuclear weapon. And I will tell you, I deal with them. You cannot give Iran a nuclear weapon. This is all about a nuclear weapon. They cannot have the nuclear bomb, and they're not going to have the nuclear bomb. So we've taken out their military. We've hit about 75% of our targets. We stopped a little early because they wanted to have some peace. And we have a blockade that's 100% effective. And they're getting no business. And as you know, they're not doing well economically, financially. They're not doing any business because of the blockade. They want to make a deal. We have been speaking to them, but they don't even know who's leading the country. They're in turmoil. They're in turmoil. So we thought we'd give them a little chance to get some of their turmoil resolved. But, you know, and I hope the fake news, people like you, I hope the fake news are going to be able to write about it accurately, because when you say, oh, they're fighting very well, they're not fighting well. They've been obliterated, Jeff, obliterated. 159 ships are in their Navy. You know how many ships are at the bottom of the sea, Jeff? 159. So, you know, and if you read the New York Times, the failing New York Times, subscriptions are way down, as you know. That's because people don't believe the stuff anymore. If you watch CNN, you'd think that they're doing well in the war. They're not doing well. They're getting absolutely decimated. Now, with all of that being said, we'll see what happens. They have a lot of, we have no pressure. It's only guys like you with a question like that about what's your time. We've been doing it for 5.5 weeks.
But sir, is your administration, it's been 8 weeks that the U.S. now has been involved with Iran. You had initially said it would be 4 to 6 weeks.
Well, I hope that, but I also took a little break. I gave them a break. And remember this, I want to make the best deal. I could make a deal right now. Do you know that if I left right now, we had a tremendous success. It would take them 20 years to rebuild, but I don't want to do that. I want to have it everlasting. I want to have it where they never have a chance to get it. I mean, the way you asked that question, yeah, I did say it. I thought it would take 4 to 6 weeks, and I was right, because at the end of 6 weeks, at the end of 4 weeks, their military was decimated.
So are you saying
but now what I'm doing, I can't tell you that. I don't want to put that kind of a timetable on it, but it'll go pretty quickly. And we'll have the Strait opened up. Now, right now, we have it closed. We have total control of the Strait. And the fact that it's closed, you know, they would have opened it up 3 days ago. They came to us and they said, we will agree to open the Strait. And all my people were happy. Everybody was happy except me. I said, wait a minute, if we open the Strait, that means they're going to make $500 million a day. I don't want them to make $500 million a day until they settle this thing. So I'm the one that kept it closed. We have total control of it. And it'll open when they make a deal or something else happens that's very positive.
So what is your president, the American public, excuse me, what do you say to the American people who question how much longer this will take? Obviously, you know that they are having higher...
You're such a disgrace. Did you hear what I just said? Vietnam. How many years was Vietnam?
I understand, sir, but
how many years was Vietnam?
Deadline,
well, I did my... I took the country out militarily in the first 4 weeks. I took it out militarily. Now all we're doing is sitting back and seeing what deal. And if they don't want to make a deal, then I'll finish it up militarily with the other 25% of the targets. We've hit 78% of the targets that we've wanted to hit. We've knocked out their manufacturing. We've knocked out their missile production. We've knocked out their drone production. We've knocked out everything. In some cases, when I say knocked it out, 70, 80, 90%. It's amazing what we've done. So I've done that within that period of time that I mentioned, but I don't want to rush myself, you know, because every story says, oh, Trump is under time pressure. I'm not, no. You know who's under time pressure? They are. Because if they don't get their oil moving, their whole oil infrastructure is going to explode. You know what that means? Because they have no place to store it. And because they have no place to store it, if they have to stop it, something happens that only Len can explain. Something happens underground that essentially renders it in very poor shape, and you never recover fully. You can recover 50, 60%, but you can never have it
These are my
like it is right
boxes
now.
that
And
I've gotten from.
they have a matter of days before that event takes place. So I'm not under any pressure whatsoever. We've never had so much ammunition. Our ships are loaded. I call them locked and loaded. They're locked and loaded. They're ready to go. We have much higher quality equipment than we did when we first started the war, and or the military operation, whatever you want to call it. And they're coming to us. The problem they have is they are very disorganized right now. Well, now yesterday, and I was very pleased with this, 8 young women were going to be executed yesterday afternoon at 6 o'clock. And I asked them, call it a favor or call it just a moral request that they not be executed. And they came back with an answer that they won't be executed. They're going to release, it was protesting. 8 beautiful young women, very young women. And they were, the pictures in the paper. And it's been a story for a little while. And I saw that and I said, let's see if we can save them. And it was very nice what happened. So they're not going to be, what they're doing is, as you know, they're releasing 4 of them very shortly, and they're going to keep 4 of them in jail for a period of 1 month and release them. So they won't be executed. Yeah,
So if you're asking for more time to sort out negotiations
I'm not asking
with
you
Iran,
for more time. I'm not asking for them. No,
But
it's
if you
not more
need
time.
more
I'm just,
time-
I'm not asking anybody for more time.
if you need more time, does that mean Americans should anticipate spending more on gasoline for the foreseeable future?
For a little while. And you know what they
Well,
get
how
for
long?
that? You know what they get for that? Iran without a nuclear weapon that's going to try and blow up one of our cities or blow up the entire Middle East. You want to see what shock would be? And I have to be honest, the stock market is at an all-time high right now. I thought it would have been down 20, 25%.
wanted
When
to
we
drive
hit, wait a
prices
minute,
down
wait,
this
can
year.
I finish my question? Wise guy. Stock market's at an all-time high right now. I projected, and I'm pretty good at this, that the stock market, Howard, would drop maybe 20%, 25%. And I understood that. And I said, hey, it's a bad thing, but I have to do what's right for the country, even the world, because you can't have them, you cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. So the stock market, unlike what a lot of people were predicting, I thought they weren't necessarily wrong. The stock market today hit an all-time high. Hit an all-time high yesterday, the day before, and it's staying there. I thought oil would go up to maybe $200 a barrel, and oil is at a different number than anyone thought. In fact, this country is much lower because we have all the oil we can use. We're actually, ships are coming from all over the world to Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska. They're coming from all over the world to get oil from the United States, you know, while this is closed, the Hormuz Strait. So if you look at what I said, I guess it was right, because I said I'd have it 4 to 6 weeks, and in 4 weeks we have totally defeated their military.
But you began
So
this
right
year-
now, I don't want to rush it because you guys are, you know, trying to make us look as bad as possible. I don't want to rush it. I want to take my time. We have plenty of time, and I want to get a great deal. I want to get a deal where our nation and the world is safe from lunatics with nuclear weapons. Yes.
And if it does go to 200, are you okay with that, sir? If oil goes to 200?
I think that there's nothing worse than a nuclear weapon that takes out one of your cities or 2 of your cities or 3. I think there's nothing worse than a nuclear weapon that's going to destroy the Middle East, including Israel. I think there's nothing worse than Europe being under attack by people that have missiles now that reach Europe. As you know, they don't reach us, but they reach Europe. But they will reach us at some time, probably the not too distant future, unless we stop them now. I think there would be nothing worse than having nuclear holocaust in Europe, London, Paris, various places in Germany, all targeted. No, what I say is you can't let them have. I don't think it will happen, by the way. I really think we actually, it turns out that we are drill, baby, drill. And it turns out we're producing a lot of oil, and they're buying the oil. They're going to Alaska, they're going to Texas, Louisiana, and our guys have done a fantastic job. We're putting out right now more oil and gas than we ever have in the history of our country. And one other thing, there are more people employed today in the United States than ever in the history of our country. Okay.
President, I have a question, sir. Is it true that your administration is considering sending 1,100 Afghans to the Democratic Republic of Congo? And if so, do you have a response to
I
launch?
don't know. I'd have to check that.
Do you plan to
Please, don't be
Thank you,
arguing.
Mr. President. Breitbart News' Matt Boyle just published an interview with Greek Prime Minister Mitsotakis, in which the Prime Minister said that he's rooting for you to succeed in getting a deal with Iran. And he also said he looks forward to hosting you in Greece later this year. Do you have any
It's very
response?
nice. No, it's really nice. I mean, Greece has been very supportive, actually. Greece has been terrific. He's a terrific guy because he understands the importance of it. You know, oil goes up a little bit. I hate it. You know, I was the one that had it down to $60 a barrel. And I looked at guys like Howard Lutnick. Howard, you remember it well. I said, well, we just hit an all-time high in the history of the market. Think of this. When we hit 50,000, I was told, everybody was told, when I won the election, November 5th, they said, well, during the 4-year period, it'll be impossible for the Dow to ever reach 50,000. It'll be impossible for the S&P to ever hit 7,000. Impossible. And you remember that, Howard, right? It was going to hit maybe 6, 7 years, 8 years, but I did it in my first year, hit 50,000. Now it's just about at 50,000, and S&P is higher than it was when we started. And S&P hit over 7,000. And that was before the year ended up 1 year. So I can only tell you this, it'll end. I don't think it'll be very long, by the way. They're delaying it because we don't know who to deal with. They are in, you know, they know who the leader is in this country. We don't know who the leader is in Iran. Because remember, regime change. Khomeini is gone. He's gone to greener pastures. He's gone, and all of his team is gone. Then a second group came in, they're all gone. And now you have the third group, and they're a little concerned about being gone too.
Sir, would you use a nuclear weapon against Iran? You posted on
No.
Truth Social
No,
a few weeks ago.
we don't need
That's
it.
not
Why do
what
I need it? Why would a stupid question like that be asked?
You posted
Why
on
would
Truth
I
Social.
use a nuclear weapon when we've totally, in a very conventional way, decimated them without it? No, I wouldn't use it. A nuclear weapon should never be allowed to be used by anybody.
Iranians given a
Onto the
timeline
state
of when
visit,
they
sir,
could give
which
you a
we're
proposal?
all very much looking forward to. Prince Harry today has said that he would like to see you do more to end the war in Ukraine. Do you think it's appropriate for a royal to make those comments ahead of the visit on Monday?
Prince Harry?
Yes, sir.
How's he doing? How's his wife? Please give him my regards, okay? No, I don't know. I know one thing. Prince Harry is not speaking for the UK. That's for sure. I think I'm speaking for the UK more than Prince Harry. But I appreciate his advice very much.
Would you have
Great
invited him
advice.
to the dinner and to the state visit?
Well, I look forward to the dinner. We're having King Charles come. He's a friend of mine. We're really looking forward to it. We've spoken, and we're going to have a great time. I tell you, if I had that ballroom built, it would be filled. I wish we had more seats. You know, they've wanted a new ballroom for 150 years. Now they're getting the best in the world. We're going to have the best in the world. But, you know, we have a room that's not big enough to handle what would be a big crowd. But we're going to have very great people that love the UK. I love the UK. I think they made a big mistake on energy. You should open up the North Sea in Aberdeen. You should open it up. And the other thing is they've made a big mistake on immigration. Okay.
Sir, on Trump RX,
What do you hope to learn from Janine Pirro's investigation into the Fed's renovation that you
Say
did
it again.
not? What do you hope to learn from the Janine Pirro's investigation into the Federal Reserve's reservation that you did not learn when you visited the site yourself last year?
Well, look, you know, the Federal Reserve building is a small building. They're going to be in there by the time it opens, in my opinion, for $4 billion. I built a hotel down the road for $201 million that I believe is bigger than the Federal Reserve building. $201 million. At the ballroom, I'm going to have the ballroom from $300 to $400 million, depending on finishes, like marbles to quality and quality finishes. We'll go top of the line. But That's a much bigger project. When you look at the fact that they've taken this beautiful building and destroyed it, they've taken down the beautiful ceilings with eagles, they've taken down the walls that are 1.5 feet thick, masonry. You couldn't hear from office to office. They ripped it all down. They ripped down, because Kevin Warsh, who's terrific, said, gee, the saddest thing is they ripped down the nicest building in Washington for boardrooms and all. Did you know about that building? They ripped it down. It was beautiful. The boardroom building, it was beautiful, and they ripped it down. And probably because it cost so much to fix it. So I would have done that job for $25 million, had money left over. It's gonna cost more than, in my opinion, it's not gonna open for a long time. You know, Kevin may not be able to have an office. I'm gonna have to get him an office. Can you give him an office?
Yes, space.
Bobby, do you have some space over there, please?
Yeah, we have a lot of space.
But he has more than you think. But we're gonna have Kevin sitting right next to you, Bobby. But it may not open for a long time. I looked at it the other day. It's a see-through. See-through, you know, that means the walls aren't even up yet. This is after years and years of construction. And somehow, you have to find out what went wrong. That a small building, I could have done it for $25 million and had money left over. It would have been beautiful. That a small building can cost $4 billion. It may never open. It may never open. And we have to get to that. On top of that, he's been terrible on interest rates because he should have lowered interest rates. That's why I call him Jerome Too Late. Too Late is his nickname. Jerome Too Late Powell. He likes me a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Press. Out that door. Thank you, Press. All right, let's bring in our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, in Washington, D.C. Ali, quite a lot of tension, Alan, rather, quite a lot of tension there between Trump and reporters, sort of squeaming from those questions.
Well, that's the way it normally works. You want to be the correspondent that has your voice lifted above the others to get an answer. Certainly the two things that stand out for me are Donald Trump saying that he doesn't want to rush it. They're not quite clear who they're dealing with in Iran. They have to get to the leadership there to be able to make a deal. No one asked the question. When Donald Trump was posting on social media on Friday, he was saying the Iranians had agreed to no enrichment of uranium, to no nuclear weapon ever, to no reparations for Iran. Who was he speaking to? Who was he posting saying that the Iranians had agreed to that? The other thing that will make news is that Donald Trump said he would never use a nuclear weapon. That, of course, comes not long after. Again, he posted on social media that an entire civilization could end tonight, which seemed to be many people, including in European capitals and here in the United States, felt that that was an implicit threat that Donald Trump was considering nuclear weapons. Apart from that, it tended to follow the usual pattern of Donald Trump saying that the original Iran deal was terrible and had to be redone, that he'd taken out the Iranian military in 4 weeks. He still thinks that there's been a huge military success for the United States, and arguably that's the case. But he says that they still want to come up with a deal. He would like to come up with a deal, and he would like to get that done, but he is not going to be rushed into it.
All right, thank you very much. Alan Fisher there with the latest for us from Washington, D.C., from the White House, rather. Now, Ali Hashim is live for us in Tehran. Ali, hearing there from Donald Trump, you know, making lots of statements on Iran. Obviously, he's just made those statements now. How do you think Iran would react to some of the things he's been saying, certainly being questioned by reporters on this timeline?
Well, indeed, just like every time President Trump is speaking, Iran is a main part of his speech. So regarding, there are many points. The point that is being repeated on several occasions, that there's no leadership that he's talking to. Actually, there have been several tweets today by Iranian officials in this regard, emphasizing the unity of the leadership. And actually, if I'll get to the points by Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, President Pezeshkian, the Speaker of the Parliament Qalibaf. Also, the account of the Supreme Leader tweeted a part of his own speech last week, of his own statement last week, and they're all mainly on the same idea. Qalibaf, for example, says In Iran, there are no radicals or moderates. We are all Iranian and revolutionary, and with the iron unity of the nation and government, with complete obedience to the supreme leader of the revolution, we will make the aggressor criminal regret his actions. Also, President Pezeshkian says in Iran, we do not have hardliners or moderates. We are all Iranian and revolutionary. It's almost the same tweet. So even Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi also emphasized the same idea. Now, regarding the days left, for the Iranians, actually, they didn't even react to the ceasefire itself. They've not accepted the ceasefire or refuse it. And they've been saying for the past days that it's an American decision, and they are waiting America or the United States to lift the blockade on their ports. And that they're not going to open the Strait of Hormuz, and they've been actually closing it strictly in the past couple of days. So I don't see for the moment anything in reaction, but what we can expect is more and more defiance from the Iranian leadership and just a continuation of this deadlock.
All right, thank you very much, Ali Hashim there in Iranian capital of Tehran. Now, joining me now is Hassan Ahmadian, an associate professor at the University of Tehran. Thank you for talking to us, Hassan. You were listening in to what Donald Trump was saying. What were your initial thoughts there?
Well, I think there's an agenda there. The United States not achieving anything through war took its goals to Pakistan and was faced with a defined Iran that came out of the war with a stronger hand. And so they found out they cannot impose what they want on Iran, and ergo the siege on Iran. The siege so far hasn't been economically effective. They attacked one Iranian ship, and the Iranians retaliated, and they stopped.
What makes you think it's not effective? Yesterday, Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, says that what they call Operation Economic Fury is putting maximum pressure, and that Iran is losing something like $500 million a day or something like that.
Well, I would take anything coming out of that administration with a big load of salt. The Iranian sources are saying there is not a single ship other than the one that Iran retaliated for its seizure. There hasn't been a single other ship that was stopped by the Americans. And there's a reason for that, because the Iranians made it clear, if you do this, we will retaliate. It's an act of war. We'll not just sit on our hands and wait for you to suffocate us. And so on paper, if it is implemented, it can reach to $400 million a day. It hasn't been implemented. That's why the Iranians are thinking this is not an economic siege. It's a cover for bringing in more forces and equipments for the next round of conflict against Iran. And the other part of the agenda he talked about is creating divergence or division within Iran on the level of leadership and on the public level.
Just going back to that point that you made there, you're saying that Iran believes that this is all stalling so that the Americans could regroup and sort of carry out their next phase of this war. But interestingly, that's what Donald Trump thinks as well. That's what he said. He thinks that within these 2 weeks, it's given Iran a chance to reload, he said, during the 2-week hiatus.
Well, that's... he's the one who extended the ceasefire. He could have restarted the conflict, but he's, accumulating power to yet again surprise Iran through military means. The Iranians are perceiving it as such because there is no economic logic to what is going on. The economic siege, supposedly economic siege. So there is another thing that is ongoing. Another thing that he talked about is the division within Iran. We don't have any variable validating that claim. To me, that's a very clear agenda to basically sow chaos and division within the country.
But I mean, it is unclear who is leading the country. There has been times when, for example, the Strait of Hormuz was opened and then suddenly it was closed. 2 different entities. You have the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. You have the Supreme Leader himself. Who actually is in charge?
The Iranians are not they won't basically, be transparent in their decision-making process for a good reason. Their leadership is threatened with assassination. Many of them were assassinated, so security is high.
But then
They're
does that not make it much more difficult for negotiations moving forward, even for mediators like Pakistan as to know who to deal with? Because it seems that it then takes longer to be able to relay the messages when it comes to negotiators to wait for those decisions to come
If
through.
there wasn't a coherent decision-making process in Iran up and running, the team that went to Pakistan wouldn't have gone to Pakistan. And that same team would have gone again if there is no decision within Iran not to go. The incident you pointed at, the Iranians basically announced that the United States, that was banned from using the strait, can go through the strait. But then President Trump said the siege will stay.
Right.
The Iranians, the next day, so in between the two announcements, the Iranians announced, no, you can't use it again because you're putting a blockade there. So it's very coherent from the way I see it, because it didn't go beyond the announcement by the Supreme National Security Council, both the Mr. Araghchi's announcement and then the closure to U.S. shipments in the Strait.
All right, that's all we have time for. Thanks very much, Hassan Ahmadian, Associate Professor at the University of Tehran.
Thank you.
Well, the Israeli military has imposed a military zone in southern Lebanon, occupying the area from the border to the Litani River. The so-called Yellow Line also extends into Mediterranean waters that are rich in energy resources. That's despite a maritime border agreement in place. Juliet Aiger explains.
The Israeli military has published a map of a no-go frontline area in southern Lebanon. The army says anyone approaching or attempting to cross that military boundary is at risk of being targeted. But if we look here on the map, the area also stretches into the Mediterranean Sea. It would encompass the Kana gas field, located off the coast of Lebanon. And since 2022, it's been under Lebanon's control, according to a maritime deal with Israel. Now, that agreement resolved a long-standing dispute over an 860-kilometre area in the eastern Mediterranean, and Israel was granted rights to the adjacent Karish gas field. Now, the Kana gas field was reported to be dry after exploration drilling in 2023. Traces of gas were found, but it was insufficient for commercial production. However, energy companies are considering a further exploration in the broader region, and Israel's demarcation line could impact future projects. Now, the Israeli military would still have to seize more land in order for it to enforce that occupation zone, as it currently only controls these areas. It's trying to accomplish that by systematically demolishing towns and villages across southern Lebanon. The destruction is on such a wide scale that the people who lived here worry they will have nothing to return to.
All right, let's speak to Noor Alda, who's following the responses from Israel. She's near Ramallah in occupied West Bank. So, Noor, the ceasefire obviously is set to expire in 3 days, and that's despite the Israeli strikes continuing and killing a journalist. How can that marry up with these talks that are happening soon in the other side of the world?
Well, it only adds up when you remember that as far as Israel is concerned, a ceasefire does not prohibit it from carrying out military strikes against Hezbollah. That's the way it has maintained the ceasefire in Gaza. It's the same way it maintained the ceasefire in Lebanon after 2024. And it's doing the same thing again. And this is done under the pretext of so-called self-defense. And it's something even the U.S. administration has basically green-lighted. Now, there's an expectation that the ceasefire would be extended to give these U.S. efforts a chance, to give these meetings a chance to progress into some sort of framework or agreement on how talks can proceed. But Israel, as far as Israel is concerned, this is going to take a long time. And the only reason there's a ceasefire is because Donald Trump willed it, not because the Israeli government was really interested.
All right, and Noor, how did we get here when it comes to southern Lebanon? Because Israel is still occupying it, and it doesn't seem to be abiding by the UN 1701 resolution that is still in place.
Yeah, it's not abiding by 1701, much like it's not abiding by other UN Security Council resolutions. And that's because in all those, in relation to all those Security Council resolutions, it has US backing to defy these rulings by the Security Council. There's talk now in Israel of 1701 plus, or even more than that, basically using this occupied Lebanese territory as leverage, continuing to demolish and erase entire Lebanese villages, particularly the Shiite villages, which are being equated in Israel with Hezbollah infrastructure, much like civilian infrastructure in Gaza was equated with Hamas infrastructure. In the meantime, the pressure, as far as Israel is concerned, should all be on the Lebanese government to disarm Hezbollah at whatever cost, even if it's civil cohesion.
All right, thanks very much. Noor Alda there for us near Ramallah. Now in Lebanon, the funeral of journalist Amal Khalil has been held in her hometown of Baysaria. Khalil was targeted and killed in strikes on Wednesday by Israel while seeking shelter in the town of Atiri in the south. Another journalist, Zainab Faraj, was injured. Israeli forces prevented the Red Crescent accessing the site. Lebanon's Prime Minister Nawaf Salameh has accused Israel of crimes against humanity.
كانت عم تقرب تعبطني كل شوي. الأمل
سيد عباس حميدي اسم الطوارئ سيد عباس حميدي اسم الطوارئ
مكتوب بريس والدرع ما في على أساس هونيك إنه في وقف إطلاق نار على أساس هيك على أساس في جيش فوق على أساس بالوقت اللي كنا مارقين من الطيرة كان في سيارات عم ترجع كمان بس ما سمعت صوت صاروخ نازل أو أي شيء أبدا.
Right, well, our coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran continues after Al Jazeera next.
On Counting the Cost, a surprise from China. Its economy grew faster than expected at the start of the year, despite the Iran war. But is Beijing really holding firm? And is it emerging as a stable global economic player, or are cracks starting to show? Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera.
Israel's intelligence services have the reputation of being among the most sophisticated in the world. But espionage is a double-edged sword, and Israel itself has sometimes fallen victim to covert enemy activity. Yet it always seems to manage to play these failures down or keep them out of the public domain. In this film, we're looking at cases in which the Soviet Union, Iran, and other intelligence services recruited Israelis to spy on their own country. One of these was the Israeli epidemiologist Marcus Klingberg. He was arrested by Shin Bet in 1983, interrogated, and confessed to having spied for the Soviet Union. Israel imposed a gagging order on the Klingberg family. But Klingberg's daughter, Sylvia, was determined to get her father released. She and her French lawyer reached a secret agreement with the Soviet Union for a spy swap deal with Israel. It was arranged by East German lawyer Wolfgang Vogel on the Soviet side and Amnon Zichroni for Israel.
On a une réunion dans mon bureau, c'était pas celui-là, j'étais rue de Rivoli à l'époque, avec Sylvia, avec Vogel, qui ne parlait qu'allemand, avec Zichroni. Et là, Sylvia et moi, on assiste à une espèce de jeu de ping-pong, dont les balles de ping-pong sont des noms d'espions. Zichroni, moi je veux Pollard. Alors Pollard était un espion israélien qui était arrêté aux États-Unis parce qu'il avait fait manifestement la même chose qui était reproché à Klingberg d'avoir fait, et il s'était fait condamner aussi d'ailleurs. Et puis je veux Ron Arad. Ron Arad est un pilote de l'armée israélienne qui avait été abattu de mémoire au-dessus du Liban Et Fogel disait, eh ben moi je veux Klingberg. Et puis malheureusement, dans le même mois d'août, à un moment, il me dit tout est annulé. Et là, on devait être près de la fin de l'Union soviétique.
The fall of the Soviet Union in 1991 torpedoed the spy exchange deal. So the Klingbergs appealed for Marcus's release on humanitarian grounds. His health had declined badly after 15 years of a life sentence.
Bon, et donc ensuite, notre stratégie a évidemment changé et nous avons plaidé pour une libération sur une base humanitaire. Ça a été long, mais au final, on y est arrivé, notamment parce qu'on a eu le soutien d'un certain nombre de personnalités et aussi l'ancien chef du Shin Bet.
I went to the Prime Minister, to Yitzhak Rabin, and I told Yitzhak Rabin that I think that we have reached to the stage that we can parole him. The system didn't want. They all went against me because he was the worst spy, etc., and the damage. And I told the court that my understanding that from humanitarian reasons, and the court received my recommendation, and he was released.
But Israel kept Klingberg under close surveillance. He still had details of their biological weapons, which he'd leaked to the Soviet Union. Israeli intelligence considered Klingberg the worst kind of traitor because he'd informed on one of the country's most secretive institutions.
His wife also worked for the KGB and others, I think, in the institute also, but we don't know about that. One of his ideas was, if I'm giving information which, okay, is top secret to the Soviet Union, and they are building these weapons, and the Americans have these weapons, and now we have a balance. And so hopefully that balance will equal out, and they won't go to war.
Klingberg got his wish in that the US and the Soviet Union never did go to war. But 3 years after his arrest, there was another Israeli security breach. Mordechai Vanunu was an Israeli technician at the nuclear research center known as the Dimona reactor. In the summer of 1986, he secretly gathered information and photographs and gave them to the British newspaper, the Sunday Times.
الضرر الأكبر الذي تسبب فيه فنونو لإسرائيل كان هو كشف سر الأسرار وقدس الأقداس. سر الأسرار هو القدرات النووية الإسرائيلية. قدس الأقداس هو البرنامج العسكري النووي الإسرائيلي. الحقيقة أنها لم تكن حالة تجسس على الإطلاق، بل كانت حالة إخفاق أمني ومخابراتي من أجانب أجهزة المفاعل ديمونة والأجهزة المخابراتية في استكشاف أن هذا الرجل كان لديه قصور في الشخصية.
He was asked, when you change your mind about Israel? And he said it was in 1982 at the First Lebanon War. And he said that at that time, he decided that Israel, the behavior of the state of Israel is risking the world because, according to his knowledge, that's what he said, Israel have nuclear capabilities, and he thinks that Israel is risking the security of the whole world.
The Israeli external intelligence agency Mossad only found out about Vanunu after the Sunday Times checked the photos and information. They then lured him to Italy, drugged him, and took him back secretly to Israel. Vanunu spent 18 years in jail. When he was released in 2004, he was barred from speaking to journalists and remains under close surveillance.
بمجرد وصوله لم تستطع الموساد وقف ما هو النزيف المعلوماتي، لأنه هو كان سلم بالفعل التقارير بتاعته وال65 صورة، فنشرت صحيفة الساندي تايمز تقرير مذهل فيما يتعلق بكافة التفاصيل التي لم يكن يعرفها الدوائر النووية في الدول حتى الغربية. كان هذا هو الطامة الكبرى بالنسبة لإسرائيل.
But the Vanunu affair was not the end of it. Shortly before the collapse of the Soviet Union, reports emerged in 1990 about the recruitment of Reserve Colonel Shimon Levinson. He was a senior Israeli military intelligence officer who worked for Mossad, but then as head of security at the office of the Prime Minister. After being lured to Tel Aviv, Levinson admitted that he went to the Soviet embassy in Bangkok in 1983 and later visited Moscow for instructions from his handlers. He said he'd demanded large sums of money in return.
This is an unbelievable case because Shimon Levinson was considered in Israel to be, many people knew him, considered to be somebody who beyond suspicious. He was a lieutenant colonel in the army for many years. He was living in Jerusalem. People know him. He got this position of the head of the security of the Prime Minister's office, which gave him fantastic access to the most sensitive information that can be, meaning that, you know, every government meeting, every meeting of the cabinet of defense.
The information that Levinson leaked to the Soviet Union remained classified. His arrest and trial stayed secret until 1993, when he was sentenced to 12 years in prison.
Shimon Levinson was a part of the Prime Minister ministry. And of course, there are concentrations and all kinds of papers that are produced by the intimate staff of the Prime Minister, and it is the high secrets of the country that nobody wants to talk about them openly. And if a spy knows it, the other countries knows it, and damage is done.
With Shimon Levinson, it's much more easier. It's just money. And I personally met him as well. When I heard that Shimon Levinson was compromised as a Soviet agent, I thought it's a nightmare. I couldn't believe that something like this happened because Shimon Levinson was one of us.
Levinson turned out to be one of them, a major Soviet asset. But there was a shift in international espionage when the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991. Vasily Mitrokhin was a KGB archivist who spent years copying top-secret documents. But in 1992, he defected to Britain and gave some of the KGB archives to British intelligence. They then shared names of some of the Israeli agents who'd spied for the Soviet Union with Israeli intelligence. Israel banned publication of these documents, but that didn't stop the British historian Christopher Andrew publishing the spies' names in a book he co-wrote with Vasily Mitrokhin called The KGB in the World.
This Mitrokhin was a KGB officer, and when he was interviewed, he spoke also, he knew, obviously, about Israel as well. Luckily, most of what he have shared there was already known to the ISA. But by the way, it's interesting, he didn't, in a few cases, he didn't know the real name. He knew only the code name. Immediately after he was defected and was interviewed, already the information that has to be of interest to Israel was transferred to Israel through the intelligence channels of cooperation.
The collapse of the Soviet Union also made it easier to conduct business in Eastern European countries. Israeli businessman Nahum Manbar was based in Poland. At the time, Iran urgently needed weapons after its 8-year war with Iraq. Manbar seized the opportunity, and between 1992 and 93, he effectively helped Iran develop chemical and biological weapons. But his trips to Iran attracted Mossad's attention.
Talking about the big damages that caused to Israeli national security, one can remember Nahum Manbar. Nahum Manbar was a businessman who sold chemicals to Iran. The Israeli law doesn't differentiate between espionage or contact with a foreign agent. He was arrested by the Israeli Security Service, the Shin Bet, and the Mossad.
Former paratrooper Nahum.
Israeli investigators probed Manbar for detailed information, but he continued to insist that Shin Bet and Mossad knew all along about his business dealings with Iran. However, in 1998, an Israeli court convicted him of treason and what it called aiding the enemy, and sentenced him to 16 years in jail.
The Israeli service knew about his ties to Iran. He was followed also by the Mossad guys when he was in Europe. And while he was followed, there was a car accident and 2 Mossad agents were killed. Yes, he was a pain in the neck.
And it was very, very damaging. It was serious, and it was astonishing that an Israeli would cooperate with the enemy.
Following the Manbar case, both Israel and Iran aimed to recruit agents on the ground. Israel didn't seem to be able to prevent the Iranian recruitment, and this led to more security breaches. There were reports that Mossad accused one of their own agents, Ben Zigir, of exposing details of a secret mission to Iran. Mossad arrested Zigir and kept his case secret, but it all came out when Zigir took his own life in 2010 in a maximum security cell, monitored 24/7.
There is a case which was reported abroad and of Ben Zigir, an Australian Jew who emigrated to Israel out of Zionist ideology, was recruited by the Mossad, was in operations in the Mossad, in operations which were directed against Iran, against Iran's nuclear capabilities. And then he talked to some people. He wanted to boost how important he is, what a secret mission he has been involved in. And he caused a great deal of damage. And he was arrested, and he was in Israeli jail. And he was not properly guarded in jail and committed suicide.
Israeli intelligence tends to play down Iranian attempts to recruit spies from within, including the case of the former Minister of Energy and Infrastructure, Gonan Segev, in 2018. Segev admitted spying for Iran since 2012, providing them with sensitive information about security, energy resources, and names of officials. Israel banned the publication of details of the Segev case after he was sentenced to 11 years in prison in 2019.
Gonan Segev is an exception. It's really a big surprise that someone who was a minister, a former minister, a doctor, a medical doctor, a member of the parliament, and then he volunteered to spy for the Iranians and even traveled to Tehran twice. But I think the Israeli intelligence, the security services, almost very quickly got hold of him. They tricked him, basically, to bring him back to Israel. He was kind of kidnapped from another African country.
الإيرانيون الذين جندوا وزير الطاقة الإسرائيلي في إحدى المراحل بقي حتى الآن مجرد معلومة يحاكم أمام إسرائيل، لكن مثل أي حدث استخباري من هذا المستوى نحن لم نعرف على الإطلاق مستوى المعلومات ومدى مخاطرها وما هي الأضرار التي أوقعها بالإسرائيليين وما هي الفوائد التي قدمها للإيرانيين.
Despite trying to keep cases like Segev's under wraps, reports about Iranian spies continued to come out. Like Omri Goren Gorochovsky, arrested in 2021 for dealing with a group of hackers linked to Iran called Black Shadow. He worked as housekeeper for then Defense Minister Benny Gantz, offered information about Gantz and to install malware on his computer, all for a mere $7,000. It was another blow to Shin Bet, especially when it emerged that Goren had a long criminal record, including robberies, and had never been properly vetted before going to work for Benny Gantz.
All the cases that you have mentioned, Omri Goren, Gonen Segev, and others, are really not worth of, they didn't make any harm.
No, Omri is not, it's not serious. This is, I don't think this is the case that he was recruited by the Iranians.
But even if Omri Goren and Gonen Segev were, as it were, not serious, October 7th definitely was. Spying had been a crucial activity on both sides of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict for decades. But by any standards, the Hamas-led attack on southern Israel on the 7th of October 2023 was the biggest security breach in Israel's history. What happened that day was unprecedented and led to an even more violent Israeli response. It also raised serious questions about Israeli intelligence. 6 months later, Military Intelligence Director Aharon Haliva resigned. His resignation letter included a request to set up an investigation to provide accurate answers as to what happened on October 7th.
It's not just an attack, it's invasion. We didn't think that the Hamas could invade to Israel. It's unbelievable that 50 years and 1 day after Yom Kippur War, something quite similar happened to us as well. The failure of the intelligence here is worse than in '73, and it's not just the intelligence, also the forces, the IDF forces who were on the border were not prepared.
يعني ربما نعتبر 7 أكتوبر نموذج لعمل عسكري يستند إلى معلومات استخبارية. بطبيعة الحال كل عمل عسكري مهم إذا ما كان عنده معلومات تسبق تنفيذ العمل، أي هذه المعلومات يعني تمدنا بخطة العمل. فأنا برأيي كان في تجمع أو تجميع لمعلومات كثيرة عن الهدف اللي كانوا عم يستعدوا له حركة حماس، وهذا ما إجا يعني مش بالتخيل، مش وضعوا الخطة وما بيعرفوا شو في قدامهم، وضعوا الخطة وهم عارفين شو في قدامهم، وهذه نتيجة الوسائل المتعددة لجمع المعلومات فيما يتعلق بالهدف المطلوب.
The October 7th attack by Hamas was a great humiliation. Israel was surprised. Israel was complacent. Israel was arrogant. And when I say Israel, it's from top to the bottom. It's from the prime minister, the government, the military, the chief of staff, the head of the Shin Bet and the Shin Bet. All of them are rightly accused of this intelligence failure. So that's what happened on October the 7th. In that sense, it can be compared to the Israeli failure before the 73 war.
It's a failure that we will have to interrogate. I don't think that it's because of treason. And those who are were the chiefs of the army, of the intelligence, will have to go home. That's it.
After October 7th, there were reports about Israelis being recruited by Iranian agents. In September 2024, the security services arrested Israeli businessman Moti Maman. They accused him of involvement in assassination attempts plotted by Iran on prominent Israeli figures. Maman had asked the Iranians for $1 million. Then, in October 2024, the authorities arrested a network of Israeli citizens they suspected of spying for Iran. They were accused of taking photographs and collecting information on highly sensitive bases and facilities.
Nowadays, we are viewing scenes of espionage mainly from the Iranian side. The Iranians are trying to penetrate into Israeli army, Israeli security agencies. We have spotted several times trials of the Iranians to recruit Israeli citizens, but there wasn't a big success.
The intelligence failures described in this film are not isolated events. They've taken place in a system that believes it can know and control everything, that its power, technology, and alliances will always be enough. In the war between the US and Israel and Iran, intelligence agencies use the language of threat and risk, which has brought the whole of the Middle East to the brink of catastrophe. History suggests that no side can bomb or spy its way out of a conflict, that security cannot be built on fear alone, and that ignoring the rights and lives of ordinary people, Israeli, Palestinian, Iranian, Lebanese, and many others, will continue to create the very threats that intelligence services aim to prevent.
We saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza, the same lazy, flattened reporting that we saw in Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
Hello everybody, good of you to join us. It's 2100 hours GMT. I'm Rashad Salamat and you're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the ceasefires in Iran and Lebanon. Here are the latest developments. Donald Trump says he's not in a rush to reach a deal with Iran after earlier issuing a shoot and kill warning for any Iranian vessel laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz.
I don't want to rush it. I want to take my time. We have plenty of time, and I want to get a great deal. I want to get a deal where our nation and the world is safe from lunatics with nuclear weapons.
But Iran's Revolutionary Guard releases images of tanker interceptions as the blockade standoff shows no sign of easing. Interceptions in the skies of northern Israel. Hezbollah says it fired rockets in response to Israel's ceasefire violations ahead of peace talks at the White House.
And is the extension of the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran a real window for diplomacy or a stalemate in disguise? That's later this hour on This Is America.
More than 2 weeks into a ceasefire between the United States and Iran, the physical fighting has turned into a war of rhetoric, and both sides are refusing to give in, ramping up pressure on shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has accused the United States of threatening genuine negotiations by continuing its blockade of its ports. US President Donald Trump says Tehran, not Washington, is under pressure to agree to peace.
I don't want to rush it. I want to take my time. We have plenty of time, and I want to get a great deal. I want to get a deal where our nation and the world is safe from lunatics with nuclear weapons. They came to us and they said, we will agree to open the strait. And all my people were happy. Everybody was happy except me. I said, wait a minute, if we open the strait, that means they're going to make $500 million a day. I don't want them to make $500 million a day until they settle this thing. So I'm the one that kept it closed. We have total control of it. And it'll open when they make a deal or something else happens that's very positive.
Well, let's bring in our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, who joins us now from outside the White House in Washington. Alan, what else did Donald Trump say, and where does this leave potential negotiations? And one has to caveat that with the fact that he does contradict, and also in the absence of fact-checking as well.
Well, there's nothing that we can see publicly that suggests there are moves towards fresh talks, although these things always go on behind the scenes. And Donald Trump again saying in that meeting in the Oval Office that the Iranians have been in touch. He says that he's not putting a deadline on the ceasefire. He wants the Iranians to effectively get their leadership sorted out. He has used crasser language in the past, apparently, but he thinks that they need to basically appoint someone who's going to speak on their behalf and agree to any sort of deal. And while he's doing that, and this is a patient approach from Donald Trump, he's also saying that it can't go on forever, that time isn't unlimited on this. So expecting movement. And he believes that the blockade that's in place is doing a lot of work for him. He thinks that that is putting economic pressure. It's part of the campaign called Economic Fury. And they think that that means that the Iranians are feeling the financial squeeze and will be more likely to come to the negotiating table. And as if to emphasize that point, just in the last few hours, it's been confirmed that another US aircraft carrier has arrived in the region. That takes up the number to 3. And Donald Trump has said, look, they are locked, unloaded. What the other interesting thing that came out of that, it mentioned in the Oval Office, as you'll remember on April the 7th, Donald Trump said that a civilization could die tonight. Many people here in the United States and across Europe and in other parts of the world fear that that may mean the use of nuclear weapons. Whether that's what Donald Trump intended or not, that was certainly the concern. He was asked about that in the Oval Office and dismissed it, said he doesn't have to do it. They've effectively taken out the country militarily in just 4 weeks, and no one should ever use a nuclear weapon. So stating it there, but also trying to be patient with the Iranians, but also urging them to move a little bit quicker.
Alan Fisher there outside the White House. We'll be back to him in a short while, thank you. Iran has released footage of its forces seizing 2 tankers off its coast. Al Jazeera's Tohid Asadi reports now from the Iranian capital.
The US says it has totally destroyed Iran's navy, but all it takes is one small boat to disrupt global trade. Iranian state television aired these pictures in the early hours of Thursday morning. Masked Iranian soldiers scaling the sides of the Panama flag container ship MSC Francesca. Panama has condemned what it calls the illegal seizure of the vessel, which was on its way to Sri Lanka. It was one of the 2 ships seized by Iran. The IRGC accused the MSC Francesca and the Liberia flagged Epaminondas of operating without required permits and turning off their transponders, which shares the ship's location. They are the latest ships to be caught up in the US-Iran battle for the control of the strait.
The ceasefire is an opportunity to prepare for reconstruction, or in the words of our armed forces, an opportunity to reload. We have certainly made the best possible use of this opportunity. I want to stress this. We will not leave this battlefield until the aggressor is seriously punished and ultimately made to regret it.
Ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz must also face the United States blockade of Iranian ports. And it's that blockade Iranian officials blame for stalling peace negotiations. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian says it is the main obstacle to the resumption of talks, but the US shows no sign of backing down.
We are completely strangling their economy through this blockade. They're losing $500 million a day. The Karg Island is completely full. They can't move oil in and out. They can't even pay their own people as a result of this economic leverage that President Trump has inflicted over them.
Before the war, about 130 ships a day would enter and exit through the Strait of Hormuz, moving about 20% of the world's daily oil and gas supply. Now, few ships are getting through. Those trying face the threat of being turned around by the US or being boarded by Iranian forces. But with no other way in or out, ships and the world are left waiting for an end to the blockade standoff. Toida Sadi, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
Earlier, US forces boarded and seized a vessel in the Indian Ocean. The military says the unflagged ship called the Majestic is sanctioned and was transporting Iranian oil. Iran says it won't enter ceasefire talks while the US maintains its blockade. A defense fire has been seen over the Iranian capital in the last couple of hours. Iranian media have reported that they have been re-engaging, quote, hostile targets over Tehran, but there's been no official confirmation of any attacks on the city. Al-Migdad al-Rohaid, his lifer, is now in Tehran. We've got all that happening, and at the same time, Iran has been stressing a sense of unity. Tell us more about that.
Yes, what we are hearing and what we have been seeing in the past few hours, that the Iranian officials from different branches of the government, whether militarily, politically, and diplomatically, sending same message. And the key word here is unity. They are all speaking about unity of their land and of their diplomatic efforts, and also of militarily efforts and coordination between all sectors here in Tehran. And one of the strong message came from President Masoud Pezeshkian, the president of Islamic Republic of Iran, and he saying that in Iran there are no hardliners or moderates. We are all Iranians and revolutionaries with iron land, unity of nation and state on obedience to the supreme leader. We will make the aggressor regret. One God, one nation, one leader, one path, victory for Iran, dearer than life. So this is the same message, and the same tone also came from Mohammad Baqir Ghalibaf. He is a parliament speaker and head of negotiators, sending also the same message. And also we have been seeing the same message from Abbas Araqji. He is a foreign minister, speaking about the unity, speaking about coordination between diplomatic efforts and between military efforts. And also a message came from different commanders of IRGC. They are speaking also about coordination between all these sectors, and they are ready to any kind of escalation, whether in their land or in the maritime waterways. So what we are hearing right now, unity. They are sending this message to Washington. At the same time, this what interesting. In the past few hours, those messages have been sent at the same time in the past few hours from different political or military commanders here in Tehran, speaking about unity toward their land and their efforts and their diplomatic efforts.
Migdad, thank you very much indeed. Migdad al-Rohaid there joining us from Tehran. Well, President Trump is hosting Lebanese and Israeli envoys to the White House for a second round of talks. The two sides will discuss the possibility of extending the fragile ceasefire in Lebanon a day after Israeli strikes killed at least 5 people, including a journalist. The truce agreed last week is set to expire on Sunday. It has seen a reduction in violence, but attacks continue in South Lebanon, where Israeli troops have created a self-declared buffer zone. Well, let's get back to our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, outside the White House there in Washington. Now, these talks, Alan, were scheduled to take place at the State Department. They've been moved now to the White House. Is there anything we should be reading into that?
Well, Donald Trump wants to use his influence to try and get both sides closer to a deal. Remember, there's more than 40 years of antipathy between the two countries. And so Donald Trump feels that his influence might be able to bridge some of the gaps. No one's expecting a deal to be done today, but the fact that they're talking is something that's considered a positive. Now, as you say, this was due to take place at the State Department. You'll remember that last week, at the beginning of last week, the ambassadors met there. In fact, it's more than a couple of weeks ago now. The ambassadors met there with Marco Rubio overseeing the conversation. And then just on Friday, Donald Trump said that the two countries had agreed a ceasefire and that he was forbidding Israel to bomb Lebanon in future. Many people felt that this was a step towards getting a deal with Iran as well, because it was one of Iran's demands during their discussions in Islamabad. And so this meeting now underway here at the White House. As I say, we're not expecting there to be a deal today, but there could be progress, and Donald Trump is hoping to use his influence to push them in that direction.
Alan, thank you. Alan Fisher there joining us live from outside the White House in Washington. The Israeli army has imposed a military zone in southern Lebanon, as we've been reporting. It does occupy the area from the border to the Litani River. The so-called Yellow Line also extends into Mediterranean waters that are rich in energy resources, despite a maritime border agreement in place. Julie Daiger explains.
The Israeli military has published a map of a no-go frontline area in southern Lebanon. The army says anyone approaching or attempting to cross that military boundary is at risk of being targeted. But if we look here on the map, the area also stretches into the Mediterranean Sea. It would encompass the Kana gas field, located off the coast of Lebanon. And since 2022, it's been under Lebanon's control, according to a maritime deal with Israel. Now, that agreement resolved a long-standing dispute over an 860-kilometre area in the eastern Mediterranean, and Israel was granted rights to the adjacent Karish gas field. Now, the Kana gas field was reported to be dry after exploration drilling in 2023. Traces of gas were found, but it was insufficient for commercial production. However, energy companies are considering a further exploration in the broader region, and Israel's demarcation line could impact future projects. Now, the Israeli military would still have to seize more land in order for it to enforce that occupation zone, as it currently only controls these areas. It's trying to accomplish that by systematically demolishing towns and villages across southern Lebanon. The destruction is on such a wide scale that the people who lived here worry they will have nothing to return to.
Well, our correspondent Noor Ode is near Ramallah in the occupied West Bank with the latest.
As far as Israel is concerned, a ceasefire does not prohibit it from carrying out military strikes against Hezbollah. That's the way it has maintained the ceasefire in Gaza. It's the same way it maintained the ceasefire in Lebanon after 2024, and it's doing the same thing again. And this is done under the pretext of so-called self-defense, and it's something even the U.S. administration has basically green-lighted. Now, there's an expectation that the ceasefire would be extended to give these U.S. efforts a chance, to give these meetings a chance to progress into some sort of framework or agreement on how talks can proceed. But Israel, as far as Israel is concerned, this is going to take a long time. And the only reason there's a ceasefire is because Donald Trump willed it, not because the Israeli government was really interested.
Meanwhile, in Lebanon, the funeral of journalist Amal Khalil has been held in her hometown of Beisariya. Khalil was targeted and killed in Israeli strikes on Wednesday while seeking shelter in the town of At-Tiri in the south. Another journalist, Zainab Faraj, was injured. Israeli forces prevented the Red Cross from accessing the site for hours. Lebanon's Prime Minister Nawaf Salam has accused the country of crimes against humanity. Zainab Faraj is in hospital receiving treatment and has described her last moments with Amal Khalil.
كانت عم تقرب تعبطني كل شوي. الأمل
سيد عباس حميدي قسم الطوارئ. سيد عباس حميدي قسم الطوارئ.
مكتوب بريس والدرع. ما في، على أساس هونيك إنه في وقف إطلاق نار، على أساس هيك، على أساس في جيش فوق، على أساس بالوقت اللي كنا مارقين من الطيرة كان في سيارات عم ترجع كمان، بس ما سمعت صوت صاروخ نازل أو أي شيء أبدا.
The European Union has formally approved a $105 billion loan to Ukraine and new sanctions against Russia. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is set to mark the breakthrough with EU leaders at a summit in Cyprus. Hungary and Slovakia dropped their long-standing objections to the loan after a dispute over the pipeline that brings them Russian oil via Ukraine came to an end. Zelensky says the funds will bolster the army and support domestic weapons production.
We are very thankful the great progress today, 90 billion support package and sanctions package, which is also a great signal. And we will work to make sure the funds are delivered as soon as possible. For us, it's important, and this will strengthen, of course, first of all, our army, Ukrainian forces, and allow us to boost production by air defense and work more to protect our energy system for the winter. And together we will solve many issues of protecting lives. And of course, we will keep working to push Russia to real diplomacy to end this war again.
A Russian strike has killed 2 people in the southeastern Ukrainian city of Dnipro. Emergency services say 10 others, including 2 children, were injured. The strike destroyed an apartment block, a shop, and several cars. And in Russia, a Ukrainian drone attack has killed 1 person in the southwestern city of Samara. Its governor says industrial facilities were targeted. Drone debris fell on an apartment building and on the street. Now, at least 4 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli strikes on Gaza. Attacks have intensified over the past week, despite a ceasefire agreed in October. The surge in violence has left more families grieving and hospitals overwhelmed. Hind Khudari has this report and a warning. It does contain distressing images.
Salah is gone. His mother cries as his body is wrapped in a white shroud at Al-Shifa hospital. She's mourning not only Salah, but also her other son who was killed earlier on Thursday in Beit Lahia, near their tent. Across the Gaza Strip, scenes like this are becoming increasingly common. In Khan Yunis, a drone strike killed 23-year-old Yahya and injured 3 others. Hours later, a separate Israeli attack killed 3 civil defense workers while they were traveling in a car along Salahuddin Road. These incidents come amid a fragile ceasefire that has been in place since October. Despite the agreement, violence has persisted, with hundreds of people reportedly killed in the months since it began. And in the past week, attacks have been growing more intense. Hospitals are running out of basic supplies, making it increasingly difficult for them to treat the wounded. And medical teams on the ground say conditions are deteriorating, warning that Gaza's health system cannot withstand another wave of attacks. Hind Khudari, Al Jazeera, Gaza, Palestine.
More than 2.5 years of Israel's war on Gaza has changed the lives of Palestinian children forever. Gaza's health authorities have recorded eye injuries in more than 3,000 youngsters. Now, before the war, the Strip had rehabilitation and treatment centres to help blind and visually impaired children. Now, much of the healthcare system basically lies in ruins. Ibrahim Al-Khalili visited the only rehabilitation centre of its kind in Deir al-Bala, in the central part of the Strip.
12-year-old Muhammad Oda was on his way to visit his grandmother when he saw a small metal object on the ground. Passers-by say when he picked it up, it exploded. He lost both his eyes. But Muhammad says he does not need them to see his future.
I will continue my education, grow and keep learning. I hope to travel and receive treatment, and God willing, my eyes will not stop me from continuing my education.
He is among the dozens of children studying at Al Noor Center in southern Gaza. They are finding new ways to connect with the world around them. At first, Muhammad's father Hussam says his heart ached for his son. But now, the boy is thriving.
He has lost something vital in his life. Despite that, we were determined that he should continue his education, so I enrolled him at Al Noor Center for the Blind. There, he has been an outstanding student and a high achiever.
Doctors say the scale of eye injuries among children is unprecedented.
The total number of eye injuries is estimated between 13,000 and 17,000, and children account for 20% of these cases. This is a staggering figure.
Behind the numbers, in classrooms like this one, young people shape their futures with each word they type.
These children are returning to school under extraordinary circumstances, facing challenges far beyond the classroom walls. Their injuries may have altered how they see the world, but teachers here are working to ensure those challenges do not bring their education to an end. Ibrahim Al-Khalili, Al Jazeera, Deir al-Balah, Gaza, Palestine.
Tensions are rising again in India's northeastern state of Manipur, where protests have spread after 2 young children were killed in an explosion earlier this month. A shutdown is in force in parts of the state. Roads have been blocked and fresh clashes have broken out with security forces. The deaths have revived anger over an ethnic conflict that has already killed more than 260 people and displaced tens of thousands. Asad Beg has this.
Anger is once again spilling onto the streets of Manipur state. In the capital, Imphal, members of the majority Metai community, which is mostly Hindu, have been demanding answers and justice. Security forces have fired tear gas as protesters blocked a major highway. This unrest was triggered by the killings of 2 children in an explosion in the state's Bishnupur district earlier this month.
We are protesting today and angry because we have not got the truth and justice from the government. We are suffering due to this conflict, and even innocent children have been killed. We want justice. It should be delivered.
But the grief has tapped into something deeper. Tensions with the neighboring Christian Kuki-Zu communities. Both say they're marginalized by the state, and they're separated by a buffer zone maintained by police with orders from New Delhi. Close to the fault line between communities in Bishnupur, the demonstrations have remained intense. This is the room where 5-year-old Tumthin and his infant sister Yasiana were killed. Investigators still have not determined who carried out the attack. For the family, the uncertainty has only deepened the pain.
I want justice for my grandchildren and ends to the violence in Manipur. This is the only demand that we have. I don't want to blame Manipur state government. I want to put the blame on both the state and the federal government. Because of their failure, this has happened. We lost all the dreams that our family had.
But on the other side of Manipur's ethnic divide, there is anger too. In the mainly Christian Kuki-Zu areas, the death earlier this year of a politician from India's governing party remains a symbol of how badly trust has collapsed. Vungzagin's vault was attacked by a Metai mob in 2023 and later died from those injuries.
The center forces are the neutral forces who maintain the buffer zone between us, and without them then we can be under attack from the state forces at any moment.
The conflict between the communities first exploded in May 2023 over lands, rights and representation. And with each new death, each new protest and each new demand for justice, Manipur looks less.
Breaking news, this is Donald Trump at the White House. He's been hosting Lebanese and Israeli envoys at the White House for a second round of talks. We have one headline coming from Donald Trump, which it was on Truth Social, saying the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon will be extended by 3 weeks. Let's see what he is at the moment addressing after, of course, he's been hosting the Lebanese and Israeli envoys.
They've agreed to an additional 3 weeks of, no firing, ceasefire, no more firing. Let's see. We hope that happens. It's not going to happen between them, but they do have Hezbollah to think about. And we're going to be working with Lebanon to get things straightened out in that country. I really believe it's something we can do pretty easily, just with the power of who we are. They're great people, the Lebanese people. We have our ambassador here who has done a fantastic job, ambassador to Lebanon from the United States. And we had a great conversation, and I think it's the beginning of something very important. It'd be a wonderful thing to get this worked out simultaneously with what we're doing in Iran. And I'd like to start by just asking JD, our Vice President, our great Vice President, to say a few words, and then Marco will speak, and then the representatives from the country. Mike Huckabee, you'll say a few words, Mike. You've done a great job, by the way. I appreciate it. Everybody does. And JD, please.
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, congratulations. Congratulations to you and our Secretary of State, but most importantly, congratulations to the people of Israel and Lebanon. I think it's a major historic moment. We're going to extend the ceasefire for 3 weeks that's already in place between Israel and Lebanon. Of course, it wouldn't have happened without the president's direct engagement. The fact that you have these leaders of different countries coming together for the first time, they came together in the Oval Office, and they came together because of energetic diplomacy, of course, led by the President of the United States. So I think it's a big moment for the world. It's a big moment for our country, but just very proud to be a part of it. So thank you, sir, for making it happen.
Thank you very much, JD.
Thank you, Mr. President, for hosting this. Actually, you know, the president wanted to be personally involved, and I'm glad he was, because it made it possible to get this extension. And it gives everybody time to continue to work on what's going to be a permanent peace between two countries that want to be at peace. Both are victimized by the same terrorist organization, a terrorist organization that no doubt has victimized Israel, but has also victimized the people of Lebanon. The people of Lebanon deserve to live in a country that's peaceful and prosperous. They have an opportunity to do that. They have a history of that. And what's standing in the way is an organization that operates, a terrorist organization that operates within their national territory that threat needs to be eliminated. And so thank you, Mr. President, for this gathering today and for convening it and being a key part of it. And it buys us time to continue to work. I'm very optimistic that in a few weeks we'll be even closer to the kind of permanent peace that the people of Israel and Lebanon deserve.
Thank you very much. Michelle, please.
Well, I would like to thank the President, the Vice President, and Secretary to make this historical meeting today that bring two countries that they've never been next to each other more than today in a way. This is 60, 70 years in the making, and today is really the historical day. Thank you, Mr. President, Vice President, Secretary, and we are going to keep going, working for a peace that hopefully we'll get it as soon as possible.
Thank you. You're a very successful man. And when I asked him if he'd like to be ambassador to Lebanon, I said, could be a dangerous job. He said, well, I'm Lebanese. I was born in Lebanon, and your parents have a whole big history. He said, danger doesn't matter to me, really. It's something I want to do. He's very successful. He didn't need this. And I think it's probably more dangerous than you even thought, but you've done a fantastic job. So.
It is an honor for me to serve you, Mr. President, and then I'm going to go till the end.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And likewise, Mike Huckabee, we all know Mike, and he didn't need it either, did he? But he's doing a fantastic job. Mike, go ahead, please.
I just want to say, Mr. President, what an amazing opportunity to be here at a moment of history. The people of Lebanon, the people of Israel are neighbors, and they want to get along. They can get along. But it's like neighbors who have a rough little kid living in the neighborhood who keeps throwing rocks at everybody's window. And if the kid will quit throwing rocks, the neighbors can get along and start actually working together. The president has initiated something that is truly bringing the neighborhood back to a neighborhood and recognizing that the problem is not Lebanon and the problem is not Israel. The problem is Hezbollah, the bad little kid throwing rocks. That's what the president is getting launched today, to get that little kid out of the neighborhood.
Thank you. Mr. Ambassador, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for your hospitality, for bringing Israel and Lebanon together here in the Oval Office. Israel wants peace with Lebanon, and Israel wants security for its citizens. We're united with the Lebanese government in wanting to rid the country of this malign influence called Hezbollah. And now that, Mr. President, under your leadership, Iran has been so degraded, the possibility of degrading Hezbollah and liberating Lebanon from their occupation is real. So we hope that together under your leadership, we can formalize peace between Israel and Lebanon in the very near future. And we are just very thankful for the opportunity.
Thank you. And I look forward to having the next meeting with your great prime minister. He is. He's a wartime prime minister with Bibi and with the president of Lebanon. It'll be fantastic. I think lots going to happen. Madam Ambassador.
Of course. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, President Trump. Thank you for your leadership, for making sure to...
3-week extension of that ceasefire. Next up, it's This is America, handing over to Cyril Vanier.
Hello, this is America, and this is the United States Institute of Peace. Or actually, correction, it is the Donald J. Trump U.S. Institute of Peace, because the president had it renamed last year. Remember, he calls himself the peacemaker-in-chief. But just how close is the U.S. to peace with Iran? How much longer will this ceasefire last? And is it all part of some cunning plan, or quite simply a sign of a president who has run out of options? I'll have more later, but let's get started with my colleague, Cyril Vanier, in our Washington studio.
Phil Lavelle, thank you very much. After bombs, threats, and emergency diplomacy, President Trump appears to be trying something new with Iran: patience. No deadlines, at least for now, and no threats of civilizational erasure. Donald Trump seems to be betting that his naval blockade of Iranian ports will weaken the Iranian establishment over time. Now, we'll be speaking to Mike Hanna at the White House in just a moment for more on that. When the U.S. president extended his own deadline to resume the U.S. military campaign against Iran, that was on Tuesday, it wasn't a total surprise. He's done that before. But this time, he didn't postpone by a day or two, as he's done. He left it open-ended, and that feels new. White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt calling it an act of generosity, but also making it clear that this is part of Trump's pressure campaign.
President Trump announced an extension of the ceasefire